And so if you don't have the right mentor, if you didn't start things outright, a lot of it has to do with mindset. So yeah, bring that positive mindset, and like attracts like. So put out positive vibes, and do good work, and that should come back to you. And you are doing the good work, Elise. And so super, super, super duper appreciate you joining us today and making time for us. I know you have a busy life and a ton of things in your personal life as well, but I want to remind people, givenation.world. If you're in the mood for giving and you're able to give, jump on there, check it out, share it with a friend, and thank you so much. I believe we're just about ready to move on to our next speaker, so I'll let you go, Elise. But what a great presentation, and we hope to hear from you again in the future.
Yeah, thank you guys. You guys have a wonderful day. I appreciate you all.
You're amazing. Thank you so much. All right, Bogey.
All right.
Coming up next, we have Nathan Hawk, security expert. Ran the Blockchain Village in DEF CON for quite some time, and I would say a crypto veteran, focused on freedom, which is incredibly important in this world where they seem to be limiting freedom as much as they can. So Nathan has some really interesting news about the Security Mindset Reset workshop that we're doing. And so Nathan, I'll let you introduce yourself, and then maybe talk a little bit about the Security Mindset Reset, and maybe a little bit about some of the things you're doing.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Mike. And thanks to everybody else behind the scenes who's doing a lot of work that I just had the pleasure of dealing with. So I'm Nathan Hawk, and first things first, I've got to introduce myself and establish credibility. Mike had mentioned that I organized the blockchain stage at DEF CON for a bunch of years. That's DEF CON, like defense condition, not DEV CON, like the, DEV CON thing. On top of that, I started out there in the Wireless Village. Village is a sub-conference within the conference. It's like a sub-stage specified on one thing. So I started out in the Wireless Village. I then did about 4 years doing IoT security with the IoT Village. During that time was when the Blockchain Village was founded, and I was one of the founding members of that as well, and eventually became the lead organizer. And we had a lot of fun. And my job over there is to give accolades to the white hat hackers and the security consultancies that are doing blockchain research and stuff like that, and trying to inspire all the other security consultancies that are there at the conference to build blockchain verticals so that we have a more robust quality assurance, more robust secure design principle, kind of like manufacturing for us. So that's what I do. And I did that at a lot of conferences. It wasn't just DEF CON. There's RSA. We ran the IoT Village out there. The Blockchain Village hasn't made it out there yet. TourCon, ShmooCon, a bunch of the B-Sides events, just a billion security conferences, information security conferences. So anyway, that's what I did and still do in security. Crypto is very, very near and dear to my heart. As Mike said, I'm a very big, strong, staunch freedom advocate. And when you take the whole freedom advocate aspect and you take the entire security aspect and you marry these two things, you pretty much come up with cryptocurrency and blockchain solutions, blockchain being decentralized. So it kind of anything it does well, this state cannot compete with. Good goal. So anyway, back in 2017, 2018, Mike Salvi and I went on the road and we did a tour around the country, and it started out being called the Crypto Shit Show, and it was a blast. And we did a lot of cities, and then we had a problem where a lot of people didn't want to pay money to associate their brand with something called the Shit Show. So we had to come up with another name, and I'm terrible at naming things. So I ended up naming it the Integrity Show. And it was never, ever meant to be intended or implied that I had any integrity at all. And what it was the idea that humans think that integrity belongs exclusively to them. But with this blockchain, with Bitcoin at the time, it was the machines that were, and the code that was forcing humans to play fair for the proper incentive structures. And so I just thought that was a really, really interesting and ironic aspect of what blockchain technologies do. It makes people behave better. Anyway, that's history. That's all in the past. So what am I doing now? So I'm working with Mike and with Frank Trezza, and hopefully with some of the people from Crypto Mindset Reset on launching the Security Mindset Reset. We decided to keep the same banner and the same branding idea and all that fun stuff. And the idea behind this entire thing is that we wanted to demystify what hacking is. We want to take away all that scariness, and we want to inform and empower people. And the way that we're going to do this is in-person events. So you can't just go do a tour. It won't work well. What you need to do is you need to promote the tour. So on May 2nd and May 3rd, we're going to be doing a 2-day event in Las Vegas. The first day is going to be several talks, 2 panels. Ask a hacker panel, ask a security consultancy panel. And the idea is we're going to understand what the incentives are for attackers to attack. And also for people in Web3 that need to make decisions about engaging a security consultancy for an audit or an assessment or a pen test, how to best do that. There's not a lot of good behavior in security. Now, DAOs are making decisions. They need to make better ones. They need to make informed decisions. We're going to be doing that. The first day is going to be the talks and the 2 panels. The second day is going to be workshops. They're going to be hands-on workshops. So the one workshop that we're going to be doing, it's going to be about probably 3 hours or so, is we're going to have a router out of the box. And if people want to come ahead of time and they want to bring their own routers, we're going to let them know about the model and everything like that. They could show up. We're going to unbox these things, and we're going to run some exploits on them and show how vulnerable routers are out of the box. We're then going to flash them and, run harden them, just kind of do some configuration stuff. And some of the configuration stuff is going to be live on the hardware router, and then some of it's just going to be like through a VM, so you get to touch and the feel for it. And so we're going to be setting up both a travel router, because a lot of you go to conferences and you shouldn't be connecting to a lot of the networks you're connecting to, and then the other one's going to be your home router. And the importance for this is, I'm just going to say, that little restrict act that they keep talking about. And if an iteration of that goes through, then it could be very unfavorable to be using foreign exchanges. And that's very scary stuff. Let's see. Oh, why am I doing this? Because you're ready, right? So I've been doing these events in security, and I've been doing events in blockchain for years. I've been doing meetups all over the country. I've been doing the conferences. I run stages within it, right? You don't know who I am because I'm behind the scenes guy. I put other people on stage, and clearly I'm not too good at talking. So, yeah, you guys are ready. Like, you know what a nonce is. You know what a hash is. You self-custody your shit. You probably use a solid VPN. You have all the fundamentals in place, and you have the tech savvy, mint NFTs and all sorts of fun stuff, that you're not too far removed from being able to just be pushed in the right direction and being highly successful at this. One thing I've learned about people in crypto and blockchain is that when they get into it and they get interested into it, then they just turn into savage, insatiable learners. And I would much rather give people access to security tools than trading analysis, right? Is trading analysis actually a skill or anything? Sure, it's like a cute hobby, I suppose. But realistically, you're much better off understanding how vulnerable your home router is. And then also how to use some hacking tools, right? Like, what's Burp Suite? Right? Maybe you can go Google that right now. We'll be talking about a lot of the tools and stuff like that. Because, if we're going to have a new economy, having a new skill set like pen testing could be useful in that economy and help, transition over into a more independent way of life where we're technically sovereign and technically capable. And I think that's a pretty good thing to do. Let's see what I have on this other piece of paper. Okay. I'll scold you guys for a little bit. Like the word audit, right? There's pen testing, there's audits, there's assessment contracts. secure design principle, right? These are more than buzzwords. They have specific meanings. And audit is one that just really, really bugs me. And like, for example, I'm just going to ask you questions and you can kind of like think about this and then go, oh, wow, holy shit. None of us know what an audit is. So a good example of an audit would be SOC 2. That's SOC 2. That's a good one. If you look at the methodology behind how HIPAA and high tech were created, I'm not for compliance with government laws or anything like that, but the methodology used to create HIPAA and high tech were huge bodies of work. And to stay ahead of regulators, it's more important that we have a competing body of standards and best practices that outperforms any regulatory framework that gets put out there. And it's very important because our incentive isn't to just escape those threat actors, the governmental agencies. It's also to assure that we're not falling victim to hackers that go, yeah, code is law. And so that means I have no moral qualms with taking everything from you. Because if we're going to agree code is law, then code is law, and there is no such thing as a black hat hacker in crypto. So anyway, an audit. Who administers an audit? It's not a security consultancy. Security audits are not administered by security consultancies. What type of results do you want to see out of an audit? Oftentimes I hear people say, we got an audit and they didn't even find anything. It's an audit. You're supposed to be prepared for it. They're not supposed to find anything. If they find stuff, you were unprepared for the audit. Fortunately, I don't work for a security consultancy. I work with a lot of them, but not for them. I can say all this stuff. And I talk to a lot of people at security consultancies. They're very, very frustrated. This is very hard for them. So desired results, they should be none. So then what's a pen test? Pen test is kind of like the hive. That's a bunch of people going after low-hanging fruit, just the bug bounties and stuff like that. Fuzzing tools and that type of thing. Then assessment contracts, right? So a lot of people want to treat security as an afterthought. And I'm talking security more about as the industry and less about any certain practice in particular, because I feel this is where we're lacking most. So an assessment contract. I see all these people going to get their little $45,000 rubber stamp audit at the end of the day so that they can deploy and go, look what I have this certificate, I'm good, I'm a good guy. That's not the case. If you want to save time and you want to save money, if you know any founders, they ought to contract with the security consultancy beforehand. Then they should be working with similar to like a DevOps team for secure design principle, so that the coders can work faster and be more confident, and that you have scheduled assessments when different tiers of the stack are being deployed, right? It's how it works in the Web 2 world, right? And if you're going to try to do something better with Web 3, then you minimally have to outperform the Web 2 guys, and they have a much better security hygiene than the Web 3 community. Sorry to say that truth. Now, there's more stuff I'm supposed to mention here. Maybe it'll come to me. But in the meantime, it looks like I have a couple minutes left. So I will open it up to any questions. Mike, if you could chime in. Or any.
Yeah. So can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here's the thing. I travel 2, 3, 4 times a year, as much as I can. And I bring a little GLI net device with me, and I haven't set up the OpenWRT, OpenWrite, or the VPN on it. And I always feel insecure when I'm connecting to a hotel's Wi-Fi. I hate it, and I try not to do it. Is this something that we're going to be able to talk about during the security mindset reset? Because everybody travels, and we all
Right.
need the internet.
Yes, so we are going to be talking about that stuff, but the thing is we're not trying to be the smartest guys in the room. What we're trying to be is the best educators in the room. So I don't want to start talking about GILnet or WRT or anything like that till we're all together in the room. The other thing with this security mindset reset, we're going to be doing it 2 days to record a promotional video. I can get through this part. So we record the promotional video. The promotional video is going to go out in circulation to all the meetup founders around the country. And then the meetup founders around the country are going to talk to the people in their meetups and say, who wants to do this? When X amount of seats are sold, then we go, okay, we can afford to put that city on a regional tour. So we might do the southeastern part of the country, then do the northeastern part, then do the Midwest, and then, lower West Coast, upper West Coast, and just piecemeal this thing out, and then end it with a national conference, which is probably going to be in Miami because everything goes to Miami.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm not knocking Miami, but so the idea is, we're keeping class sizes at about 100 people, so that no one should walk out of this feeling as though they didn't have the opportunity to ask their questions and get a full understanding of the course material. This is supposed to be impactful, and it's not going to be impactful unless people are learning. So we're very dedicated to not trying to talk over people or try to be too smart. We're not trying to prove ourselves. We're trying to educate here. And I think that it's probably the most necessary thing in crypto right now.
No doubt. And I think that's a combination of things that really hasn't been talked about. I've been closely following crypto and crypto influencers and watching YouTube and interacting with people at conferences, and nobody's talking about infosec and information security and how that coincides with with crypto. And so this is such an important topic. I think it's a great value add. I want to learn how to keep my operations more secure. I want to learn what I need to do to connect to a network without feeling vulnerable, and this is going to happen. And so this is how we're going to learn to protect each other and protect our wealth and our projects. I mean, a lot of blockchain projects are out there traveling to different conventions, and who knows what networks they're connecting to and how they're leaving themselves vulnerable. So I think this is such an important and critical topic, especially right now, as people want to protect themselves from bad actors, internal and external. So I love the idea. I'm excited about it. I think it's going to go great here in Vegas as a kind of a first promotional type event, so we can show people what we're doing and how we're able to do it. And if anyone out there is interested in being involved, definitely reach out to us. We're happy to find out, how we can integrate with what you're doing. If there's any blockchains out there, any projects out there that think they could benefit from having a security-driven mindset, then we're your guys. We're going to give you that stamp of approval. So we definitely want you to join us. And anything else you want to add, Nathan?
Yeah. I do, and this is another kind of scolding thing, and that is people are wonderful learners in crypto and blockchain, and they've gone down the rabbit hole of operational security. They love OPSEC, and at this point, fantastic. These are all best practices. They're splitting hairs, just trying to be a little bit better, and that's great. But in doing so, they're really neglecting application security, network security, and just just the entire spectrum of security, and they're just laser focused on operational security. So that's another thing that we're going to do is we're going to try to go, hey guys, like this is what you don't know. So we're going to show you there's still more to learn. OPSEC's important, but let's broaden the vista a little bit.
I like that. Being kind of a newbie to OPSEC and the InfoSec and that whole DEF CON, and we have a black hat, which is not what you might think typically. We have a conference usually around DEF CON. It's also black hat. And I'm new to the terminology. I think a lot of people are, and I think this is why it's important. And so thank you for taking time to talk to us today. I guess, if people want to reach out and contact us about that, reach out, right, to you can write us at Mike at securitymindsetreset.com or Nathan at securitymindsetreset.com. Reach out to us. We're happy to advise and see how we can collaborate. And we definitely are looking for meetup organizers that are in other regions, so we can work with you. We can bring this content to you and to all the different people that need it. All right. So thanks for making time again, Nathan. Really honored that you joined us today. Really appreciate it. You're one of the most important organizers that I know. Have done some great work with the Blockchain Village at DEF CON and other places. So thank you for joining us today. Our next presentation is going to be from the Uplift world, and so we're looking forward to that. And I'll let you go, Nathan. I hope you have a great rest of your day, bud.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Goodbye.
Thanks so much. So, like I was saying, we do have a great pre-recorded presentation from the Uplift world, and this is a metaverse built on positivity and gratitude. And we'll go ahead and start that now. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe.
The Uplift world. We have Corey with us. We are going to be talking to Samantha. We are going to be going over the Uplift world, and it is amazing. There's so much to talk about. If you're new here, thank you for joining the Crypto Mindset Reset. Go ahead and pass the mic over to Corey and Samantha. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, they've got an incredible presentation lined up for you. So stick around. After that, we've got some amazing things. For now, we'll go ahead and pass the mic over to Corey.
Hey, just before coming on live, finding out that you already knew about it. It's such a fun thing for me anytime I meet people that kind of know what we're doing. Scrappy Metaverse used to have some corporate owners. We managed to get out from underneath that. We turned the entire thing into a DAO, so it's community owned now. And it's been a blast. We started with hooking up NFTs for land ownership in Minecraft. We've got like 8 or 9 different worlds, maps. Over there, we're on Wax and Ethereum, and of course, Mojang had their little announcement about being kind of, what's the politically correct way of saying this? They got kind of whiny about Web3, and it really sort of kick yourself in the kneecaps kind of way, in my opinion. They basically said no Web3 stuff can get put into their client, which we've actually never done, right? So it's not even going to affect us. All of our Minecraft worlds are still working.
Do they even know what Web3 is yet?
Yeah. It really doesn't seem like they. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they do. It seemed like there was a lot of kind of CYA, cover your ass kind of stuff, right? Like, just don't bake it into our client, which of course we've never done, right? So that part, has been easy. We've been doing play to earn since it really started to kick off, especially on the Wax blockchain. Yeah, basically like that Mojang thing inspired us to stop future development, like future feature development on Minecraft. And we're redeveloping on the open source platform called Minetest. Which is going to allow us to basically bake every Web3 thing you could possibly imagine into the client itself.
This is so exciting. So exciting. I'm going to let you carry on with the presentation. I'm going to let you go. But before I do, and we're going to be watching, before I leave the feed here, I just wanted to remind people this uplift.world, theuplift.world is the website. You can find the link on our website, cryptomindsetreset.com. This metaverse is built on, Minecraft. So it looks just like Minecraft. It's beautiful. And of course, let's not forget there's like 1 billion Minecraft players around the world. This will be one of the biggest metaverses, I'm calling it, by 2024, 2025. Theuplift.world is the one you're going to be hearing about. It's amazing what they've done. So Corey, I'm going to hand over the mic to you. I'm going to step away for a little bit. If you need anything, of course, we're here. And I can't wait to see your presentation.
Awesome. Cheers. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hey, can we maybe do the trailer video up front? Is that a thing we could mess around with? It's all about those billboards, baby.
All right. It's always so cool to see all of the different things that people are building. I think really quick, maybe it would be great if we just go over some Uplift World basics for people who have never heard of us or don't really know like much about metaverse space. So we have plots of land on different platforms. So we have a bunch of different maps Corey mentioned on Minecraft, and people have ownable plots of land that they make and dedicate to different things that they love in life. So like you might be a gamer and you might be, just playing and mining and building and getting fun resources, or maybe you're an artist showing off your art in a personal gallery. Maybe you're just an art lover showing off different art that you love, or maybe you're a brand or a business building out like a coffee shop, and linking a QR code. Hey, come visit my coffee shop online. So we have so many different community builders, and that video is just a little short clip showing like many different things being built in the world. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's like thousands of builds. That's not even an exaggeration. Like thousands of builds that are good, not just like what I would do, which is like put up a little house or whatever. Well, I guess I've done a couple things. So on the screen sharing thing, you see this? All right. Woo!
All right.
All right. We'll get there. So yeah, this is things that we have in the world. We have rail plots and land plots, right? So the rail plots tend to be really valuable. Back when we were doing a certain kind of play to earn, they put out a little bit more than the other ones. So people traveling across your land would earn you Upliftium, which is our game token that you can take out as NFTs and stuff like that. So anyway, this is a giant freaking building that we built for every single time our team comes in and does what we call a Tuttle Huddle. One of our leaders, Chris Tuttle. So anyway, it goes all the way down to bedrock. It originally started in just, this goofy little tiny room where we started doing gratitudes and stuff. But we were digging the billboards. We definitely have some of those. The traditions that we have in the Uplift, every time we stream, is we actually do we put up gratitudes from everybody that's coming on with us. So if it's cool with you, we'll just do that now, and it'll be fun.
Woo! Right. I will ask in our Discord if anyone's hanging out and has some gratitudes.
Good idea. I like it. In the interim, Sam, what are you grateful for?
I am grateful for community.
That. Okay. Oh, I think we got a sunrise going on. We do. A soft spot for these. Awesome. All right, director, dude. I'm so sorry. I forget your name. What's your name? Bogey. All right, cool. What are you grateful for right now? Big, small, doesn't matter.
We have a gratitude from Discord as well.
That's awesome.
Woo.
All right. What is it, Super Sam?
MKY Mickey is so grateful to be a part of the Uplift world for infinite possibilities. Grateful. There's not enough. Sometimes you're just so grateful.
You gotta edit it down. You gotta edit it down every time.
Grateful to be a part of the Uplift world for infinite possibilities.
Yeah, he's fired.
He's fired. Too many words.
Oh, no, you know what? Hold on.
No, he can do it. We can do it.
I believe. We can't spell for crap, but
yes, part of the Uplift world for infinite possibilities.
And thankfully, MKY's name is MKY, so that's pretty good.
He's watching it right now.
Oh, that's awesome.
Woo.
We actually have an ongoing land sales billboard for that. We actually went to NFT NYC. We got asked to speak up there with NFT the movie. Some really good friends of ours. And took some pictures. Of course, you can see, in our Minecraft worlds, you can actually put up pictures, which is why people are using it to, put up NFT galleries, with QR codes. People can actually do sales right from within the thing. But anyway, somebody actually built us a version of Times Square right here, just for fun. Our little version of it.
And then we put lots of pictures from when we actually gathered together at NFT NYC. So you can actually tour through virtual NFT NYC and then see our pictures from it. Multiple team members hanging out, meeting with the coolest NFT people on the block.
On the block, get it? This is like a block, Super Sam?
A block made of blocks. Made of blocks.
There it is.
Getting meta block, right? Right.
Yeah, you can take off in any direction, and it's thanks, Bogey. Yeah, taking off in any direction, you're just gonna end up finding more and more stuff that people have built up. And you can kind of see these discrete, little squares or whatever. It goes all the way down to bedrock, which in Minecraft is about -60 from the ocean, and goes up to about 255. And it's you get basically every single plot of land is potentially the size of a skyscraper. Oh man, this is new.
I know. Every time
That's
we
awesome.
join, we're like, that's new, and that's new,
right?
that's
Like this
new.
is like legitimately. I haven't seen this yet. And then there's the giant.
See, the
monkey
worlds
over
are so massive. Sometimes when you join them, you don't see everyone building because everyone is kind of spread out. They're just such big worlds. But then people are building because look at all this. He didn't put. This is
Right.
really cool. Look at that
this
blue
is
monkey.
one of our earliest partners was Crypto Monkeys, and they built an entire this thing is bonkers.
Really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have lots of different types of things. Some of the things we're seeing are projects like Crypto Monkeys. Some of them are brands or companies, maybe a local coffee company and then you can put, we mentioned QR codes. You can actually go into the world, and if you see something you want to check out more info, you can just bring out your phone, snap a picture, check. We have some art galleries that are really cool. You got a sneak peek of that in that video. Some people make really fun quests and games. You can put signs everywhere telling people clues of where to go. You can make scavenger hunts. And with a fully functional reward system, it's really fun. It's a win-win-win. The landowners get to win-win-win. Win-win-win. You get to win for earning when you bring people onto your plot. And then the players get to earn for coming onto your plot and doing fun things. So fun.
Sorry, guys, for getting over freaking cough. So I wanted to show you guys the first place that you get into when you get into the Uplift is a big spawn hub, and I'm going to take you over there. But in the same world is this original cathedral to gratitude, and this is actually where it all started. Before it was the Uplift at all, a buddy of mine and I started up this server to start doing podcasting. We figured we'd just invite some guests in and do podcasting from kind of within a video game environment. And then COVID kicks off, and we'd started this little thing where every once in a while we'd get together and we would watch a sunrise as a moment of silence and then write some gratitudes down on a wall. And it ended up being massive during COVID. My entire family started coming, everybody's family started coming, friends and family started coming, and they would either be in game or watching the stream. And we would get kind of observe that moment of silence when the sun comes up in game, which is really beautiful. The entire building was kind of designed around that. It comes up right above the middle here. And we'd all put gratitudes down. So this is like a living history of the only way that we could come together and feel present with each other. And that to me is what Metaverse really is, right? If you can go into a video game or a 3D or a VR type thing and really feel like you're with other people, that's the real secret sauce, right? And then, of course, we wanted to be able to create a permanent record. We've been here, right? So this cathedral to those gratitudes and those moments is going to be there for forever, basically. So yeah, let me see if I can get over to... There we go. This is where it all starts. The second you get into the game, there's some rules up here. No infinite loops, that kind of thing. No glitching or cheating. Blah, blah, blah.
Makes a good environment where everyone's, equally splitting the rewards pool, and we're not, hoarding a mass for ourselves by going in an infinite loop or something silly.
Right. Yeah, the second that we started giving people points for moving around, they would just create infinite like roller coasters and stuff, and just have their player AFK doing that the whole time. So these are all actual portals. You can walk through these doors, and it goes to the different worlds. This is actually to go to the world that we have on this to get to Ethereum. It's going to take a couple seconds to load. We are going to be multi-chain, right? So we're on Wax for the most part. We're on Ethereum. I kind of put this big huge kind of thing out here because we're going to have domes like this. This is the original Ethereum dome all around this big circle, and that's when we get on the major blockchains and platforms that are out there, right? So Polygon, you name it. Anyway, so these are all the 80 plus partners that joined us for when we did our original launch on Ethereum. And I'll just show you the Meta Art Gallery, which is one of my favorites. There's tons of them, but the Meta Art Gallery is such an amazing job on it. And then Super Sam, you want to check in with Mitzi, and we'll maybe this is totally new as well.
See if they're up and running with the robots.
Oh, nice. Right? And I haven't been here. What is this Tato Surf NFT thing? I don't even know these guys. Good job. Okay, cool. Anyway, getting freaking amazing down here. Spawn in. Yeah, that building is entirely new. Man, like we run this place. I've never seen half the stuff that's in here. That's crazy pants. One thing I do want to show off, we actually got invited into the IBM Hyperprotect Accelerator. So we're hobnobbing with IBM. We're going to be using some of their server features. And if I can make it work in a usable way, I'm looking into whether or not we can incorporate Watson's AI, artificial intelligence, into what we do. Yeah, this is some of the stuff from the Meta Art Gallery, and it's just they just did a really, really amazing job. I think they ended up having like 30 different pretty serious artists in their first drop. And yeah, of course, the QR code's all linked to the artists and the Meta Art Club page and stuff.
Yeah, really cool.
Right? Like, come on now.
And Mitzi says we are good to visit. They
All right,
have
cool.
the robots out and rolling.
Awesome. All right, well, I'll stop sharing my screen here.
For anyone who wants to join us as we jump into Minetest, you can go to tinyurl.com/upliftstart, and you'll be sent right to our starter guide to get into Minetest. So it's free, open to the public, open to everyone. You can come join us. See the robots right now. Check them out. Oh, and the other thing is we do have a giveaway that we want to open up to everyone who's watching now and everyone who's joining us in the game. We are giving away 20 million Upliftium, which is our in-game currency. And we're also giving away 500 plot shards, which is another currency that you can use to create plots of land if you want plots of land. So you can go to tinyurl.com/upliftprize, and you can input your Wax address and we'll send you some NFTs. So thanks for hanging out with us and coming to this workshop.
Right. So yeah, this is where it gets weird.
So how are we doing?
Mojang.
On...
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen in Minetest now. So yeah, the the Mojang announcement about Web3, again, like all of our Minecraft servers are still up and running. They've never done any enforcement on it. I predicted that the day after. So like all of our Minecraft stuff is fine, right? But it sort of inspired us to go and check out what we could do, because we knew we wanted to be multi-blockchain, multi-platform. And here's this open source, Minetest thing that we can basically bake whatever we want to bake into it, right? And so one of the first things that we're going to soft launch with in the next couple 3 months is battle robots. So you'll be able to buy an NFT that's a battle robot, and then bring it in here, and then basically duke it out with all the other battle robots that are in here. And they're going to have like recharge rates, and you're going to have to like fix them up, and owning land is going to get you the materials you need to fix them up and stuff. So there's like really kind of entertaining game loops. And every time you win, it upgrades your battle bot, right? And this is just like a proof of concept. We're going to be able to start baking games and mini games into what we're building on Minetest at scale. Like this is finally, we kind of found the spot where the boundaries of our imagination really are going to be the only thing that slows us down. So yeah, the prediction that got made about the Uplift world being kind of ascendant in certainly by the time the next bull market comes around. I mean, now I'm super freaking biased, but we have everything that we need to really be able to do that. And we're building a deeper foundation all the time. We've obviously learned a lot over the last couple of years about how to make a lot of this stuff work. And yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Anyway, looks like Igor won. Freaking BattleBots.
Yeah, we have a really unique chance. I think this really just shows how much of a unique chance we have to really make the game our own and really tailor the events and the activities to our community. They created this idea and they're helping modify it and, come to these testing events they do every week to, see how it's going and what could be improved, if any bugs come up. It really is a huge community effort. That's one thing I love about being a DAO. Really, every community member, every landholder, every person who owns a share of our UDT token, which gives you a percentage of the company, gets to make input, gets to make proposals for new ideas. Yeah, look at these. Look at this battle robot. Look at this. It's just so cool. I saw this demo earlier and it's
nuts.
Really cool. You see all the different stats.
Hey, Tomoshi,
you can just see how exciting it's
us in red over
these guys up.
Come on, wait, my guy's even got a cape.
What?
This is the thing, like the Tomoshi. I just launched Tomoshi into the thing. Doing good so far.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
nice.
Oh, he just got booted. Yeah. So, and I mean, the interesting thing too, like as these things start to develop and you can kind of level them up by playing them, the more hit points they have, the more HP, the bigger they get. So there's actually going to be bots that are like 3, 4, 5 times bigger than that, lumbering through the arena. Yeah, it's going to be a blast. And of course, you're going to be able to own land in our Minetest world the same way that you do in Minecraft. Apparently it's like winter storming in here. Yeah, they got a Christmas mod on here right now. So they're cute little decorated.
Yes,
arena.
that is the other thing. It's just really fun if you log into our server now, the Minetest server, and you like put up some trees, you can get presents popping up under the trees and the Christmas lights all over, and it's really fun. So that'll be going on until January 1st, and then seasonal fun things we can add more. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Christmas
All right, I'll let these
like
guys continue out. So thank you. Right. So yeah, I think following the Uplift world, we have a blog that posts a lot of stuff on there. We do shows all the time where we interview people and figure out what they're doing in the Uplift and what they're doing in the rest of Web3. Just to, we always want to keep our kind of ear to the ground on what everybody's building. And really, as much as we can, I really love what you guys are doing, especially like the idea of focusing on sort of the mental reset, because everybody needs it, right? Like I think if we're not at the bottom of this market yet, like it's coming soon. I'll tell you, I went through the last bear market. There was nothing going on. I couldn't find really anyone that was building anything that I wanted to pay attention to. And that's just absurdly not the case this time, right? The teams that, are going to be sticking it through the winter are grinding like crazy. We are, at a never ending, list still of people that we can interview for projects that are going on. Again, if you hear this, if there's a, project that you're connected with or that you're friends with that wants to come on our show, have them reach out to us on the Uplift World Twitter or at Corey Cottrell, which is me. Just find us all over the things and we'll have you on because we want to do our part as well to make sure that if you decided to grind and work and build through this crypto winter that we do whatever we can to help you out, because it's a big deal. Like the amount of momentum that we're going to have running into the next bull market as like a scene is nuts. It's nuts. And at the Uplift, we're really excited about it.
If you want, free Upliftium, free plot shards, that'll give you, our in-game currency and, some plots of land to start. If you blend them up, just click on or just type in tinyurl.com/upliftprize. And yeah, we will send you some free NFTs. Fun. Get your game started. Woo!
Right. I do want to shout out Mitzi was in there managing the battle arena stuff. So thank you to her and to the team there that was in there showing that stuff off. It's just gonna be super fun. And shout out to Gary, who's part of the Uplift DAO, and his team. They've been spearheading the stuff into Minetest for us, and it's just been kind of magical to watch all the stuff. Like the biggest problem we're having with Minetest is constraining the ideas down to stuff that we can launch with at soft launch, because we have more ideas that will definitely work than we can, deal with at any given time. So it's just going to be, I think, a really amazing environment for us to continue building and evolving.
Yeah. And shout out to all of our committees. The events committee puts on events every single week.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
PvP events and,
Yes.
Walkabout exploration events.
Beautiful.
And, they're providing some really awesome activities.
Amazing. Thank you so much for putting that great presentation together. I know I just wanted to interject and see how you guys were doing on that. And if we had any questions, Boogie, our director, was going to let us know if there's any questions for you. And in the Rumble, you can give me either a thumbs up or he's checking that now. In the meantime, did you guys want to have any additional thoughts or want to wrap up thoughts to add? And guys, I just want to remind you, theuplift.world, right? And then if there's something else, please make sure that everyone's getting there.
Yeah, you can follow us on Twitter at the Uplift World. Sorry, Sam. You go.
No, you're good. I was just going to say, we have a few different ways that you can get involved. If you're interested in the Uplift world, you get plots of land on the secondhand market from people who are selling them. They're very affordable right now on atomichub.io and OpenSea. So we have that. We also have Uplift DAO tokens, which you can buy to own a percentage of the Uplift world if you own a percentage of the tokens. And that gives you the ability to make proposals, bring up new ideas, vote on different decisions being made. And then we also have a Discord where we have a lot of active community members who just give feedback and ideas. So we have a lot of different ways to contribute and participate. So we'd love people to join us if you're interested.
I just want to make sure that everyone's out there taking notes and that they're getting ready to join Uplift, because you have such a great team. And one of the things that brought me in, that was just inspired me, was it's a metaverse built on positivity and gratitude. I can see where that's so important when you're starting off, is to have that that philosophy, that core philosophy that really, really matters. And when it comes to building, that will trickle down and up and everywhere. I mean, it trickles to the whole thing. So seeing that happen is really important. It's also very good as far as building community. That's something that's also been important to me, and it just feels so welcoming. And that's what it is, guys. And so if you're watching today, please go to the Uplift World, the uplift.world, and check out the Discord and check out all the things, because they're doing incredible work and it's so much fun. And we have a plot. Board Baby is going to have an amazing plot there, so we'll have a big premiere party. We'll be there likely in January. And of course, Corey and Samantha are invited, and we want everyone to join us. So,
and I want to have you guys on our show when you guys are getting ready to launch that too. We'll promote it. I can't believe to take a tour.
Amazing. We played a little preview of the clip, and I cannot believe the way this is turning out. Minecraft and what you've done have just made an amazing platform. So I'm super stoked about it. So we'll wrap here. Any final thoughts?
No, I'm good. Thank you guys so much for putting this on. It's awesome.
Thanks so much for having us.
It's you guys though that make this special. I really, and so without you guys showing up and being there and doing the work that you're doing, we wouldn't have a summit to do. And I really mean that. And that's for everyone, all our sponsors, all our supporters, all our viewers, everyone that's out there. And I just really, really appreciate you guys making the time. And this is a do-it-yourself kind of industry to a big degree. So if anyone's out there and they're thinking, hey, it should be this way or it should be that way, well, send a proposal, join the community. Let's talk. We'll build. We'll build. We're builders here. So we're going to keep this summit going. I want to remind everyone the replays will be available. So you'll be able to find this replay. It's all free. And we just want everyone to be informed and educated and empowered. And that's why we're here. And so we're going to do another summit in April. So quick plug, we're working on another summit in April. We'll bring Corey, Samantha back. We'll have so much more to report on by April. I know we will. So with that in mind, it looks like all our other guests are just about ready. I have to thank you again, Corey and Samantha. What an amazing presentation. Sign up for our newsletter, cryptomindsetreset.com. For now, we're going to go ahead. I'd like to introduce our next guest, Rice TVX, Jason from Cordal. So we're going to have Cordal coming right up. And so, Boogie, if I get a thumbs up.
Awesome.
And,
all right.
And Corey and Samantha, if I get a thumbs up.
See you guys.
You guys are awesome. Love you very much.
Cheers.
Take care.
Sorry.
Woohoo!
Hey, are we live?
I think we're live.
All right,
Live.
I should share my screen, right?
I feel live. I feel
Yes.
live. So great presentation from Uplift World from our previous summit. We talked about the summit we're doing in April, and here we are. We're in April. And Mike Genn is joining us, a crypto pioneer. I know you have a lot of experience in the field, and I'm really excited to hear what you have to say in your presentation. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're absolutely honored. I just want to remind everyone, if you're watching on Rumble, please be sure to hit follow and subscribe and hit that like button and show some love in the chat room. Let us know how we're doing. If you have any suggestions we could do better, send it our way. If you like what you're seeing, tell us that too. We'd love to hear it. And definitely if there's any questions for Mike Glenn, be sure to put those in the chat room. We'll get those over to him. And in the meantime, I'll let you introduce yourself, Mike.
Yeah.
And then go ahead and take the mic. And thanks for joining us today. We're honored.
No problem. Thanks for having me. I'm super excited. This is a talk that I gave once at ApacheCon, and I'm, super excited to talk more about it, managing transactions. It's sort of like the intersection of bringing the data engineering tooling that we're so used to finance, because now finance is just data as well. So a bit about my background. I actually forgot to update this from when I gave the talk last, so this is a little bit old. No longer PhD student, now just PhD dropout. I mean, I was on a fellowship there, but anyway, I also operated a bunch of mining pools at the time that I had written this, and most of the transactions that I'm going to talk today are about my time running that mining pool. Previously, I worked as a data architect, data platform engineer, and a systems engineer. And so my background was in using like data pipelines, databases, data warehouses, and setting those systems up properly. So what I'm going to go through is just talk a little bit about Airflow. Before we do that, I just want to highlight again, there's this thing that we can, now that money is data on a blockchain, right? All of the existing data tooling that we have can be applied to Ethereum transactions in terms of like automation, right? So under the hood, Ethereum is basically a computer. On that computer, it stores a bunch of data in the form of state. And using, what I'm going to present today, you can see how we can, kind of automate a lot of stuff using data tooling to, achieve the same results on the blockchain. Just a real quick example of a complex transaction. So this is a transaction that's sent via a smart contract called multi-sender. And what this is doing is this is just splitting out one, transfer to many different recipients. So someone here is sending, 10,000 Tether, and it looks like 8 or 10 people are receiving some portion of that Tether that's being sent. And you can see this is from 2020. So similarly, other complex looking transactions, this transaction here is actually a swap. It's a swap that goes from DAI to wrapped Ethereum, and then from wrapped Ethereum to YNK. I actually don't know what YNK is. I pulled these transactions just off of the Explorer. No endorsement for YNK. It's not something I've ever dealt with. And then a little bit about Ethereum's gas fees. Ethereum is the native currency of the Ethereum network. So whenever, just like in a normal database, when you do a database update, you have to pay in terms of computer resources and time, right? So usually the cost in databases is measured in just like latency. Reads are more expensive. Reads are less expensive than writing. So you kind of see a similar thing plays out here. I know this is a little bit overwhelming. This is from the Ethereum yellow paper, but there are sort of operations here about, S-load and S-store. And if you see like S-load refers to a computer term about loading data, and S-store refers to like storing data. So everything that you do on the blockchain here, it's kind of like a normal database where you have to have some, computer resources. The difference with Ethereum is when you're manipulating data, reading and writing from this database, you have to purchase Ethereum and you have to consume Ethereum as the resource. The latencies are like 15 seconds, like we know that, but the cost that you pay. So just again, those same transactions, you can see that, in order to execute these complex transactions, you have to pay some gas. All right. That was just a little bit of background on Ethereum and the transaction fees and the databasing. But let's talk about Airflow. Apache Airflow is an open source project. It's from the website, programmatically author, schedule, and monitor workflows. And workflows are authored using Python programming. So what ends up happening, I think people are familiar with some of the visuals from Apache Airflow, where you have sort of these different they call them directed acyclic graphs. But really what they are, they're just like discrete little Python scripts that have some, interface for input and interface for output. And then as a Python programmer, you can string these things together. This is not one that I created on the left side. This one on the right side is one that I created. And basically what's ended up happening here is it's 2 different wallets. And what we're doing is we're checking to see whether those wallets have received, first we're checking the balance of them. And then we're sending some ERC20 tokens. I had to actually edge this out. And then after the ERC20 tokens are sent, if you know anything about transacting on Ethereum, there's a latency where you kind of have to wait for the block to be confirmed. So that's what this step does. This final step here is basically just waiting. So they're going to wait until the transaction has been confirmed. And then at that point, it's going to say it's done. And this is going to happen for 2 wallets. So they'll both be run at the same time. So here's sort of that same workflow shown a little differently. One of the nice things about Apache Airflow is you author your code in Python, but it provides you with this nice visual interface for analyzing what's going on. You can see here at different times, there are different failures. It's very easy. If you imagine the alternative to some of this stuff is writing scripts and then running scripts on the command line or something, right? With that, it's very hard to then dig through logs, and a lot of, sort of like people getting started in this are still in that phase of their troubleshooting their automation system by digging through logs. But here you get very clear call outs. You can see the steps that it's failing, by the way, are the confirmations. So what is the most common failure is just a timeout. And what happens in a timeout is it just retries. So these are also added benefits of Apache Airflow, which is I think the rule here was if it hasn't confirmed within 5 blocks, then it will just retry it. It'll fail and say, sorry, we messed up, and it'll retry it. And on retry, it'll overwrite any pending transactions or whatever it is. So really robust system if you're talking about doing, automation on Ethereum, and you need, you have something scaling. So really quickly, I'll go through some of the core ideas of Apache Airflow. Really, it's just some terms you need to be familiar with. The first, of course, is DAG. We already sort of talked about this. DAGs, just to show you over here, are Python files. These Python files are basically, they have their own programming model. So you're kind of starting with a template and then you're expanding on it. But the DAGs are referred to as directed acyclic graphs, and they're just these things here. So that's at the high level. People, when they know Apache Airflow, a lot of them just know these directed acyclic graphs and the visuals that you see here. The next thing under the hood are operators, and this is where I started getting into some of the custom programming, right? So there is a standard set of operators for doing a pretty standard set of data pipelining activities, right? So if you go down the list here, you have bash operator, you have a Python operator, email, simple HTTP, MySQL, MS SQL, and then there's a special class of operators which are called sensors. And sensors can be for many things, but typically what a sensor is a subclass of operators that are designed to wait for a certain thing to happen. So they have some special interfaces for that. There's also a way to cross-communicate. Sorry if you hear a siren, but there's also a way to cross-communicate in the event that you have multiple operators running. You can send data from one to the other. So just to give a visual, so then let me explain hooks. So you have operators, which, as the name would suggest, perform specific discrete operations based on the Python code. And then you also have hooks. And hooks are designed to abstract out from the operator logic, the connection logic. So what hooks store, if you notice here, there's the traditional hooks. These are, kind of what I was doing before Ethereum, which is you have a hook, a little bit of custom code that's designed to interface with MySQL. It's configurable so that you can enter in database credentials very easily. And then you have the MySQL to Google Cloud Storage operator. And then you have on the other side of it, you have the Google Cloud Storage hook, and that hooks into the Google Cloud Storage APIs. And what happens inside the dark purple here is it's really just reading data from the database, writing it to a file locally using custom Python scripting that I have. And then what it's doing is afterwards, it's using the Google Cloud Storage hook to publish that to Google Cloud, publish that file to Google Cloud Storage. And then I'll give you, this is where we start getting into the things that I created custom. First is the Web3 hook. This is a general hook for, storing information about your wallet, storing information about a RPC connection to like Infura, or if you have a node running on your computer, it'll hook into that. And then in the middle, you have this Ethereum send ERC20 operator. As the name would suggest, it sends ERC20 tokens automatically. And then we also have the Ethereum wallet hook, which is hooking into the public-private key for this specific wallet. So the combination of all these things together help you create a kind of composable. You can see how they have, these are not necessarily data inflow, data outflow. That's not really how these are represented. Maybe it's a bad shape to use here. These are representative of tunnels to different external services, right? So this is a tunnel to MySQL. This is a little tunnel over to Google Cloud Storage, right? So these are sort of like access points or points of integration. The next idea is the idea of tasks and task instances. So a task is what once you have operators, each operator is implemented and becomes a task. So you configure the operator, you configure like what is the MySQL connection, what is the task it's doing, any parameters about it, like the ERC20 send operator that I created. Obviously the parameter is what token you want to send, right? So when you use that operator, it turns into a task based on what you configure it. You can say, I want it to send, 20 US dollar coins, 20 Tether. So yeah, once you initialize it, it gets parameterized. And then what ends up happening is every time you run the DAG, so the DAG is shown here vertically. So these green circles are the tasks that are in the DAG. And again, this is the example from earlier. So this is just the two wallets doing the send. So what you can see here is each DAG run is, each time this executes, you see the dates going by. Every time it executes is essentially recording the history. And these are referred to as task instances. So instances of a task. And one of the benefits of Apache Airflow is, like I said, it manages your task state very easily. A lot of people are still kind of churning through logs, right, to see really where did things fail. But here you get a nice, easy overview of, what's the current status. If it failed, where did it fail? And then you can, and also I think I have it on the next slide or the later slide. Oh, so right. So some of the nifty features, just a little bit of an enhancement is I just talked about this a lot, which is centralized monitoring, alerting, and logging. So you can configure the jobs. It's an improvement over cron. You can configure jobs to be set up automatically to email you, right? Those hooks that I was talking about earlier can also be used for sending emails. It also has integrations with Slack and Datadog. And so you can do all sorts of integrations with it. Very easy to monitor, very robust. And one of the things I have highlighted here is the retries, which I really like because, the idea would be that if something fails, like why not just in certain situations, you don't want to retry it, but why not retry it? These tasks are supposed to be designed to be like atomic. They either finish or don't finish. The idea is, not if something fails halfway through, it should be designed in a way where that's going to be fine. And that's, when you're sending money on the internet, it's not always the case. I've had situations where things have been retried and extra money has been spent or sent. And that's a problem. So like I said, this is a real world log that I got from one of mine. Basically what it says here is that, it's get miner payments. Really what this is doing is this is just moving data from one location to another. And you can see like this is the log that you get for this specific, you get it for this specific task run of this specific task. So you can really easily drill down into what failed. And then you don't even need to go scrolling through the logs. All right, so in the last couple of minutes I'll do a brief example just to throw some code. This is the thing from earlier, which is the send operator. And basically just to show you a little bit of code. At the highest of level, this is what the Python code looks like for doing this. You see I've like shrunk up all the properties so that you can't really see what's in there, but you just combine this code together. The main code exists in these Python projects. So for example, here's like the check balance code. People who are familiar with Web3 and Python probably recognize what this is doing. It's really not terribly complicated. Not sure why I don't use scientific notation there and instead opt to put down all those zeros. Seems like a bad idea. And then, yeah, one of the cool things is you just can pass along the balance. I'm not going to when I originally presented this ApacheCon, I kind of went really deep into it. I'm kind of just going to jump through and show some things. Again, here's one of the custom operators. Let's look at the Ethereum wallet hook. So the Ethereum wallet hook, really actually super basic. Something worth highlighting, which is it's naturally set up to store encrypted information. So for example, Apache Airflow is naturally set up so that you can use a password field and you could be sure that that password's being stored in the database securely. So it makes it really easy for adding wallet hooks. If you see, the only thing we need is we're basically the connections that are set up in here have a login and a password. But when you're using an Ethereum wallet, what you really want is you want the public address and the private key. You don't necessarily want that other stuff. And then on the Web3 hook side, very similar looking thing. With the connection manager, you can put all this JSON data in the extras. And then what you can do is you can use some, Apache Airflow code to just pull those extras out, and you can set up your clients so that when you use this hook, the clients are available to you very easily. And then the send operator, this is a little too much, but basically there's just some code in here to sign in and execute send transfer transactions. So yeah, normally I walk through it. And then the confirmation sensor, again, is just like checking that it's been confirmed, checking that we have more confirmations than we configured. And then the last thing would be relevant alternatives, which is there's a whole list of relative alternatives. Apache is not a data streaming solution. It's a data transactioning solution, which is why I think it works incredibly well for the blockchain where everything is already transactional. Yeah, so originally this was somewhere else, but thank you. I hope everyone enjoyed this this talk. And I guess I'll either take questions or whatever we want to do next. Should I stop my screen share?
All right. Were we able to cover the whole presentation?
Yeah, I got through it. Yeah.
Okay, good. I want to make sure you had plenty of time. If you need more time, that's no trouble at all.
Cool. Yeah, no, thanks.
Okay, beautiful.
You guys
Well,
saw
ran
my
this right on
screen,
time.
right? I wasn't just talking.
No, everybody's watching. No, we're good. And that was a great presentation, by the way. Super thorough and information I think people need to know.
Cool.
And that's what we're trying to do is inform and empower here. So super important. Thank you so much for making time to be on with us, Mike. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Before we let you go, did you want to let people know how to get a hold of you? Did we do that? Are you?
Yeah, I mean, Twitter's probably the best way to get a hold of me. I also use LinkedIn as well. So yeah, you can find me. I'm Mike Genn on both platforms at Mike Genn. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Well, great presentation. Thank you so much for making the time today. I really appreciate it.
Yep.
And I know the people appreciate it. I don't think we have any questions in the chat room, so I think I'll let you go for now.
Cool.
But
Yeah.
really appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. It was a pleasure to be here.
All right. Have a great rest of your day. We'll talk soon.
Take care, guys.
Thanks. All right. We are doing it live, people. We are doing it live. I'm just checking the broadcast here, making sure everything's looking good. And it does look good. And we're having a great day too here at the Crypto Mindset Reset. Again, I want to remind you, if you're watching on Rumble, definitely give Rice TVX a follow. The channel's growing. He's doing amazing work. You can also find him on YouTube, Rice TVX. So be sure to check him out there and all the different platforms, ricetvx.com. We've got more amazing speakers coming up. The rest of the day is just packed with incredible speakers. So stay tuned for Musashi from MetaGang and so many other great speakers coming up. We've got Danny Sessions from broadcast that he's been doing for a while, and so he's on the road, but we're hoping to connect with him pretty soon. And just some great stuff coming up here the rest of the day. So super packed. Next we have I believe Kaylin from NFTV1. Hey Kaylin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Kaylin's been he was on our previous summit, and he's been a great supporter of us for a long time. He's working on several different projects. I know you think you have like 3 projects in the works, and you're excited to share that. What I'll do is I'll just let you introduce yourself, tell people who you are, and tell people about your projects. I'll let you take the mic from here.
Okay, cool. My name is Kaylin. Kaylin Gaston Smith. I'm from Rochester, New York. I'm based in LA. I'm a filmmaker. I'm an artist, musician. Go by Kid G's. I've been in crypto since 2018, and basically I'm working on a project called NFTV1. That's my main project. It's gonna be like a Web3 Netflix. So I see it as a video platform where people who sign up with a crypto wallet tune into content that's going to be short films, music videos, and indie features, and then they get the chance to earn NFT airdrop rewards. And on the content creator side, they're on NFT1 coin, which would be my own utility token on the platform. So that's my main project in terms of Web3, but I'm also working on something called Dripverse, which is a fashion-based gaming NFT experience where I'll have brands be a part of something called Drip League, where their outfits will be, in a sense, power-ups for avatar in the Dripverse. So you will have an avatar in the Dripverse, and then based off certain outfits that you buy, there'll be NFT power-ups that you can use for your avatar. So when you walk walk out in public, it's an automated battle, but you can play that battle back, offline. So you say, you walk up against somebody who's in Dripverse because they're wearing a Gucci, outfit, but that Gucci outfit, has them have a power up, and you have a Supreme outfit in a sense. You guys will go in a battle, that'll be automated, but you can go fight that battle after the fact. So that's Dripverse. And then also I have a project called Mural, which is a Web3 wallet, which I see as being like equivalent to Cash App in a sense, where Cash App is nothing more than escrow in a sense, where it's like an offline, you know, holding of, you know, your money. But you can nowadays go from Cash App to Bitcoin. But why not Cash App to Ethereum? Have it like, you know, a decentralized exchange of altcoins in a sense, and the ability to hold NFTs, and an ability to have a social media feed similar to Venmo, where you can post NFTs you just received, or you can post NFTs you sent. You can post transactions all in the same app. So that's another project that I'm working on.
All right. Well, definitely keep it going. Is there anything people need to know about these different projects? Tell them what you think.
Yeah. Well, if I can share the screen, I'll
Yeah.
go to NFTV1. How do I share the screen? Share the screen with others. Are you guys seeing my screen or no? Hello?
Yeah, we're here. We're just coordinating on the back end here.
Okay.
And getting ready for the next speakers that are coming up. Everyone's excited to be on. So if you want to just wrap up or just kind of give your last little words or whatever you think you need to say.
Yeah, I was just
let's go ahead and get that part done so we can.
I was just gonna share my screen because.
Okay, I can't share your screen on this end.
Okay.
So if there's a way for you to just click screen share or something on there, there may be. I don't know how to do it on this end. But if you can't share the screen, maybe you just want to describe it with words and tell people what you're doing.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was just going to share the visual. But it's okay.
So without the visuals right now, is there anything you want to tell the people?
I mean, no, I mean, that was just, you know, a general gist of what I, you know, needed to say. I was just going to show the visual of the
All right. Well, people
graphic.
need to see it. People need to see it. Is there a way that they can get a hold of you, or a way they can find it on the web?
Well, you can find it on Twitter, NFTV1.
Okay, so
you know, at twitter.com/NFTV1.
NFTV1. Okay, beautiful. So everyone go over to Twitter. Make sure to follow Kaylin G. Smith, filmmaker out of LA, doing big things with NFTV1 on Twitter, and then anything else you kind of want to cover while we got you on the line? We're happy to have you here.
Okay. No, I'm good.
We covered it. Okay, as long as we covered it all. I want to make sure.
Yeah.
We got plenty of time. No stress, no pressure. Nice and casual. I think we covered it all. If Bogey's in the back, I know Co is in the orange room with our next guest, Danny Sessoms. He's got some amazing things to say. Absolute crypto veteran. So we're going to bring him up here in just a minute. But Kaylin, thank you so much for joining us today. I really hope. Oh, I had tape over my camera. Oh, it doesn't even look like my camera's on. Okay, hopefully everyone can see me. And we'll let you go for now.
All right.
And looks like Bogey's good. It looks like we're back on track. Kaylin, I really appreciate you making time to be here today. If you want to join us later in the summit, we got more big things happening, so we'd love to see you again.
Thanks.
All right, Bogey, you feeling good in the control room there? Give me a thumbs up. I don't know if we're even online. Okay, I think we are looking good. We are live. Big things happening. I don't know if Bogey can hear me or not, but little production issue. That's okay. If we want to go ahead and bring on our next guest, Bogey.
Oh, okay. My mic wasn't working. Okay, so I guess this is still backstage. I'm just gonna go double check. He was frozen for a hot minute, but he looks good now. Just give me
Okay,
one.
good. Yeah, he's traveling. So this next presentation will be very unique.
Sweet. I love it. I love it. Right. I'll be back in 1 second.
All right. In the meantime, guys, if you're
Judy Spike.
watching, I just want to remind you, you're watching the Crypto Mindset Reset Virtual Summit. This is our second virtual summit. This is day 2. And we're working hard to bring you the best content that we can. We're working hard to bring you the best people in crypto and the best projects in crypto.
Yo,
it's really,
what's good? Are you ready to transfer, my bro? How you doing, sir? Nice
really
to meet
important
you.
for us to
Lovely to meet you,
to
sir.
keep moving forward and
My
find ways
dude.
that technology
Sweet. All right.
can
I'll see you
better
in the
your
next room, my
life.
dude. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you.
Looks like we're gonna bring in our next guest any minute now. So super excited about that. In the meantime, definitely want to remind you to check us out on other social medias. So we are on Twitter. You can find me at Groove Dude LV on Twitter. And it looks like we do have Danny up. Thank you so much for making time. Danny, I know you're traveling, so I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Well, Danny, I know you have an extensive background in crypto, and I'd love to hear more about that. If you want to introduce yourself, and then maybe go into some of the points you wanted to talk about, and we'll be listening intently.
Okay. Yeah, so I joined the crypto show in 2013, and we first broadcast in 2014, right after the first Texas Bitcoin conference. So I've been working with a lot of different projects since then, Dash being one of them. We did a lot of promotions with Dash that did charity work and stuff all around the U.S. and Mexico, and that worked so well that I just kept going with that. And I still do the crypto show randomly, and currently the thing that I do most is I program the crypto stage for Anarchapulco, and work on different things in Acapulco, working with orphanages, and we're building gardens and all kinds of stuff, and working with another project that is indigenous currency in Mexico. It's paper. It's called Tumen, and so several groups of people in Mexico decided that they didn't like government money, so they decided to make their own. And so it's this paper currency called Tumen. When I found out about it, I went down there, got me some Tumen, found out who was in charge, and asked them why they weren't digital. So he says, we don't know how. So, and the project I'm working with currently is Hush, which creates, they have a platform to create your own ZK blockchain. It's called Hush Smart Chains. So I offered them up a chain for themselves to create a digital Tumen, and that's one of the things I'm working on right now. So super excited to actually do something real world with crypto instead of, JPEGs and whatever, which I'm sure they have their uses, but to actually accommodate these guys in Mexico and create, money that they are using, that they have been using for 12 years, and we're, bridging that digital gap for them. I'm really excited to be part of that. In doing that, so when I joined Hush to help promote Hush, I wanted to build a chain myself, a privacy chain. So what we did was we changed the algorithm from Equihash to RandomX, and we started a ZK chain called DragonX. And with this, RandomX, it's a CPU mineable ZK fork, which to my knowledge, it's the only one out there that you can actually do this with. And that's the technology that we're offering up to Tumen. So if you wanted to create your own ZK chain, go to hush.is and check out Hush Smart Chains there, and you can spin up your own chain using either the Equihash technology or the RandomX technology. We've got some other ideas with another hashing power that only uses RAM. Hopefully that'll play out too. But, I'm in all kinds of stuff all the time, and I'm just constantly traveling and doing activism with crypto. It's nonstop with me on this stuff. Another thing that we're doing down in Mexico is there is a city that decided they wanted to get involved in crypto. So the Restaurant Association is approaching all the businesses in this little town, and we're getting them on Bitcoin. So we're trying to recreate Bitcoin Beach in Mexico in a little town called Bonfil, where we have Anarchapulco every year.
So hey, speaking of Mexico, will you be attending Monerotopia in Mexico City in beginning of May?
Yes, I'll be flying. I'm flying out from Las Vegas. So I guess you have another event there a couple of days before that. I think I'm going to be joining you guys there for that.
Okay.
Nathan told me about that. So hopefully I can get to come and join you guys and be part of it.
Man, you are all over the world and in different countries and everywhere. My goodness.
Yeah. I'm traveling on this right here.
That's your rig? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm down in Quartzsite right now. I'm going to camp out for a few days here and then,
wow,
work my way back to Vegas.
Man, take me with you, bro. I want to be there.
I love the freedom. Normally I'm traveling in RVs, but I just finished up a 6-month trip in Mexico on the motorcycle, and I went to, just about every state in Mexico. In fact, in January, I just so happened to be in Sinaloa when they captured El Chapo's son, and that was pretty crazy. I mean, I put it on YouTube. I was traveling through Sinaloa, just filming all the burning trucks and everything. So I do a travel channel as well. It's called ANRV Adventure. The short title for it is ANRV Moto. And, all the motorcycle rides and everything are there. But, all the stuff that we've done with Tumen and, I just kind of cross that, cross section, all this stuff. It's meant to be a kind of a mainstream reach where I'm just traveling on a motorcycle. And then I just throw in little nuggets of fuck the government here and there.
That's right.
and we'll use the examples of what's going on. And, so I just drop little nuggets trying to reach the normies out there and create the ideas of, hey, you know what? These guys aren't doing such a great job.
How about it? I think it comes down to that belief in authority. And when you stop believing in the government's authority, they just don't have it anymore, and it's over. It's just it's a belief. And when enough people walk away, that's when they collapse. That's
right.
That's when it's over.
Yeah.
That's what we're hoping.
Yeah, the old dive-in board hanging off the cliff, right? When everybody steps off the board falls.
That's right. That's right. And we were talking about it earlier today. People don't realize their own power. I think from a young age, you're kind of taught to think, well, you're not a powerful, being. You have to have some authority. And at the end of the day, you're the ultimate authority. You're the arbitrator of your destiny. So, why let anybody get in between that? And boy, you're really living the life out there. You're living it. So
yeah.
I can only hope to have that level of freedom at some point in my life as well.
Well, the best way to start is have no debt.
Yeah.
Become debt free, and then it's a whole lot cheaper to do whatever you want.
Absolutely.
Oh, question.
Go for it.
Question. What does the star? What do the stars look like? Out there. Because there's not like much light pollution and such. Like.
Oh, here they're pretty. Yeah, in Quartzsite, they're pretty bright because there's not that much pollution. We're far enough from Vegas and Phoenix to not have too much pollution. But there's some places down in Mexico it's like being on a cruise ship. So.
Yeah, I believe it. The stars are beautiful. When I take these long drives, I always make time to pull over I like my nighttime drives because you can see the stars, and it's something that the human being. It's almost like being without the sun. Like without the stars, you feel equally as distraught sometimes.
Yeah.
And the light pollution really is a major issue. It's not
Yeah.
just with
Sure.
astronomers, but it's with everyone. And so
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely encourage everyone to take time to look at the sky and check out the
Right.
stars. Great question, Bogey.
Yeah.
You coming through.
Thank you,
So
man. Thank you.
so you're you're with kind of supporting Hushcoin now, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm the marketing guy for Hush, and I'm just trying to get Hush smart chains out there. And of course, the coin that I spun up off of there is called Dragon X. No pre-mine, no dev tax. I mean, I had to buy my own coins. I think I mined 12 coins on my laptop so far from a hotel room. So I've had to buy all my own coins. It's the fairest launch that I've seen in quite some time. I'm sure Bitcoin, Monero were quite fair, but I mean, the other guys have way more stuff than I do. I have to buy it from them. I just wanted to release something that was, fair, that people could mine with a CPU and have, Z to Z, like this, if you're thinking about Pirate Chain where you have Z to Z transactions, that's what we have with Hush and Dragon X. It's Z to Z. We don't play nice with KYC. We're on Safe Trade right now, trading at, I don't know, a couple of cents for Dragon X, and I think it's about 5 cents for Hush. And we're going to be pairing with Monero and Darrow soon. Currently, Dragon X is only paired with Hush. It was kind of a respect to the Hush team for doing so much work on Dragon X. But I really feel like we should avoid pairing with Bitcoin or USDT or any of the transparency coins. I'm going to try to keep this project as private as possible. Just by standards anyway. I mean, sure, it is a centralized exchange that we're on, but I think it means something not to play nice with transparent coins. So
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And so I know you might have mentioned this a few minutes ago, but just for the sake of repeating, where can people learn more about Hushcoin and what you're doing there?
Hush.is is the website. Hush.is, and the saying over there is Hush is privacy. And Dragon X is dragonx.is. You can find our explorers over there. The GUI wallet's ready to go. You can download the GUI wallet and mine directly from the wallet. It's pretty simple stuff. The Light wallet should be up any day now, and then after that, we're looking at getting the Android wallet going. Hush does have an Android wallet as well, and it is an APK. It is not on Google Play, and we have no plans of being on any Play Store or anything like that, because the apps, like the wallet apps, if you're not grandfathered in, Google and Apple can backdoor your apps to your wallet. So if you're loading a wallet that's came from the Play Store and it's one of the newer wallets, they can backdoor you. You can ask Paul from Edge about that. I asked him when he was at Anarchapulco about this, and he said the apps that are grandfathered in are still able to hold their own keys, but any of the newer apps that entered into Google Play Store have to actually turn over the key to Google.
Man, that is news to me. I had no idea it was like that. When you're talking about privacy, you're definitely talking my language. And you may have heard me say this before, but it's worth repeating. I firmly believe that privacy is an important part of freedom, and freedom is an important part of progress and innovation. And when you limit privacy, you're limiting freedom, you're limiting progress. And that's kind of what the so-called powers that be want to do. It's so strange to me. They're limiting innovation. They're limiting progress. But that's probably so they can keep more for themselves. And so Yeah,
Yeah, with like the Restrict Act and all these other,
right.
all these other things going on right now, they're coming for you. They're coming for you. So I think privacy coins are gonna do well this time around. I think it'll be all AI and privacy.
You know what? It's hard to disagree with that. It's hard to disagree with that. And privacy is real important. And I think some people misinterpret that as, oh, you must be doing something wrong. But no, you probably close your blinds at home. So let's be honest. Just because you're not doing anything wrong, you still deserve privacy. And so it's super important. And gosh, I know you're doing big things. So your next stop hopefully is here in Vegas in May. We'll look forward to seeing you in person for our Security Mindset Reset workshop that we're doing. But before I let you go, was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Anything important, or maybe just let people know where they can find you?
Yeah, you can find me. Well, I'm on Telegram go to dragonx.is and click on the Telegram, and I'm in the Telegram in there as Dan Axton. Anarchapulco, I'm in the pages of Anarchapulco as well. I help to, structure the crypto stage, or I'm the one that gets all the speakers for the crypto stage. So if you know any good speakers for next February, get a hold of me. I'm still, going through that and figuring out who all we're going to have speak next year. Hopefully more privacy people. The Crypto Vigilante does pick some of those speakers, but we are a separate entity actually from the Crypto Vigilante. So people will say that we are the same, but we're actually not. We do have independent choice from them. So
amazing. So okay, so that's a lot of information for people to take in. I hope you're taking notes out there. And then one last thing. I completely forgot what I was going to say. So as long as we got you covered, definitely, I'm not taking enough notes. Definitely check out hush.is and dragonx.is and get into the world of privacy, because this is a burgeoning field, a growing industry, and I know that we're going to do a lot of big things. Danny, thank you so much for your time. I really, really appreciate it. You're an amazing human. I hope you have a great night out there. I remember what I was going to ask you. How is the weather in February at Anarchapulco? Tell me. I need to know.
It's like July, and well, it's very warm. It's upper 90s. Yes. So.
Hey. That's good. I love it, man. You're talking my language. Okay, well, maybe hopefully I'll see you in Mexico. I'm making my plans right now. I'm making my plans.
Are you coming to Monerotopia?
I wish I could. I would love to be there.
That's Mexico City, so that's about the same height as Denver, so the temperature should be great.
Oh man. Yeah, if there's anything I can do to be there, I will. And if anybody's watching and wants to join, go to monerotopia.com, check them out. And Danny, again, I really, really appreciate your time. I hope you have a great night out there and a great ride. And I can't wait to see you in May.
Awesome. We'll see you later, man.
Thanks, bud. Take care.
Peace.
Peace, bro. I just want to say Monerotopia. Just wow. What a name. That's wow.
Yeah, they're pretty cool guys, man.
Good people.
Yeah, the coffee project's pretty interesting too. The
Gravitas.
Gratuitous.
Yeah, Gratuitous.
Yeah. That's what it is. Pretty cool stuff. Good coffee too. I've got some.
Yeah, well, they roast their own. I mean, that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
I love it.
Awesome.
Okay, so shouts out to Monerotopia. Those are our people. Thank you so much again for joining us. And I'm curious to see if Cordal, if we can transact on Monero. So we have Jason from Cordal coming up here, and we're going to find out a lot of information about Cordal. I'm really excited about it. And thank you again for joining us.
Awesome.
So thanks, Danny, again. Really appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of the broadcast. Croatic.
Poetic.
Jeez Louise. It's a problem now. I gotta do I gotta write it on the board like 100 times. Okay, we got you. Thank you again for joining us today. I'm so excited about Cordal, and if people watching don't know, just watch our replays, watch our summit from December, watch our summit from yesterday, and you'll see there's a ton of Cordal in there. And there's a reason for that, because this is a really high quality project that has the kind of origins that you really look for, in the right crypto ethos, the right kind of principles. And I know Jason can speak for himself. So we want to bring you on one more time. Absolutely incredible for you making time. Thank you so much. So tell people that haven't heard about you or don't know anything about Cordal, let them know what it is, and then I'll let you just go ahead and take the mic from there.
Yeah, sounds good. So what I wanted to do today is, since I've done a lot of talking about Cordal, people can kind of watch the older recordings and see that. I'll give a little brief overview again, but what I wanted to do is kind of show it. And I also wanted to give people a really good idea as far as like how to get started, because I think that we've done a lot of talking, which is good too. But seeing it is another thing. And this weekend, if we can get it done in time, which I think we will be able to, we're looking to push QApps live this weekend, which means that we will be able to do social media, video hosting, all kinds of different things on top of Cordal, merchants, marketplaces, everything, right? So, and what you were asking about Monero. So we could potentially build a Monero wallet, right? But right now, Monero does not have, to my knowledge, I know they were working on it a while back. I haven't really checked in to see if it's a thing yet, but the technology that's required to lock coins, essentially what equates to a P2SH script in Bitcoin and Bitcoin clones, they do not have that. So without that, we could not support Monero as far as trading goes. We could build a Monero wallet, and that would allow Monero to be utilized on marketplaces and so forth inside of Cordal. But we could not do trading with Monero at this point. So ultimately, all of these types of decisions are going to start taking place on the Cordal voting system, so that the community can actually present ideas, and then those ideas can be voted on, and then they can be implemented into the platform. So that's really how Cordal was meant to progress. And until this point, we have not had the voting system. So we've had to do like loose voting in other community areas and so forth, like Discord and Telegram, which is just not optimal. So now that we're close enough to having the voting system live, I have made the statement a few times that we're not going to be making any other big decisions like new coins that we support and things like that until after the voting system is live and we can do things in the true Cordal fashion, right? So we will be allowing proposals and so forth on the voting system to allow basically whatever you'd like to see happen on Cordal. You can write up a proposal, say, I would really like to see, basic Monero support until we can have, cross-chain trades and everything else, right? And we can vote on that, and then that could potentially be implemented into the platform. So it's literally a community-built, community-run project, and the voting system is a huge part of that. So that is going to be coming shortly after QApps. It's being worked on now. I believe there are only a few small things left before it can actually be built into the Cordal UI. So that is going to happen soon. So this is really this is how crypto was started, right? It was supposed to be not controlled by one single group. It was supposed to be, community run, community developed. And that is really the ethos that we took and ran with Cordal, right? We literally, the majority of the developers right now that are in the developer group are community. They came after the project was launched. They were not part of the original team or whatever. I don't even like to call it really a team. It was more like I just tried to find like-minded people to help put this thing together, right? So, and that's how we're going to continue. New developers, if you're listening and you like the idea of decentralized things, please come join our community. And this is what I wanted to talk about mostly today, right? So Cordal is, again, an infrastructure replacement. So it's literally built to replace the need for the internet and all centralized things tied to it, all of the applications built on top of that, and trading, economic systems, everything, right? So it's literally a replacement for all digital things. So what you use your computer for on a regular basis, everything you use can be rebuilt on top of Cordal's infrastructure, which would then make it decentralized, distributed, unable to be hacked in the traditional sense, unable to be down and unavailable in the traditional sense, right? So what I want to do today is actually give people a visual representation, show them what the Cordal UI currently looks like, and explain what's going to be taking place this weekend with the updates that we have planned. Also, some of the stuff that already exists, right? So people can see what is possible now, and also how to, get this set up and so forth. So on this computer that I'm using right now, this is actually a Mac, which I am not a Mac person, but this was given to me so that I could demo things on a Mac and show people how to set things up on Mac. So it's going to be a little bit of a different process for each operating system, but I will give you a very simple, straightforward how to do this, and then where to go if you have any questions and so forth, right? So I'm going to share my screen, and I have no choice but to share the entire screen. So you're going to get to see the whole Mac toolbar and all the fun stuff. So now hopefully my screen is being shared now. And so what I'll do first, right, is so Cordal.org is our main internet presence, right? So this is where you go to find links to our Telegram, which is up here, Discord up here, our YouTube channel, and so forth. Soon enough, we won't really need any of these things because all of this will be built on top of Cordal and accessible like this through a gateway node. So this is my public gateway that I set up. A public gateway is what I define as a gateway that allows you to access any registered name on Cordal, right? So I registered a name called QDN Benefits, spelled just like I typed it here, right? So if I go to cordal.link/QDN Benefits with the hyphen and everything just like that, that's how it's registered, it will take me to the website that is actually hosted on top of Cordal. Now, this website is using only a gateway node, right? So everything else, and I'll show you this too, is accessible from within the Cordal UI, which means there's no need to access anything on the internet at all. Now, if you're using a gateway, the whole point of a gateway is to have a gateway from the internet to QDN, right? So this website is actually hosted on top of Cordal, just to give you an idea of what a website can look like on top of Cordal. It's literally identical to what a website can look like anywhere else, right? So I've got here some comparisons and some differences as far as what the benefits are to using QDN to host your application or website, right? So go to Cordal.org, click the join button here, and you've got links to, so your Windows guide. This will explain exactly how to do the installation for Windows. It's quite straightforward. And after this weekend, there are going to be many, many improvements, right? So we are going to be restructuring this page because you're no longer going to need 2 installations to have the Cordal Core, which is this little icon up here at the top of the screen that's running in the background. That is the Cordal Core that keeps you synchronized with the chain, allows you to mint, keeps you able to communicate with everything on the chain, right? That is right now a separate installation. So you have the Cordal Core installer and the Cordal UI installer. After this weekend, we will have only the Cordal UI installer up here. You'll be able to still install them separately if you'd like to, but you won't need to. You'll be able to install simply just the Cordal UI, which is literally one single normal Windows installer, or on Mac, it is a DMG. So you just mount that DMG and literally drag and drop to your applications folder. Like all Mac users should be familiar with this process to install applications. Really straightforward. You'll have that one single install, then you'll end up with this application here. This is the Quartal UI. Now, after this weekend, this Quartal UI, if it does not detect that the core is running, it will look for the core to see if it's installed. If it's not installed, it will come up with a message that says, would you like to install the Quartal core? You say yes, it handles everything for you. We made sure that it does not need super user rights. It does not need to modify anything on the system level. It will literally just work, right? So we've got all that configured for Windows, Linux, and Mac. So now you'll only have to install one single application and it will handle everything for you from there. Now, I want to demonstrate. So first, I'll just show the account creation process because it's quite straightforward. So most crypto projects have the seed phrase, right? And we have the ability to do the same thing. But what we do instead is not show the user the seed phrase by default. If you'd like to see that, you can click this here and it will show you the seed phrase. And you can, document it however you normally would with any other seed phrase that you have. But we are of the opinion that showing the seed phrase is just another potential security risk, right? So what we do instead is we don't do that. And you can go ahead and just click next here. This right here is your display name. So you will put in the display name. So you'll say my happy wallet or whatever, right? Like whatever you want to call it. This is a name that you only see. Only the person on this local machine will see this name. This password here is the encryption password for the account file that you're going to create, right? Now, so this is not dealing with anything like servers or traditional internet nonsense, right? This is all just on your computer. So you're creating a password here. You'll create that twice just to verify it. And if you click save in this browser, now the Quartal UI is essentially a browser, so we use that same terminology, but you can access the Quartal UI in browsers too, right? So it just uses that, but you can click that and that will save this account in this UI for you so that when you click login next time, it'll be My Happy Wallet. You can click it, put your password in, very straightforward. So you create this, put the display name that you want so you remember which account this is, because you can create as many accounts on Quartal as you like for different things, right? So I have one for my company, I have one for my personal, I have one for, all kinds of different individual use cases. You can have as many as you like, right? So create that, you click create account, it will go to the next phase. Now what this is it'll pop up the save of a backup file for you. The default location will be the downloads folder on any machine. So this will be the same on Linux, Windows, Mac. You can, rename this file if you'd like to. By default, it just says Quartal backup and it gives you the actual account address. So you can just save that in the default location. Then you're going to want to make sure that you go to that file that you saved. And you're going to want to, so I have a bunch in here. I don't know which one the newest one is, but you're going to want to copy this and you're going to want to put it on a couple different places like a flash drive or whatever. You can even take this and throw it on even like a cloud storage provider because it's encrypted. So there's nothing that they can do with it. Even if someone gets a hold of this file, it's not a big deal. You just want to make a bunch of copies of this, right? So just in case something happens with this computer, which is the only place that it currently is right now, unless you do that, you don't want to have any issues, right? You don't want to lock yourself out of your account. So once you've done that, you save that file and you can go ahead and click continue. And that's it. Now you're into your new Quartal account, right? So what I wanted to show you is the same website that I accessed through the gateway. And after this weekend, this website's plugin over here is going to actually be under another submenu like this here, but it'll say QDN, and that just stands for the Quartal Data Network. And it'll have websites and also Q apps. So the application functionality is what we're going to be adding here this weekend, which is really exciting. So I am going to search for QDN because I went to the QDN benefits so you can see the name here. Now, if I click this, I have already downloaded this on this computer, so it's going to open instantly. Let me show you one that is not downloaded on this machine so you can see what it looks like to access a new site that you have not accessed on this machine before. So I have this community initiatives site here as well. So if you're accessing the site for the first time, it will do this. And this is actually going out to QDN, grabbing the files that it needs for this site, which are encrypted and chunked, grabbing them, getting them to your computer, decrypting them, building it so it can be displayed, and then it'll display it. So now we've got the other site that we've downloaded. So then once you've accessed it the first time, just like I did with the other one here, it will be instant from that point on, because now you're accessing this site from your own computer, right? So the same site I was showing you there through the gateway, which that was my public gateway, is now here through the Chortle UI. And if you're accessing it this way, you're not accessing through HTTP, you're accessing through the Chortle protocol. And this Chortle //website/QDN benefits is actually able to be taken, copied, and sent as a link through something like QChat in general chat. And once we've gotten this to the point where those links will actually display as links, you'll be able to send those links. People will be able to click them and go directly to that site. You'll also be able to go a step further, which you can't do at the moment, but we will be here very soon. And you'll be able to say, like, oh, I like this image here. You'll be able to link to that image directly. You'll also be able to link to things published on Qblog, like videos or a full blog post, whatever you like, right? So this is actually all done with no server, no DNS, nothing in between, right? So you're literally dealing with only other nodes on QDN, which is just the Chortle network overall. So when you install the Chortle software, you become a Chortle node. Your computer is turned into what is referred to as a node, right? It's just your computer with our software installed, right? Once you have done that, you now have access to everything on top of Chortle. All of the websites that have been published, all of the applications that have been published. If a new website gets published, it shows up in this list here, so you can literally go through and browse the websites. This search tool right here only searches the name and the metadata at the moment. We will obviously have more in-depth searching tools in the future. People will be able to build search engines as Q apps and things like that. I need to go over a few little details here. So you can see the block button right here. Now, this is something that people are always concerned, like what happens if, illegal content or whatever, right? So if that happens and you're aware of that on a name, you literally can just come here, click block, and that name will no longer ever be displayed to you. Anything under that name will never be seen on your node. You will not even process transactions from that name ever again, right? So you can completely isolate yourself from content that you find harmful and so forth. We are literally putting the power back into the hands of the people. You decide whether you want to have said data on your machine or not, right? Now, since all of the data on the back end is encrypted and chunked, until we did what we did here with these sites and actually clicked it and made it into a viewable thing. If you do not do that, even if you have your node set up to be what's called a data super node and it has all of the data on QDN, right? Even if you do that, you will not have any data on your machine that is viewable at all unless you have done this and actually clicked it to view it, which builds it. Then it's actually data that's usable data, right? And this goes into the data folder, and you can actually go and see this. So you can actually go to this site and you can see its source code and everything else, right? And as we get a little further along, we will also have a Git repo. So if you're familiar with github.com, that is a centralized Git repo storage place, right? So we will be able to replace that centralized GitHub storage or a Git storage place with a decentralized version of that. So developers developing open source things will be able to use QDN to store their Git repo, which will make it not only unable to be down or hacked or taken advantage of by Microsoft in whatever way, or blocked access to by Microsoft in whatever way, you will have more redundancy by default. And every new user that accesses your Git using Quartal, like I am here now, gives you yet another redundant copy, right? So it becomes a lot more secure. It's always accessible because, as we know, blockchains are 24/7. Same thing applies to QDN, right? So everything that's published on top of QDN, as long as there's at least one source for it, which by default there should be at least 10, because everything that's published goes to every data supernode, and I'm aware of at least 10 data supernodes that exist on the network right now. You will have multiple copies of anything that you publish by default, right? So it allows you to never have to worry about whether your code is going to have any sort of issues like get corrupted and disappear, or even if this computer that I use here to publish this on gets completely smashed by a hammer and is no longer able to be used at all, it doesn't matter. As long as I've got access to the account that has this name registered, I will have access to this data, right? I will be able to go in, even if I don't have the account, I can go and get the site's code myself from anywhere, even through a gateway node, right? Like, so it's a much better infrastructure. And that's what I'm mentioning here on this site. So you guys can take a look at the QDN benefits name, and you can do that even if you do not have a Quartal node running, which you should have one running. But if you don't, you can do that here, quartal.link/QDN benefits. You can see the exact site right here. And again, with this quartal.link domain being a public gateway, you can literally put in any registered name of Quartal that has a site on it, and you'll be able to access that here. Now, as we launch QApps, you'll be able to do the same thing to access QApps, except with one minor difference. It'll be /app, then /the name, and you'll be able to access a QApp in a similar fashion. So people can see, use, get an idea of what is Quartal and QDN without needing to run a node. But then when they decide that they do want to run a node, come here, grab just the UI as of this weekend, run that thing. It will set up everything else for you, and you've got a fully decentralized, distributed way to not only publish but view and disseminate all content that you would like, right? So we already can do things like, so I've got a demo here on my Croetic name that is a video, right? So this video is actually published on QDN right now, but with Qblog and Qtube, the two QApps that are coming, you'll be able to publish videos like this without having to build an entire website around them, with simply a blog post or a post with a video in it, right? So as you can see, Quartal has a lot of pieces to it, right? So we've got here wallets, and this is the default tab. When you create your account, you'll come to here. All of these wallets are controlled only by you. You can come to the settings up here and export the master private key for any of these wallets. So these are all your wallets. You control them. No one else does, right? So this means, yes, you have the responsibility of making sure that you take care of this account correctly, but it also means that no one can block you from using this. No one can stop you from anything that's involved with these accounts, right? Same thing goes with the trading here. And there are two pieces right now to the trading tab in the UI. The trade portal is the actual trade platform of Quartal. And this platform, again, everything on Quartal nothing in between. You're not dealing with any middleman. You're not dealing with any servers. You're not dealing with anything that could potentially go down. And in the trade portal, you can literally trade from one chain directly to another with no wrapping, nothing in between. Layer 1 to layer 1 cross-chain trades. So I think someone mentioned the other day that wasn't possible. And I was like, all right. I mean, yeah, but it is though. So yeah, Quartal, we have 6 foreign coins, is that we call them because it's not court, right? We have 6 supported foreign coins right now, which are Litecoin, Bitcoin, Dogecoin, Digibyte, Ravencoin, and Pirate Chain. Every single one of these has a trade pair with Court, right? So you can trade from any of these to Court, and then from Court back to any of the others. Now, there are a few slight differences. You can click this button here, and it will explain that this is a market to buy Court with LTC. Open market sells are Court sell orders. You can only buy one at a time. Click an order you wish to buy with LTC. It will populate the buy Court box with the details, then click buy. It is literally that simple. So all you have to do is get some Litecoin or whatever other coin that you want. Come to your wallets here, copy this address, send the Litecoin to this wallet, which means now you control it, right? So if you got it from an exchange, now you're taking it from the exchange. So if the exchange is illiquid or actually doesn't have all the coin that they say that they do, now you are saved from that. You now have your Litecoin in a wallet that you control, but guess what? You can still trade with it. Come over here, find the order that you like. So you have whatever amount of Litecoin. You say, I have over 3 Litecoin. I'd like to get this 812 Court right here for this. You click it, it populates this here. And if I had a balance of Litecoin, it would the buy button right here would come up green. Click that, and the rest is handled for you. Now, this is a bit of a slower process than what people are used to with centralized exchanges, but there's 0 risk. You cannot lose coin. The only potential outcomes of this are either the trade completes like it's supposed to, and you get the coin that you are trying to get, or it fails, in which case it refunds and you're not out anything, right? We have a few improvements that we're going to be making on this so that you'll be able to do more than one order at a time, and you won't have to wait for what's called change to confirm so that you can do another order, right? So that will be happening in the near future. But until then, what we have is called auto buy. Now, what this does is allow you to place an order that's essentially a buy order. You can type in the amount of Court that you'd like to buy. So say I want to buy 5,000 Court, right? It's telling me I don't have enough LTC, obviously, in this account. It's a demo account. I do not. But you could say I want to buy 5,000 Court, and I'm willing to pay up to 0.006 for that. And this is the total that it could potentially spend. You would issue that order, and it would sit here, and it would pick up those from the lowest. So it would grab this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, until it fills the amount that you want as close as possible, right? With the available orders that are there. And it does this all automatically. And you can, while this is taking place, and you can do this on every single market at the same time, one auto buy on each market at once. While this is going on, you can be like, oh, okay, I'm going to go over here to QChat and talk to my friends instead of sitting here and staring at the auto buy. You can also even take this and literally minimize so that it's running in the background, and it comes over here on the taskbar, and it can run in the background, and it'll be doing the auto buy for you. All you've got to do is leave the UI running, because the auto buy is a UI feature, right? This is something that is really, really cool, because before you literally had to click an order that you wanted, click buy, wait for about 8 minutes for it to fully complete and the change to confirm, then do another one, right? So this allows people to put in essentially a buy order that only they can see and will pick up as much cord as they want automatically, which is really cool. And when we get to a little bit further along with this, we'll be able to have on the trade portal a little checkbox right here with the orders, and you'll be able to just go click, 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 and check however many you want, click buy, and it'll buy them all for you. So that is where we're going to get to next with the trade portal. QChat is our messaging platform. Now, this is a global chat. The Quordle General Chat is a global chat that allows you to communicate with anyone on the Quordle network. There are a few caveats here regarding QChat because we've had already problems with spam and stuff like that, right? So we had someone who was spamming, but not only was he spamming, so we couldn't just do a simple thing like, you know, blocking that user. They were creating a new account with each message that they sent and filling the chat with nonsense. So we had to do something to prevent that, right? So the only thing that we could really do was implement our memory proof of work, which is used in minting. It's also used to allow you to publish data on QDN feeless, which means you don't have to pay anything to publish data on QDN, right? We use that to limit the speed at which a message can be sent if you have less than 4.2 quart in your wallet, right? So you don't have to actually use any of the quart to send messages, not even transaction fees, nothing. You just have to have 4.2 in your wallet in order for QChat messages to be sent instantly, right? QChat is going to be getting a lot of improvements as time goes on. We are currently working on what we call the QChat DB and protocol, which will allow you to keep these QChat messages as long as you like. At the moment, QChat uses unconfirmed transactions, which means these messages only last for 24 hours. So these are all messages within the last 2 hours that you're seeing right here, but the messages overall only last 24 hours. So if you go all the way back to the top and see all the messages, it's only going to be from the last day. Now, when we launched the QChat database and protocol, you'll be able to keep these messages as long as you like. We can already do, as you can see here with the attach button, we can do pictures, we can do files. All of that's possible now. And when we have the QChat database and protocol, QChat will literally become a full desktop messaging replacement, right? We also have a community developer by the name of Ido who is working on a mobile version of QChat. And he is working very hard on that. And we will potentially be seeing that in the very near future as well. So QChat is going to be a primary messaging platform for Quordle and for anybody else who wants to use it, right? You can go into the groups here and you can create a group with a single transaction fee. So there are some transactions on Quordle that require a fee and some that do not. Creating a group is one that requires a fee, but it requires a 0.001 quart fee, which is, you know, quite small. So you can come in here and you can create a group. This group can be either public or private. So you can say if you have a group of people that you would like to have a private conversation with and you would like that private conversation to continue, you can come in here and you can create a group. You can give it a name. As long as it's unique, it will work. You can give it a description if you like. You can call it public or private. If you want it to be private, you just set it that way. A group approval threshold and this kind of thing, you don't really have to worry about a lot right now because that is only utilized right now for the automatic updates on Quordle. But in the future, this will also be utilized for any other group. So this is something that's really cool, and it'll allow you to basically do what I like to call multi-signature on crack. So you can actually use a group and what's called group approval to issue certain transactions, right? So say you have a company and you only want data on your website to be updated if 50% of the people in your company's group agree. That's what group approval would be for. But I get a little bit sidetracked here. So you can create this group. You can create it. It's a public or private group. Once it is created, it will show up here in QChat as another group. So you'll be able to click that group and message in that group, whether it's public or private. If it's public, now obviously other people can join it. They'll be able to see it in the list of public groups that are available here, just like this. They'll be able to come here and click join, and they can jump into it. So if you want it to be private, just set it as private. The names, this is one of the main functions of Quartle. It's extremely important, and this is what ties along with the websites and all of the data that can be published on top of QDN, right? So names, if you come to name management, click register name, you'll see that for the price of 1.25 quarts, this is a one-time fee to register a name. You can register a name on Quartle. This name gives you both the displayed username that you see here, and it's also the same name that you use for websites like this. So QDN Benefits is a registered name. If that account were to come in and talk in QChat, it would talk as QDN Benefits. So it's literally the same registered name used for either a username or a namespace or a domain name on Quartle, right? So you can register a name. The name just has to be unique. You can put a .com in it if you want. You don't have to. You can literally have a random string of digits. You can also do things like emojis. You can register pretty much anything you can think of, right? As long as it's unique and it's not like, so if I have the name Croetic registered and someone else tried to register CR0 Croetic, that would not be possible. So the system is very smart. You have to have a unique name. Register that name for a one-time fee, 1.25 quarts. Once that name is registered, I'll give you an idea of what that looks like by logging into this display name account here that I have that I've actually registered a name on already. Whoops, and if I could type the password correctly, that'd be good. So it'll come up here. So I registered the name display name, which is funny because that's kind of, not exactly what it is because this is actually a registered name. But so you can see here, this account has a name, display name registered. The account that owns it, you can use the display name, registered name, to send to this account. So you can also use this to send coin. So what's really cool about all of this, right? So say the QDN Benefits name offers a service, right? If you wanted to contact the person who's running that service, you could send to the same name that you use as the domain name. And if the person is selling something, they can use that same name as the way to accept the payment, right? So it's a really, really multifunctional thing. Costs you one fee of 1.25 quart. From that point on, you do not pay anything. You can register that name one time, publish a website, or in the near future this weekend, a Q app for that one-time fee. You don't pay anything to publish the data, not even a transaction fee, and it's there indefinitely. So all of these websites that are currently on Quartle will be here forever unless the person who runs it and owns that name decides to modify it or remove it, right? So this is absolutely an incredible opportunity for anyone who wants to have a presence in the digital space. They can do this for basically free. 1.25 quart will cost you, 75 cents right now? You can get that one name, 75 cents, and publish a presence that will be there forever. It'll never be offline. It'll never have to be worried about being hacked. You'll never have to worry about managing servers. You won't have to pay for a server fee. You won't have to pay for a domain fee every year. All of that is out the window. You can just publish it, right? So I wanted to show this because I believe that it's very straightforward. It's simple to use. And we're going to keep adding more features for simplicity and keep adding more functionality, right? So when we launch Q Apps with this QDN here, it'll say QDN, you click that Q Apps, you'll be able to go into a Q app called Qblog and make a full blog post. This blog post will be able to have pictures, music, videos, a video player with the ability to dock the video in the corner, the music player with the ability to have a whole playlist and play that as you're browsing other things. Absolutely incredible, right? So any other developer too can come along, build a Q app, publish it. It'll show up just like this with the websites, but instead of just being able to click it to view it, it'll have a download button. You'll click that download button, it'll download, and then once it's there, open it, run it, you're good, right? This is the power of the platform, right? Like this is like the primary functionality of this platform. Anything you can think of can be built on top of it. Once we have that functionality this weekend, people will be able to put up their marketplaces. They'll be able to put up their merchant stores. They'll be able to put up all of the things that they can think of, right? We are also looking into ways to have a full database tied to the name and all kinds of other neat features that will be coming down the line. But yeah, this is Quartal, guys. I wanted to show this because I believe it's straightforward. And I think that anybody can really do this, especially after this weekend when you literally have on Mac one single drag and drop installation and that's it. Everything else takes care of itself. I mean, who can't do that, right? It's as simple as installing any other application, but you have all of this inside of it that doesn't exist anywhere else. All of these other crypto projects that have all of their things that are all over the place, in my opinion, just makes it difficult to use. It makes it difficult to know what actually exists and what doesn't. When we have it all here in one place, it makes it so straightforward, guys. I really think that if you have any interest in individual sovereignty, freedom, full control over your digital life, the lack of censorship ability, you should probably, at the very least, just check it out, right? That's all I ask from anyone. And that's it. If you come into QChat and you send your slow message at first because you have zero court, you say, "Hi, I'm new. Can someone please help me with, a little bit of court so I can chat more quickly or register a name or whatever, join a group?" People will help you. Our community is absolutely amazing. If you do not have, a desktop machine right now and you're just waiting until we have mobile support and things like that, that's fine too. Or you can go to Croetic.com, which is my company's website, and we build machines specifically for running Quartal. We have multiple options from the Cortector, which is a Raspberry Pi 4 based palm-sized node machine meant to be just a minter that runs in the corner, or a full desktop if you don't mind, not dealing with as quick of performance as a normal computer. Obviously, this is a 5-volt computer that is not going to run as quickly as this, i9 Mac here. But it's a full desktop machine, and it's also a fantastic minting device. This thing, I've had a couple of them running for, one of them ran for 2 years with only 1 restart and has been minting the entire time. Multiple people have been coming in lately saying the same thing, that it's super stable and great for that. We also have the rebuilt machines, which I'm now currently rebuilding laptops. I make them as secure as possible, get rid of the tracking nonsense in the BIOS, install Linux and customize it to make it look and feel like both Windows and Mac. So you can choose the environment that you like based on what you were used to before. And these are automated with Quartal installed. They will update themselves. Even if the auto updates on Quartal don't work for some reason, they'll make sure that it's always taken care of, right? So if you don't have a computer and you'd like to take advantage of this, you can come and grab one of these from us, or of course you can build it yourself. That's the whole idea behind open source things. And Croetic Hardware Development is a fully open source company as well. We only do things that we, can share with everyone, right? I have a full guide on exactly how I do the installation for these things for people who would like to do it themselves. We have all of the tools to build the Cortector or the Cortector KB, which is one based off the Pi 400. We have all the tools, the images, everything available to the public. So you can either buy one from us, or you can literally build one yourself. We even sell the case by itself. We also give out the 3D printer files if you would like to 3D print your own Cortector case, right? So I wanted to just go over this and show it so people can see how simple all of this is. They can see where they can go, what the site looks like, where the links are for the community, and so forth. And I think that's basically all I wanted to go over. If we have questions, we can do that, or I don't know. That's really all I had. I got a few minutes remaining, so
but don't, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I think hopefully the crowd can hear me too. Don't downplay what you just covered. I mean, that was a lot of information that you just covered. That's all you have, really? I mean,
yeah, a little bit, just that's it. Yeah.
No, you did great. You did great. I'm so excited about this presentation. I was doing some production stuff in the back end, so I didn't have a chance to catch the whole presentation. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the replay, because this is something, some hands-on stuff that I'm excited to share with people, and I'm excited to see myself. And so thank you so much for taking the time. I hope everyone out there was listening and taking notes. And if you missed some of the presentation, definitely go back. We'll have these available on Rumble. And the hardware aspect of it, I think, is so important. It's hard to trust, hardware. And many friends of mine have brought up in the past, we know who's making these ASICs, and we know they're coming out of China, and we know they love their back doors. And
you know what else? With those things in particular, right? So I used to be a fairly large miner, and so I'm very familiar with the mining hardware and so forth. I've got, like 6 L3s still running in my garage right now.
Wow.
But the problem is, right? So these things actually have a pool that they have to connect to, or they will not work. So if Bitmain really wanted to, they could make all of the machines stop working, which is right. There's supposed to be a way to decentralize, right? But they're all controlled by a single pool. It's ridiculous, man. So that's why the other thing, Bitcoin really kind of trended more towards centralization. And that's why we're like, okay, we have to have something that won't do that. And that's with Quartal's minting system. There is no monetary influence involved. So you can't buy power in any sort of way, right? You can only earn it by dedicating more time towards minting. So we actually get more decentralized as time goes on, right? And so I think that the way that we did everything and the reasons that we did it all from scratch and didn't clone an existing thing are all going to really start showing themselves to everyone as time goes on and more nonsense keeps happening in the space. So sorry, not to interrupt. I just wanted to point that out. Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right. And people need to hear this. This is the type of content that you're not going to get in most places. I know Rice is a big supporter, and we're happy to have him on board with Quartal. We know we have new nodes spinning up all the time for Quartal, and we love it, and there's a lot of support, and that's because of what you're doing. It's and to be honest with you, and I'm not trying to gas you up here, so don't get a big head off of this, but I look at you as like one of the founding fathers, that's, because you have that vision, right? So the founding fathers absolutely saw that, hey, there's going to be another king, or there's going to be another another, they're going to be a centralization of power. And they remarkably, I don't know why, but they tried to prevent that, which is amazing, which is what we need. And so having that from the origins, from the beginning of Cordal is such a huge thing. And people don't really realize. And I think you made a powerful statement with Bitcoin heading more towards centralization. It seems like that's human nature to some degree. And those safeguards need to be put in place, from the beginning, really. And it sounds like that's what you're doing. And I'm so excited to get a Cordal node spun up for myself. And I can't wait to watch the presentation. I think it's a great piece of education.
Yeah, after this weekend, man, it's going to be so simple. Literally one installation on anything. And on Linux, it's downloading one file, making it executable, running it. On Mac, downloading one file, drag and drop, installed. On Windows, one installer, done. Then from there, it takes care of the rest for you. So if anybody can't do this right now because there's 2 installations and you have to deal with the terminal on Mac and Linux right now, and it's a little bit of a pain, right? Everyone's going to be able to do it after this weekend. So I think that's going to be absolutely massive for the project.
So we actually talked about that yesterday as far as making the Rails as frictionless as possible for people, because not everybody is really highly technically minded, but people do want to be involved and people do want to help good projects, and so that's so important that you're doing that. And I think it's amazing. And you actually said a key word. I was triggered a little bit because seriously, because I'm such a big supporter of Linux. I've used it for over a decade. I love it. I run Linux Mint. It's my absolute favorite. There's other great distributions out there, but for people who are running Windows, I just want to say I'm sorry, and that should have never happened, and that's okay. But a lot of people believe that Windows 11 is really just the whole operating system is like malware at this point.
Yeah, it actually is. Yeah,
it really is. And so that's why I want to encourage people, look into Linux. Don't be afraid. This is something you can do on a thumb drive and just, boot off a thumb drive and try it out for a little bit, I mean, what the heck, and you'll find that it's
like I said,
easy.
I wrote a guide on how to set my machines up, and it mimics Windows like almost to the T. It's so similar, but it performs better and it doesn't have all the nonsense, right? So if you follow my guide, you can easily set up a Linux machine that looks and functions just like Windows. I'm also now including one that looks and functions very similar to Mac. So there's really no reason not to switch to something that's open source.
No, there really isn't. And one of the big advantages I found with Linux is there'll be a vulnerability that'll pop up, whether it's JavaScript or whatever the heck it is. And the guys at Linux, worldwide are on it, and they'll have a patch sometimes within hours. It's just incredible, where Windows will take you 6 months and you'll be vulnerable that whole 6 months. So, I really encourage people to look into Linux as a perfect operating system. It seems to operate really well, and I shoot them on Linux right now, so I can't beat it. And of course, your machines make it easy as well. So if someone wants to just hey, buy a laptop ready to go. And speaking of laptops, I helped a friend install Linux recently, and he was having battery issues with Windows, and he just couldn't keep the battery charged, and what a nightmare. And then he switched over to Linux, tons of battery, no problem. So there's just, there's so many solutions in there. And so, a lot of great things happening there with Cordal. I really appreciate you joining us so many times. You've given us so much time today, Jason. I really, really appreciate it. And so one last time, where can people find you? What's the best way to get a hold of you and join the community?
Yep. QORTAL.org. That's portal with a backwards P. QORTAL.org. You can get the links to our Telegram and Discord at the top corner, as I showed in the presentation earlier. And you can get in contact with me there. I'm really active on Telegram and Discord all the time. I accept PMs from anyone. So if you want to talk to me directly, great. If not, you can talk with the community, whatever, right? If you just want to lurk, that's also a thing, right? So yeah, just jump into any of our community locations. Yep.
Amazing. Great work on your end. This is going to go down in history. Let's keep getting some support over to Cordal. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and say goodbye to you, and we hope to see you again. We'll have our next summit in July, so I hope you're part of it. It's important.
Absolutely.
And we just love you, and have a great rest of your day, Jason. Thank you so much.
You too. Bye, guys.
Thanks. Take care. Okay, Colin, can you hear me? We sure can. Thank you so much for joining us today. Colin Cantrell, founder, creator, co-creator of Nexus, and really a crypto veteran. And so we're going to be talking about some different things. So maybe not too much about Nexus today, but really more about the original crypto ethos and kind of that kind of the most important elements that most important elements of crypto, which is the principled side of things, where we want to see just a more fair playing field, period. And so that was the origins, in my view, of the cypherpunks of old in the 80s and 90s, and that's where my heart is. And so there's so many great things I know that you're going to be able to share with the audience. Let's go ahead and start by introducing yourself.
Hold on a sec. We can't see guest on the screen. That's why I was like, wait. I just wanted to say that. But could you, Colin, could you just refresh real quick? I don't think the transfer fully went through. Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
hopefully Colin is refreshing now. Just checking the broadcast. Hopefully you guys can hear us at least. And and just
Technicals.
with technology, especially with emerging technology, you're going to have issues like this.
We have been churning pretty, pretty good. Like I don't know, in the past 48 hours. Oh, can you hear us? Hello? No. We just can't see you on the screen. Oh wait, hold on.
That's technology for you.
There we
And it had
go.
to happen right now, of course.
Yeah, bro, just give it a quick refresh, man. But we can hear you. We can hear you. We just can't see you. Yes. Can you hear us? I guess not. Interesting. That's so strange. This is the only guest today. I don't know. We're learning. We're in learning mode, guys.
Well, not only that, but this is new technology. It's emerging technology. We're going to have some speed bumps in the road, and we're going to get through it, and we're all going to make it. And this is something that's built to better your life. This is why we're here.
Yeah, I'm gonna refresh just in case. I'll be right back, Mike.
Let's do it. I'm going to check the broadcast while we're at it. Oh, okay. So I think I am still on, guys. If I'm still on, I hope you can hear me. I definitely appreciate you guys sticking with the technical difficulties, sticking with us here. While I have your attention, please go check out Rumble. Go check out Rice TVX on Rumble. If you're watching there now, go ahead and subscribe. Follow Rice TVX. Give us a thumbs up. It means the world to us. And there's so many great things in the world that we're trying to present. We're out here doing this out of the kindness of our hearts. We're looking to find ways that we can help make technology better our lives. And at the end of the day, there will be some hiccups, and that's okay. That's okay, because the benefit outweighs any kind of the issues we might run into. We do have some amazing speakers coming up, so stay tuned. Let me just double check here. Yep, we're still broadcasting, still waiting to see if we can get Colin to connect, and hopefully the gods are on our side. We will get him back on. We also have the tech shaman on our side, so there's nothing to be concerned about. We're having fun. It's a casual day, no frills, no stress. We're just here to present you the best information that we can. And this next talk, I think, is going to be very interesting. It's about 15 minutes long. Colin has some slides to show, and with any luck, he should be popping up on the screen any moment now. We're going to roll the dice. We're going to make good things happen. We're looking to inform and empower people. And so that's kind of been the central theme for today, is do not let anybody tell you that you're not a powerful human being. Don't let anybody tell you that anyone is better than you. We're all here. We're all working hard. We're all trying to see where we fit in, and what we can do to help each other. And so on that note, I highly recommend you take a look at some of our sponsors. Take a look at Cordal. Take a look at Edge Wallet. Take a look at some of the metaverse stuff that we're doing. We definitely have some incredible creators here, some incredible builders, people that are looking to better their lives, people that are looking for other people that want to better their lives, like myself. That's why we do this crypto mindset reset. We're trying to bring in a positive atmosphere. We're trying to bring in good people and good projects. And whenever we see that, we want to bring them on board. So I'll remind you guys after Colin speaks, if he's able to speak today, we will be bringing on Hani from Art Spark. He's going to do a workshop on stable diffusion. So we're really looking forward to that. I want to know more. I'm really interested in AI and to see where this whole thing is going. Throughout life, I've seen a ton of trends come and go, and you tend to wonder, what's a trend and what's here to stay. And a lot of people will said that the internet was a trend. A lot of people said, don't go on the internet. A lot of people said, hey, don't put your credit card on the internet. Forget it. Don't do it. It's not safe. And look at what's happening now. So thank you to everyone that worked hard to make the internet possible. The internet is already decentralized, guys. That's how it works. So, hey, if the internet goes down in another country, that doesn't affect the internet in other places. And so that's the power of decentralization. And you can see it in action every day whenever you use the internet. And so that's why we're big supporters there of decentralization, because we know that it works. And of course, building layers on top of that, absolutely important as well. I don't want to ramble too long because I know Colin's waiting in the wings. Let me check the chat and see where we are on that. Yeah, we're okay. We're doing a little bit of refreshing. That's always good. Unplug it, plug it back in. That's always a great solution whenever you can't figure out what's going wrong. But it could be internet connection issue. If that's the case, we do have our next speaker lined up, and we're looking forward to hearing from him. Hani from ArtSpark. That's artspark.io. Absolutely an amazing project, and I think it's going to be an amazing workshop coming up. So let's see how things play out. Kind of a little bit of a cliffhanger here. I'm going to go ahead and check the chat. If you guys are watching, please make sure to follow and subscribe. Always important to support people who actually care about the industry, care about you, and care about humanity in general. So that if you're watching now, just know that, we're not like other people. We're, we're your friends. We're here to help. And I hope that you join our community and follow us at the different social media channels. We have a Discord. So if you're interested in joining our Discord, you can go to vegascryptogroup.com, vegascryptogroup.com. We're working out the technical difficulties now. I'm not seeing an update here. Let me go ahead and refresh myself and see how things are going. In the meantime, we just have a confirmed speaker that just came through here. We're working on working with Baked Asparagus Smoke Club. If you guys aren't familiar with that, it's an organization out of Croatia, and they're a charitable organization that's helping wrongfully imprisoned cannabis users. And that's something we definitely need. I think most people in this country and really around the world understand that cannabis is just a plant that grows, and actually the human body has cannabinoid receptors. So for thousands of years we've used this plant for medicine and other purposes, and it's always difficult to see people be wrongfully imprisoned. And so it's nice to see that we have some support there. They are doing a unique NFT project, one of ones that are very inexpensive. And then they're also working on physical products as well, rolling papers and lighters and all kinds of great merch. And we're trying to introduce that out here in America. And we're happy to have them. So we're going to try to bring them on as soon as we can. In the meantime, it is worth mentioning that if you are a cannabis supporter, then you might be interested to know about a new metaverse called Cannaland, Cannaland. Cannaland is doing an NFT drop a special 420 NFT drop, and they're doing the first mint, I believe, today. And so we definitely want to support people who are doing the good work, and we think Canaland is going to be a great one. And so hopefully we'll have some more information on that coming up pretty soon. But don't be afraid to go check out Canaland on Twitter, and you'll get all the information there. In the meantime, I'm not sure if we've got, looks like we might have something coming up on the screen. This is quite a cliffhanger. Let's see if Colin's able to make it. Looks like Bogey's here. Don't be afraid to interrupt me, Bogey. You're an incredible producer.
Give you an update on what is happening, guys. We're having a couple technicals, network issues. You know how it goes. So, Mike, I don't know if you want to just, we'll just cut to a little break while we just figure things out. Do a little
Actually,
troubleshooting.
why don't we go
Or-
ahead and bring on Hani from ArtSpark?
Yeah. Okay.
If Hani's ready.
Sweet. Okay. Sweet. We'll get him straight in the red room then.
Oh, I love it. The red room, for those that don't know,
Sweet.
that's this room.
Yeah.
That's where
It's
we
you
are
guys.
now.
You guys.
That's
you
you guys.
Yeah. All right.
These
I'll be
virtual
right
summits
back,
are
bro.
so much fun to plan and be a part of. I've really enjoyed it, and what makes it special is that you guys are watching, that you're here. It's so important for you guys to be here and to take part in what we're doing. And so we'd love to hear your feedback. Please join the chat room. If you don't have anything to say, feel free to just say hi, say hello. We'd love to just say hello. We'd love to just hear from you. And it looks like we're working out the last bit of details. I think Hani's going to be ready. Super excited. I met Hani at ETH Denver. He's doing some amazing art with AI. And so we'll go ahead and bring him on board. My apologies to Colin. Hopefully we can make time for him coming up. It's important to hear from the crypto veterans, people who have been in the industry for a while and kind of can help lead the way. So I like to say new school, bringing back the old school, something like that. Hey, there's Hani. All right. What's up, brother?
Hey, how's it going?
Great. And how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Beautiful.
I'm excited for what we're gonna do some AI art, and it's still experimental. I'm gonna ask everyone to participate, and so it's kind of an experiment. So hopefully this goes well. But I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Amazing. Thank you so much for making time today. It really means the world to us to have you on board. We're
Thank
having
you
a
so
great
much.
time, casual, stress-free. If people need to follow along and people want to follow along, I think that's a great idea. We really want people to leave with actionable, knowledge that they can apply. And this is exactly what we're talking about here. It's cutting edge technology. It's emerging technology. And so I'm excited to hear. Before we go any further, Hani, if you want to maybe just do a brief introduction of yourself, people would love to hear who you are. And then if you want to go ahead and just get right into it, I'll give you the mic.
Sure. All right. So my name's Hani, and
Oh.
I'm.
Hanny, sorry about that.
Oh no, that's no problem. I don't even hear the other pronunciations anymore. Yeah, name's Hani, and I'm working on generative AI, and I'm very interested with merging it with e-commerce and print on demand. So I'm currently have an AI art generator that I've deployed up at ArtSpark, and we're currently pivoting that into helping people create their first merchandise store using AI art. And so that's what I'm about. And would love to show you guys the tool and have you try it out. And my goal is to basically for everyone to have made their first piece of AI art, or if you have already made AI art, to maybe learn a little bit something by the end of the session.
Amazing. We're looking forward to hearing it.
Yeah. All right. So should I just get started?
Please do. We're excited to see what you've got to present.
Okay, great. All right. So basically, so everyone basically ideally, we want everybody to actually have an AI art generator up during this talk. So basically, I've got some prompts for us to play with, and I've got some AI art generators here that you can use. So of course you can use ArtSpark, but there's a whole bunch of different generators around that you can also use. So pick one, open it up, and kind of just follow along. And I will be creating myself. And as we go, I was even thinking, oh, and yeah, so here's the document as well. How do I get that document to everyone? Just type it in here. So I was thinking, the art that you make will actually just show up on ArtSpark if you're using that. But also, if you're in the document, you can just paste in the art as you make it, so we can just see what everyone is up to. But yeah, so I'll just walk through kind of the techniques of how you can make your own art. So let me go over to the studio. So yeah, so this is the ArtSpark interface. There are a lot of knobs here, but don't get too intimidated. Let's try this first prompt. So basically, like one of the first things that you should know about is that there's this concept called a random seed, right? And so using a random seed, you can actually control basically the initialization of your image. So if I turn off the randomized seed and I don't change anything, and I keep the seed exactly the same, I don't change any settings, and I hit create again, I'm going to get the exact same image. And so using that, you can actually start to explore what different settings are going to do. So for example, there is a, oh, this step setting is set really high. So for example, I'm going to turn down I'm going to use this fast setting, which is going to turn the steps really down low and the quality. So this is the fast setting. And because I'm using the same exact seed, I can see how the different knobs that I'm using will affect the image. So now if I go to my seed and I shuffle it, I'm going to get a completely new image, but it's still based on this same prompt. So has anyone tried this out yet? If so, let's see. Anyway, if anybody makes anything, it should show up in the studio. We'll see how it is, how you're doing there. So the next thing to know is this is becoming less so, but if you really want like good quality art, from an AI art generator, you really have to give it hints about the artists and styles that you want. So like let's take this for an example. So let's say if I just do Steampunk Girl by itself. Give that a second. All right, well, that's getting stuck. Let's go over here just as a backup. So let's go back to this. Oops. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, not really sure why this is getting stuck. Apologize for that. Okay.
It's all blessed, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all good.
So yeah. Anyway, I wanted to show you the difference between so if we just did Steampunk Girl by itself. And so this is actually Dream Studio is actually Stable Diffusion under the hood, which is the same model that ArtSpark uses. So you can see there's just like a huge difference in the in what you're going to get if you actually give it inspiration from an artist. And if you are looking for ideas for artists to use, you can go, actually on ArtSpark, there's this long list of that you could use for inspiration. So yeah, so give that a look if you're looking for artists that you might want to use. Cool. So let's try this next one. So okay. Guess we're back in business. All right. Yeah. So who has anyone made their first piece yet? Love to know. Is there any way to hear from? Oh, is there comments from the audience that I can see?
I can get you a link so you could see them. 1 sec, bro.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, bro. No worries, my dude.
Yeah.
I got you. 2 seconds. 1 and 2. All right, so it's in our little chat here. Oh, wait, no, that's not the link. Oh man, my copy paste button today. I need like one of those dedicated buttons. There we go. So the second link. There you go, bro.
All right. My screen just froze.
Oh.
So yeah, so I'm a little hold on. Darn. Looks like my machine just froze. I can hear you, but I
Yeah.
can't actually click on anything.
Oh man. Okay. Well, I mean, we could wait.
Yeah. Oh darn.
Do you want to try refreshing real quick? Wait, can you see the chat in the, or is it all frozen? Oh, okay. Alrighty, let me get on the screen. It looks like our friend Hani, sorry. Okay. I guessed one of our guests kind of, I think they refreshed, so they're just coming back. And I'm trying to get my camera on. There is the button. There we go. Hey, there I am. I'm over here on camera 3. Yeah, we just had a little technical, or another one. But yeah, if anyone is watching is following along, please, I hope you are following along. Spam the chat. We got eyes like a hawk on the chat. So anything you write, we're gonna pick it up. As you can see, it's on the screen. So let's get some engagement. Let's yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, but yeah, we're just waiting for our guest to come back, and hopefully things are going to be buttery smooth. But a little bit of turbulence.
No worries.
It's what happens when you fly high, man.
Yeah, right. Well, I don't think we're flying too close to the sun at this point. We're not Kid
Nah.
Icarus, but we are trying to spread the love and spread the good information and inform and empower everyone. It looks like Hani should be back here to finish his presentation. The internet just hasn't been real nice to us today. So this is, I think, our 3rd or 4th glitch, but that's okay because we can work through it. And there's always something amazing to learn. We just confirmed Baked Asparagus Smoke Club, and so Maxie will be joining us talking about his just a few minutes about their project and the things they're doing with Canonland and some of the projects they're doing as Baked Asparagus Smoke Club or BASC. They're on Twitter, so if you're looking for to connect with them, you can check out Baked Asparagus Smoke Club on Twitter. Learn more about their project. Maxie will be joining us and talking a little bit about what the work they're doing, and we're pretty excited about it. We're big 420 supporters, and Hanny's back. I love it. Actually, you're forward. Let's be honest. So thank you for bearing with the technical glitches we're having. And people
Yep.
are following along, and so if you want to continue the presentation, we'd love to hear that.
Awesome. Sweet. Okay, cool. So yeah, what was that link to? I just wanted to see people's like responses in the chat. If that was
no problemo. Give me 1 sec. It will be
Sweet.
in the chat.
Thank you
So
so
it'll
much.
show up in the chat here
You're
on
welcome.
the Ninja. There it is.
Sweet.
Nicely
I
done,
need
sir.
All right. All right. Oh, sweet. All right, cool. Quickly, Mithril is having a good time. Nice. All right. Sweet. All right, cool. As long as somebody's making their first piece of AI art, I'm very happy. So cool. So let's go back to yeah, I just want to show you just a few techniques about like making AI art. So yeah, if you have the right prompt, you can make amazing stuff like right off the bat. And then there's just like a few things that you can do to improve, get closer to what you want. So one of the things that every AI art generator will pretty much have is an emphasis and a de-emphasis tool. So for example, in the ArtSpark one, if you put in parentheses and you add plus plus plus, so like let's like super emphasize like comic book style and see what happens. Well, actually, so if you emphasize it too much, you're going to break it. So that's what happened there.
Are you sharing your screen?
Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not.
No worries, no worries. We'll get that up. And if you want to go, Bogey, if you're listening, if we can put Hanny on full screen.
All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, so basically what I was showing is that you can emphasize and de-emphasize in most AI art generators. They all have different ways of doing it. So for example, if we want to de-emphasize the Pikachu-ness, I'm going to put that in square brackets. And we've just basically removed Pikachu from the prompt. But if I want to emphasize Pikachu, I'm going to put it in parentheses and add pluses afterwards. And if you can kind of like push it. Well, it's funny that it's well, I'm not sure why that isn't showing up there. That's strange. Anyway, I guess like yeah, let's well here we can go with that. We can show it here. Theirs is not working either. Oh, ran out of the. Let's so I actually have a new version of the generator up here, and looks like this is going to be more stable for now. So I'm going to use this for now. Way too high resolution. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you can emphasize and de-emphasize. That's a one big part of the AI art generators. I think let's just try a bunch more and just see what comes out. I think it's probably going to be more entertaining for you guys. than to hear me talk. There's a little bit of, you know, the different samplers can give you different things. I like K-Euler A, which it tends to be a more creative sampler. As you change the number of steps, so as you increase the number of steps, you're going to get higher quality outputs up to a certain point where you're just going to get diminishing returns. The K-Euler A is an interesting sampler because even if you put in like a low number of steps, you're actually going to get something very interesting at every number of steps. Whereas like that tends to happen with any sampler that is ancestral, which is what the A stands for. Whereas like the other samplers tend to converge. So you know, with something without the A at the end, basically you're going to get closer and closer to a single result at the very end. And let's see. So another big thing. Let's talk about maybe making high resolution images. So at least on ArtSpark, if you want to make a high resolution image, there's a couple things that you're gonna want to do. You're gonna, you know, basically you're just gonna want to use this high res optimization tool, which is just gonna give you a much better, it's gonna do a 2-pass, and you're just gonna get a much better result that way. Negative prompts are usually pretty critical. So those are things you don't want in the image. This is the risk of doing everything live. I mean, I think actually the reason sometimes things are getting returned back is the safety checker, which checks is just way too sensitive. So yeah. So let's see. I think the other major technique that I wanted to show you guys is basically it's basically what's called ControlNet. So this is something that's come out recently. It allows you to take a pre-existing image and remix it while maintaining like a really high fidelity to the original. So that is available on ArtSpark, and let's make sure that we'll try it out. Hopefully this works out. I don't want the BBC News on there. All right. Or we could try some other meme as well. But this hopefully should work. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to paste this in here. So this is what's called an image-to-image mode. So if I just did a basic, let's say, watercolor painting. So you can see without doing any sort of ControlNet stuff, which is I'll show you here in a second, it's just gonna take this as a base and sort of paint on top of it. And I mean, as I turn down the strength, we get closer and closer to the original. And yeah, no, I apologize that some of these are not coming through. I think right now the safety checker is just way too sensitive. And so it's basically like a very crude nudity filter because sometimes I have to deal with that, and it seems to be too sensitive right now. But so as I turn up the strength all the way up to 1, it becomes more and more as if I didn't have the image there at all. Whereas like around 60%, it's kind of mixing the base with whatever I put in there, but it's not very good at it, right? And so this is where ControlNet comes in. So with ControlNet, I'm basically giving it hints. So if I use Canny, Canny image. So this is what Canny does. So Canny takes the original image and it tries to find the edges, and the edges will provide a hint to the generator. And so now if I do Canny, you see it's a little bit better, but it's still pretty weird. If I do a depth map, so this is what a depth map looks like. So now I'm actually combining Canny and depth map together, and we'll see how that does. Kind of weird, pretty weird. So then let's add another thing. So segmentation. So what segmentation does, and this is actually what self-driving cars will do, is they basically try and identify what the objects in the scene are. So is it a car, a street, a person? And that is yet another hint that you can give to the generator. So if I do segmentation, it should recognize that these are people, and that will be better. Hopefully, a hint that makes it the faces. I find it so funny that her it seems to. Wow, I don't know how to get her face to show. So that's so funny, huh? Anyway, this is all live. It takes a lot of experimentation sometimes. But when you're dealing with people, usually the best hint that you're gonna want is like open pose. So open pose, and I'll show that in a second. So oops. So in this case, I've had to like actually. All right, yeah. So now we're getting somewhere closer. I've had to explicitly say detailed faces in order to get the generator to not put hair over her face. It's hilarious. Let's see. Let's try mixing one of these prompts from here. So maybe let's do this Grand Theft Auto Vice City poster. I think also, oh, that didn't come out too bad. I think also actually when your resolution is too low, so right now it's at 512, it doesn't have enough pixels to play with, and so it just the quality doesn't come out as good. So I think turning this up is going to help a lot. There we go. All right, now we're getting decent results. Yeah, so it was the resolution. So if we turn up the resolution, we have open pose segmentation and depth on. The prompt is Grand Theft Auto Vice City poster. And then, yeah, and so you can experiment at lower resolutions, and then if you once you like have something that you like, changing the sampler, turning the steps up, and doing that to get like sort of a final result for what you're doing. Not bad, not bad. So that's pretty fun. And yeah, I mean, I think the ControlNet stuff it's pretty new, but it's one of the best things that has come out of the AI research recently. So yeah, so definitely try ControlNet. It's basically right here under the image to image mode, and then so on ArtSpark and some other generators too, there's a canvas mode. So we could start with I mean, yeah, let's see. So I'm just going to grab one of these images. That is way too high, probably too high resolution for this, for our purpose. This is probably good. All right, let's paste this in. Okay, so all right, so you have this image in here, and so basically, same exact deal. We can actually just take any prompt we want, and then I mean, let's try this. I don't know, and use this as a base, and it's just like the image to image mode we just saw, but it just happens to be on a canvas. So in this case, I have the strength turned up all the way, so it's as if there wasn't a base image there at all. So if I turn it down, I apologize. There's so many technical issues today. Let's try this again. Not exactly sure why that isn't working. Well, I'll have to go and fix these things, and then hopefully it works for you guys on another day. Well, so I guess it works without the base image. But basically the main thing that you can do in this that you can't do in the image to image mode is you can extend the borders of an image. So it will attempt to mesh the edges of the image together. And Oh, you know what? I think it's this this sampler actually is not very good at Canvas. I think that was actually the issue. Yeah, that's what it was. All right, yeah. Things I have to remind myself. Yeah, so the KDPM2 sampler was just not very compatible with the Canvas. So here basically like I'm just like piece by piece extending this this image. The one trick that you have to be aware of though is that it's using the same prompt every time. So it's going to say professional photo of a steampunk ship, and it doesn't really know that you're trying to extend the base image. So if we get far out enough from the actual ship, it's going to try to insert a whole nother ship there. And that's just kind of something you have to be aware of and deal with. So, you know, eventually I would actually probably want to take out the steampunk ship part of this so that it doesn't try to add more ships everywhere. And so you'll probably see that in a second, but. Yeah, so you can see it's kind of trying to insert another ship, but one of the things that you can do, actually, let me cancel this real quick so I can show you. So one of the things you can do, at least on here, is you take the eraser and just we just erase out the part that we didn't like. I'm going to take out the steampunk ship part. And then regenerate, and it'll kind of heal that part of the image. Yeah. So yeah, it's another fun mode you can play with, and all the same exact things work in this mode as well, where you can use the same control net features to. Could try that and see. So yeah, kind of cool. Yeah, so those are some of the fun things you can do with the AI art generators, and yeah, just as a quick let's see. So I've been actually trying to work on so where I'm taking this actually is I'm sort of trying to work on getting this integrated with e-commerce and print-on-demand stores. And just as a a quick preview, I guess this is actually going to be Mike's first time seeing this as well. But I've been trying to create a store for Vegas Crypto Group, and so we're making some e-commerce products using AI art. And so if anyone out there is interested in having a store made for them, just let me know, and I'll work with you to create some cool products for you. But yeah, this is Mike's first time seeing it. Actually, I was going to send it to him either today, sometime today. But yeah, so that's what we're yeah. So I haven't actually checked the chat for a bit. See if anyone is yeah. All right. Cool. Let me stop sharing for a second. All right. So yeah. So I could keep on making AI art, and I kind of just went over all the features. Sorry, it was a little bit off the cuff, but
Well, I think you did a great job.
Thanks. There's a lot of bugs, but we'll get on them.
With any emerging technology, you're going to have to work through the glitches and the bugs, and I think having the intestinal fortitude to get through all of that is incredibly important. I love the AI generated art, and thanks for the little preview on the shop as well. I'm really looking forward to announcing that, and getting that completed.
Sweet. Yeah. Yeah. Excited to get that up for you. Yeah. I have a whole batch of art that I made for you, and we're basically mapping it onto products. And definitely want to chat and get your, in fact, actually, you might be interested in like customizing a few pieces that, we'll have all the base images there that you can just use and mix and you could pick from. But yeah, this is a live process, but yeah, I really want to make something cool for you with the AI art.
Well, we're really looking forward to it, and what a great presentation, and so appropriate for what we're doing today, and how we're showing people how they can better their lives through technology. And boy, I tell you, AI is here to stay, bro. It's here to stay. So, we might as well get used to it, start using it, and seeing what we can do. To build on it. And so really, really appreciate your workshop today. If anyone is just joining us, this is Hanny from artspark.io. If you want to tell people where they can find you or any additional information, go ahead and do that now.
Yeah. So you can email me, hanny@artspark.io. I am on Twitter at h_bash, and then the ArtSpark account is at ArtSparkAI on Twitter, and of course you can go to the artspark.io, the site, and join the Discord, and I'm in there. But yeah, so please reach out if you have any questions about making AI art. If you want to set up a store, come talk to us. Thank you.
Amazing. Yeah. I'm so happy and honored to have you on board for today's Crypto Mindset Reset. This is, of course, our second one, and things are going real smoothly, and we can't wait to announce our next one coming up in June. So hopefully we can have you on then and see what kind of progress is made. Maybe it'll be like an AI generated Hanny that's going to be presenting next time. We won't know. You could be sipping your tea and letting the AI teach everybody. But right, and don't laugh too hard. This could happen. But we won't know. We won't know. So so amazing. Thank you again for your time today. Really, really appreciate it. And we can't wait to see what comes from artspark.io in the future. And so everyone will be checking in on that, and we'll bring more information down the road. So thank you again for coming on today, Hanny. We'll look forward to catching up with you soon.
All right, cool.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So our next presenter is with Baked Asparagus Smoke Club. Don't let the name throw you off. This is Maxi. He's one of the nicest guys I've ever met out of Croatia. And boy, I'm hoping to visit Croatia. It looks beautiful out there, my friend. It looks beautiful. And really appreciate you making time to come on today and talk about your project and some of the neat things you're doing. And hopefully we'll have you on tomorrow for our big 420 celebration. I think that's going to be a great time. In the meantime, let's go ahead and have you introduce yourself and tell us more about what you're doing.
Thank you, Mike, for this lovely introduction. So, hello, everyone. My name is Maxi. I'm one of the founders and the CEO of company Baked Asparagus. So, basically, what we are doing, we are trying to connect cannabis industry with the Web3 industry. So, we are working on this project for maybe last 2 years, and we are doing really good. So basically, one of our lastest projects we was making. And first, before I started talking, sorry everyone for my bad English, but we are not from US. We are from a country called Croatia. It is a small country in Europe, if everyone heard about that country. So let's get back on our stuff. So this is something that is called OG asparagus cash. So that is the probably in top 10 products like this ever existed. So this is the product that we made with a company called Garica here in Croatia. And basically we connected the real life product with the NFT art. So that is our first strain. We continue to work on our products. So some of them are rolling papers that we are made with the company Ziggy. We are also big in the all smoking accessories like a grinder. These are handmade on wood grinder and all that stuff. So basically, we have our first official drop because everything that I showed you now, we make like a demo version just to show people what we can do. So basically, me and my two partners, one is called Andrea, other one is Dominic. I'm so sorry that they can be today with us here, but hopefully that tomorrow on the big event on 420 that everyone will be able to come and speak with you guys. But we are preparing our first collection called Asparagus versus Mantis. So basically, that is the first product line that will have NFT. You will basically, when you purchase the product, you will get the NFT with it. So me personally, I never seen stuff like that. So basically, we are trying to get first on Croatian market. Then we have a plan to expand on US market with that product. I can show you. I will share the screen right now. I can show you our first main characters. So these are. I hope that everyone can see my screen right now. But so I want to show you our first 10 main characters. So these are like asparagus characters, like baked asparagus characters. So we name them and we give them the roles and everything. So these are some of them. These are the astronaut, the sportsman, the chef. This is the main character called Dr. Herman Glocksmith. So this is his name. This is the main character, same one on our first product. Also farmer, creative director, baker, a software engineer, like a doctor. This is our last one. Also, I stopped sharing my screen. Also, we made it like a auction drop for these 10 asparagus that you saw right now. So that was our first auction in 2002. So we dropped our first 10 NFTs, and then we collect all the we collect all the proceeds and we donate to the Last Breeder project 100% of the earnings. So that was our first project, and here is a little like a sneak peek for the guys here on the Crypto Mindset Summit. So this is like a small sneak peek of our next product, Hash, that is from our next collection called Asparagus versus Mantis, and this is how it looks. I hope that tomorrow we will get a chance to be here and show the more from this collection. But yeah, this collection will have the NFTs with it. So yeah, that is the things that we are planning to drop soon and expand through the whole world. So yeah, Mike, sorry if I'm speaking too much.
No, keep going. We love to hear about it.
Basically, last thing that we wanted to show also, one of the cool things that we are working also is the figurines. This is the prototype of our next product, figurines. So this is the translucent one, but our team are hand painting the asparagus that will look like this. This is the smaller version, let's say, of this one, but everyone will be big as this one. So yeah, basically that is not too much to say. I hope that tomorrow we will all of three us from the team will get a chance to speak with you guys and have a great time here with Mike and everyone. So yeah, basically that is that from me today.
Amazing. Thank you so much for taking the time to come talk to us. I know it was kind of last minute, but we definitely wanted to have you on and introduce you to Crypto Mindset Reset, the virtual summit, what we're doing here. And of course, we're really looking forward to tomorrow. It should be a real casual, fun, no frills, kind of just having a great time. We got some great presentations, some great speakers, and love to have you join us tomorrow for all the smoke sessions that we're going to have and all the fun things we're going to do. And I think it's going to be a great time.
Please, we need to come there and blaze one with you guys on
You sure do. You sure do. And we'll give you, we'll have to get you a Blunt DAO validation that we had a session, proof of session, one of the coolest things about Blunt DAO. So very cool stuff. I think, you know what? Hang on one second. I think, yep, right here we have, hey.
Sure.
Hey. Come on, guys. Come on. I should have put that on before the talk. We love the merchandise, and it's one of the things we do at our meetups. We do host crypto and cannabis meetups, and we'd love to give out your rolling papers and these killer shirts you guys have made, and it's such a neat project. And all of the NFTs that you've done are one of ones, and they're unique and they're different, and you're doing it in a good way. One of the things I think I wanted to just kind of end on here is I know you're working a little bit with Canaland, which is a metaverse for cannabis users. Can you talk about that for a moment?
But basically, they're
and definitely speak up.
Thank you, Mike. Basically, today is their first NFT launch. So we are doing for last 2 or 3 days on the smart contracts and getting ready for the pre-sale. So
the pre-sale is tomorrow?
Pre-sale is actually today, and the official minting is tomorrow on 4/20.
The official minting is tomorrow. So it almost sounds like you're whispering. I apologize about the sound. It's very difficult to hear you.
Sorry. I maybe I need to come closer to Mike. Is it better now?
That's way better.
Oh, sorry. You should tell me earlier.
It's okay. But for those that are listening, we appreciate you bearing with the sound issues. But what he said was that Canaland is doing an NFT drop. The whitelist started today, I guess, and so the pre sale has started, and then tomorrow will be the official drop. There's not too many. I think it's just a couple hundred, so maybe about 100. So if you want to get in on this, it's going to allow you extra advantages in Canaland, and lots of neat things, right?
Yeah, exactly. And everyone should check out the project. It has some interesting news. So everyone should be how to say, I'm sorry, everyone should check the project. And next time I hope that we will get the chance to speak more about the other project. I want to shout out the Josh from Podcoin. We are working with him a lot. I like to shout out the Mike also for everything that he is doing in the space. I like to shout out our partner Ziggy from Slovenia, also small country here in Europe. I like to shout out the guys from the Garica, also our partners for the CBD flowers, and a lot of great people that we are working with. Also our graphic designers from a small town called Rijeka in Croatia. Big up for them also. And we create like this team of people who are really have a same vision and same like goal. So everything is really going in great direction. So I hope that people will get the chance to see more from us soon. There will be soon like a whole, like I said, a whole collection drop, asparagus versus mantis. So I think that people need to get ready for our takeoff.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I love the idea, Baked Asparagus Smoke Club. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan, and we're really looking forward to seeing how this expands out. And we want to bring you out here, and so you got to come back out and see us again at some point.
Of course,
whether we get you out to Miami or Vegas. Yeah, we got to get you out here, bro. I think you'll have a great time. In the meantime, we're looking really, really good with Baked Asparagus Smoke Club. It's one of my favorite things. And I'm wondering, because I of course run sporebaby.com, magic mushroom spores. You can get your all your spore needs fulfilled there. But I was always thinking, baked asparagus would probably go good with fried mushrooms. So we'll have to.
We need to collaborate.
Yeah, we need to do it. We need to do it. And thanks for giving shouts out to all your team and all your people that you're working with. I think it's so important that we work together, and that's how we win. That's how we win, guys. And that's really what the virtual summit is about here. That's what the Crypto Mindset Reset is. We're bringing good people and good projects together, and trying to better our lives through technology. And crypto is a part of that. And so we'd never want to forget that. And we definitely want to keep our humanity as we move forward in this big technological boom that we're hitting right now. So great job. And thank you. I know it was kind of short notice, and I think you did great. We're going to get ready, I think, to move to our next guest. But before we let you go, as is customary, one more time, let people know where they can find you.
So basically, you can find us on Instagram, you can find us on Twitter, you can type the Baked Asparagus Smoke Club. At this time and this moment, our website is not online because we are making some of like last development on it, but soon the online shop and everything will be online. But for now, you can find us, like I said, on Instagram, on Twitter. Try to type Baked Asparagus Smoke Club, and we will show you everything soon. All the new projects and all the new cool collaborations. Like Mike said, I hope that we will have a chance to collaborate with you guys also, and with all the cool creative guys from whole world that like same guys like us who are have same vision and the same goal. So yeah, I don't want to take your any more time. Thank you, Mike, for giving me this opportunity to speak with you guys here today, and for giving us some space to tell people more about ourselves and our project. And yeah, have a nice day. It was really interesting. Actually, it was my first, let's say, online appearance, like summit or something like that. We've been on events and all the crazy stuff, but first time on the virtual summit. hope
Hey.
that there will be a chance to get in some of the real life events.
I hope so. I hope so. We'd love to have you out, and thank you for taking time again for the virtual summit. Glad to be your first. We definitely have more planned, so hopefully you'll come back. You'll see us tomorrow, and then we're doing another summit in June. June or July. So we got lots of great things planned, and we'll definitely keep you involved and keep everyone informed on the progress of Baked Asparagus Smoke Club. If you're interested, go check them out on Twitter and Instagram and all those great places. If you're just joining us, we really appreciate you watching. We're going to continue to bring the best content, the best people, the best projects that we can. And Maxie, you're certainly one of them. So thank you for making time again. And geez, I hope you have a great day, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Have a nice day.
Thanks. All right. Well, that's what I like
And
about
Mike,
virtual summits.
Dude, I remember when we had that little chit chat after, literally it was like when we were in decompressed mode after, CMR 2022 last December. And you were speaking about Basque. I like abbreviations.
I like it too.
And yeah, I remember you was telling me about it, and I was like, oh man, I really can't wait to see it. And that just happened, bro. Dude, like, woo! Yeah, man. Thank you.
Mind blowing.
It really is, man. You hit the nail. Literally what you described was what I felt, man. But
it's a great project. Listen, it's a great project. I'd love to hear more from Bogey. Definitely don't throw that key away. We need you. We need you. It's been a long couple days, just the past few days organizing this virtual summit, and so I want everybody to know that we're here. We're working hard to put together the best product that we can. And I know Bogey, without you, we'd be really stuck in the mud. And you're just doing an absolute incredible job working through some of these technical glitches and issues that we have. But that's okay. And that's what happens when you work with emerging technology. But we do have a lot of the technology stack all lined up, and everything's working really well. And we're just so excited to have so many great projects and great people coming on, and really just honored to be able to present this platform for these good projects and good people, so that we can continue to build and, like I said, fulfill the promise of technology, which is to make life better. And it's not always about business. It can also be about your personal life, about the different things that we're doing, and technology should fit in those categories. And so Baked Asparagus Smoke Club, I think, fits that category really well. We're excited to have them on our 420 celebration, and so if you're watching, be sure to check in with us for the 420 celebration. If it's not on Rumble, we will definitely have it somewhere. And so you can find that link at cryptomindsetreset.com. Again, that's cryptomindsetreset.com. Go sign up for the mailing list, stay up on all the activities that we're doing. We have a ton of different things that we're releasing these next few months. And so you want to keep up with us, that's the best way to do it. You can also go to vegascryptogroup.com, vegascryptogroup.com. We got lots of great information there, and you can link up with us there. And we'd love to hear from you. And if you have a favorite project, or if you are creating a great project and you feel like it fit in good here, well, we definitely want to hear from you. We definitely want to see that. And so please let us know. And also, if you're watching on Rumble or any of these other channels that we're broadcasting on, bonfire.xyz, definitely hit the chat room, leave a comment, hit that thumbs up. If you're not following Rice TVX by now, what are you doing? So definitely follow Rice on there. And you can also find Rice TVX on YouTube. And really one of the best dudes I've ever met in crypto, and principled, and just a really all around good guy that cares. And it's clear that he cares, because for years, he's putting out 2, 3, 4, 5 videos a week. He's got an incredible Patreon. So absolutely, Rice TVX. We really appreciate you being part of this. And on that note, I believe we have another amazing presentation coming up. A great talk with Trek with 2Ks, and he's a metaverse builder. He's been involved in crypto for a long time. We had a chance to meet a few years back in Miami, and just immediately clicked, because when you get two principled people in one room, the conversation just kind of flows by itself almost, and you really make great connections. And this is what we're looking for: is honest, authentic, genuine people that really care about what they're doing, and you can see the effort that he's putting in. And so we're just trying to get him into position, do some sound checks, and I think Bogey, how are we looking?
I'm just gonna. Yep, we got Trek backstage, and
Beautiful.
I am gonna go hop in and see what's up. But I can see him. I'm gonna go see if I can hear him. I'll be right back,
sign.
my bro.
All right, that's a good sign. So in the meantime, we can talk a little bit about some of our sponsors. Of course, Edge Wallet being one of the best non-custodial options that you have. They just added Pirate Chain, so R is available. ARR. R is the symbol of the coin. So yeah, and Edge Wallet. Really incredible work that they're doing there. Props to Paul Pui and the whole team out there at Edge Wallet. Great people, and these are the sort of good projects that we're trying to bring to the table here to really help you. So you can get Edge Wallet on any of the app stores, and it's absolutely worth looking into. It's one of my favorite wallets. While we're on the subject of wallets, Cake Wallet is an amazing wallet. It's super functional. So I highly recommend Cake Wallet. Again, you can find that on the App Store. What's neat about Cake Wallet is you can send your Bitcoin and whatnot. You can convert it over to Monero. Probably best for you to do that. That you can do all that in the wallet. Also, one of the things you can do in the Cake Wallet is you convert your crypto to gift cards, and typically they're digital gift cards, so you can use them right away wherever you are. Just convert the crypto to a gift card, show them the gift card on your phone, and a great way to bypass any sort of the other off ramps that are out there. And so we're big supporters of Cake Wallet. Yesterday we had Ben Sigmund from Libre Wallet. This is a new wallet that is making waves. He gave a great talk on Bitcoin is the new web. And so if you missed day one, we definitely want to recommend you go to Rice TVX, check out day one, Crypto Mindset Reset. You'll see Ben and all the other amazing speakers that we had yesterday. And then I would like to remind all the viewers out there that we usually it's a quarterly virtual summit, right? So we're going to continue to do this. We've got one coming up in June or July, likely July. It's going to be freedom oriented. So if you're a fan of freedom, we want you there. If your project is a fan of freedom, we want your project on. We're going to continue to bring actionable items that you can learn from, again, to better your life with technology, and super important. And of course, if you're not a fan of freedom, then what are you doing here? No, listen, most of the time, freedom is really going to be the only way to go. And it's the difference between, freedom and slavery. So slavery may be safer, but you're not going to enjoy life. You're not going to have the same kind of innovation and progress that we have now with the freedoms that we enjoy now. And so I'd rather take a dangerous freedom over a safe slavery any day. And you're really going to hear a lot more about that in July when we have our next summit. So super excited about that. I think Trek is just passing through sound check, and so it shouldn't be too long. If you want to know more about building in the metaverse, if you want to know more about getting help building in the metaverse, you can look up Builder DAO. That's BUILDR DAO, Builder DAO. And you can find them on Twitter. And it's a great way to learn about the metaverse. There's weekly spaces that Trek hosts with his co-host 3D, and so Trek and 3D put together some great spaces on Twitter. It's really a growing movement. You'll be able to find out more from Trek himself here very soon. One of our honored and special guests that we have on today. And then in the meantime, there he is. You're
going on, man?
Live, bro. You're in. Looks like we're getting ready to start here. And so honored to have you here, and thank you for making time today. Really appreciate it.
Okay.
Trek, can you hear me?
Something's going on where it's doubling on the audio.
So you might still be in one of the other rooms.
No, I dropped the Jitsi window.
Good. And Bogey can work the sound on that end as well.
And I'm hearing you delayed right now. Like I'm just hearing when you said there he is just now.
In the stream, that's why you have a tab open.
All right.
Yep, that's the stream.
So am I not in the room?
Let's
Yeah,
check the
you're in.
stream.
You're on the stage
You
with
are
me
live right
and
now, my
Mike.
friend, but you are
We are on Rice TVX, baby.
you also have a tab open with the stream. Is what it sounds like.
Ah, man, now I gotta try to figure out where is this happening. I got a lot of okay, got it. I see what's going on. Okay. Let me say something.
Hey.
All right, there we go. I know what I did.
Hey,
I know what I did
hey.
because I've been watching the whole thing on the Rumble side.
That's what
So
it is.
yeah.
That's what it is. Thank you to all our Rumble viewers. You guys are awesome. Please leave your comments in the chat. And if you're watching this on the replay, leave a comment down. Let us know what you think. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Trek with 2Ks. Don't get it confused. This man's been around. He knows what he's talking about. Thank you so much for coming in. Do you want to introduce yourself?
All right. First off, hola. I am Trek with 2K. Sorry about the regular green screen. I was expecting to be able to have the background, but I didn't know we were moving over on this particular platform. So I had the other things set up on the other side. But anywho, yeah. So you give like Vida Gorilla / like Nori intros. Like they're very grand, and I don't want to say grandeur, but they're grand. And I'm just like, bruh, like, nah, man, I'm just some regular bald-headed dude who wears shades online. If you ask me some questions, I'll try to give you some answers. Hopefully it makes sense to you. But I have been around in this space for a minute. I will admit I don't do a lot of the things that people tend to do now. I'm not a functional coder, but like there's some things I understand about the techie stuff. I'm definitely not the day trader, bag trader kind of person, but I understand like dead cat bounce and head and shoulders and all that stuff, even though I don't prescribe to like the whole TA school of thought about how to look at this space as far as a market and looking at charts and tables and blah blah blah. I will say I don't know if I consider myself even a Bitcoin maxi. Like I'm gonna take Zay's line. When I say this, I'm saying Bitcoin Zay of Gentleman of Crypto. I take his line as far as saying I'm a pro freedom technology kind of person. I know and understand enough about tech that like I'm afraid of it, but at the same time, I am still amazed by it and how it is continually, especially in this space, progressing. We might not like all of how things are progressing, but it's progressing nonetheless. So that's kind of how I look at this space. As for what I do though, I do a couple of different content segment things. So one thing that I do is a segment called Weekend Crypto on the Gentleman of Crypto Network that comes out on Mondays at 8 a.m., which basically is where I look at the news cycle between Friday and Sunday. And I kind of more focus on like things that are internationally related, business related, technically related, legislative related versus speculative price talk. Not really my cup of tea. And I find outside of money conversations and speculation to me is more interesting. And so again, that comes on the Gentleman Crypto Network, which is a YouTube channel. And then I do another thing called Metaverse is the Other Side with my homeboy 3D. We have taken an incredible journey over a year now of doing the Twitter spaces, and we talk about what we call Metaverse is the Other Side. This is through our Builder DAO account, which is a Twitter account. So that's Builder, BUILDR DAO. We're definitely not out here being like other DAOs. We're not telling people about speculative price talk. We're not telling people about the future roadmap of how it's going to be, something that you could leverage. If you're not in the tech side of it, if you're not in the metaverses, if you're not into trying to understand smart contracts, we're not your cup of tea. No cap on that. As far as the metaverse Twitter spaces and how that go, we literally are just two dudes geeking out about techie things in metaverses. From what we do, for those who don't know, we designed and built a metaverse space or plot in the Uplift. Shout outs to Corey and his whole team of folks. Where we designed and built a whole 50 by 50 plot, or was that the 100 by 100? I don't remember right now, but we did that for Mike, which is the host for the Crypto Mindset Reset, and we did it from the ground up. Like, got the plot, acquired the space, cleared everything out. Me and 3D went back and forth and actually designed stuff, and then we went through, what was that, like 6 months of building, and it's an above ground and below ground build. We're also trying to work on some other stuff where, you know, if you know anything about how like how Uplift works and how like the whole connection to Minecraft is, you know about the whole having to have accounts and all that stuff. But we also trying to do some other stuff to help Mike get it out to people who aren't the real, let's say, more techie involved, or the more like Minecraft kind of people, Uplift kind of people. But that's a whole nother thing in the works down the line, whatever. Another thing that we're doing is we're doing something where we started a Mind Test. Mind Test is the open source version of Minecraft. And so we've been playing around in that for a little bit. And the idea, honestly, right now is literally just us being geeks and playing around with the tech to figure out, is there a way to combine an AI function and feature with live access to the internet, or you know, canister or contained access to information within the within that metaverse? We're still trying to figure it out, honestly, but in another couple of months, or at least weeks, like, something should be put out, and we'll see if, you know, people gravitate towards it. Because this is the one thing that I've known since me and 3D started working on things together. We be ahead of the curve on some stuff, and then like months later or a year or two later, we'll see some mainstream, some bigger name personality company, whatever, come out with it, and it's like, yo, we thought of that like a while ago. Case in point, we did an episode in Metaverses The Other Side, and again, this is a Twitter space. It comes on at Thursdays at 8 p.m. and then we do the replay on the Gentleman of Crypto YouTube channel on Saturdays at 12. We were doing a review of movies that were like metaverse related, and we did a movie called Free Guy. This was like months ago. We talked about this movie months ago. Lo and behold, here we are now with how AI is just going through a whole crazy fork, or a crazy explosion of like different subtypes of chat bot-ish features and functions, right? So there's Dan GPT, there's Chaos GPT, there's Auto GPT, Agent GPT. Like, it reminds me of the yield farming summer that we had, where like it was a new yield farm that popped off like every other day. I feel like that's what's going on with the AI stuff right now. The point being about the movie Free Guy is, the point in the movie was they wrote a game with a character that will eventually develop to have its own awareness, and it was all in the code, and then it would be able to like come up with its own thoughts and stuff. I'm not saying that's what AI is right now, but I think it's going to be an interesting thing to see when the real question of integrating, or the real implementation of integrating AI into metaversal spaces, and not just on the end of like the NPCs in the game have AI, but you have like your personal assistant, or like if you have a dog or a sword, and like they talk to you and they help you in the game. But anywho, that's like a long ass intro for just thoughts and things that I'll be doing.
Trek with 2 Ks. You know, we you know, I don't want to gas you up too much. Okay, fine, sure, just a normal guy, just an average guy, you know, just living his life. but you're doing big things, in my mind. And the whole summit today, we've been talking about this, how people get brought up kind of with this conditioning that you're pretty much powerless, and you just kind of have to go with whatever the authority says, or whatever people are doing, whatever the case is. I'm here saying, okay, you know what, you're more powerful than you know. And I think everyone is. And I think in a lot of ways, what you're doing, just being an average guy, is absolutely incredible. I mean, and we need, I want to really encourage people, if you think you're just an average guy and you don't know where you fit in to the crypto world or metaverse, or what's going on, but you want to be involved, take that first step. That's going to be the most difficult step. After that, you really begin to learn, where you fit in, what you can do, and what your tools, where your tools apply. So I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to introduce yourself. And there was a lot of good information there as well. And of course, the Uplift world, the uplift.world, they're doing great work. And I often, whenever anyone brings up the metaverse, I often talk about them, because it's a metaverse built on positivity and gratitude. And we really need more of that in the world. If you're going to have a metaverse, let's find one where people care about each other. And Corey and the whole team there, Samantha, and everybody's out there, working from the love of their heart, and you can really tell they're passionate about what they do, and we love them for it. And that plot you made, that Spore Baby plot in the metaverse, in the Uplift world, is absolutely incredible. You want to talk about grandiose? I can't even, overplay what you guys have done. You've built an absolutely incredible plot that people could spend days learning and functioning in this, and finding the little hidden pathways and little games and the museums and the meditation room, and absolutely incredible job. And like you said, from ground up, even below ground. So I want to thank you again for all the hard work you guys are putting in, and we're so happy to have you on. And I really am honored for you to make time today to come see us at the Crypto Mindset Reset, where we are trying to educate people, inform, and empower. And that's kind of the goal with what we're doing here. So yeah, didn't mean to gas you up, but hey, you deserve it, bro. You deserve it. You do. And I appreciate you. And so if you want to talk about any additional projects that you're kind of working on, some of the exciting stuff, I would love to hear it. Or something about Builder DAO.
Okay, so like I said, with the Builder DAO thing, me and 3D are just, we had the idea about being able to have a more granular control over the smart contract implementation that you would like generally use in trying to put a guild together, and then contracting people to be able to do work in your metaverse. And so conceptually speaking, it applies, that's the concept can apply in any metaverse. So doing the thing of like, hey, I'm in this metaverse, I have this plot, here's like X amount of the specs of it, I would like to have X, Y, and Z. Okay, well, you put the bid out, the people who are in the community, as far as builders are concerned, they see it, they feel, hey, can we or can we not execute this, or at least can we get as close as possible? Let's have a conversation with the person. But and with that particular project, the Builder DAO, that's on the Wax protocol. It's funny how I look at Wax now compared to probably how I looked at it like maybe 4 years ago, where for all of what's been going on, when you look at everything that's been playing out with the other I don't want to say bigger, but the other known chains, it's funny how like their communities are, or at least the conversation around them, as either hype for their buildup of technology versus all right, we're building stuff, but we're not out here like on the marching campaign to yell it from the rafters. I feel like with looking at how Wax works and how their smart contracts work and how they can be applied in metaversal spaces, compared to some of the other stuff going on out there right now, I'm not even gonna throw any shade. I was just about to step in and throw some shade, but I'm not.
Nice.
My point being is, it's one of those things of like, are you looking at actual function, like giving more of a level of agency to your users, as far as if they're purchasers, if they're owners, if they're creators, versus the thing of like, you have some change that will do, hey, you can do X, Y, and Z, but we also can just turn off the whole chain and then just reverse whole transactions, and we can go back a little bit too. It, like I said, it's just really interesting to see that even though like on Wax you have a very high transaction volume going on, but it doesn't have the same price speculation volatility that goes on with X number of the more bigger name chains. And I remember like when Ken first was like really pushing the whole thing about Wax, and eventually meeting up with 3D, having more conversations with him, because he's like, of the two of us, he's definitely the more deep dive cypherpunk part of this dynamic for what we do. And for where I'm at right now, like Wax serves a good purpose. Not saying that Bitcoin don't serve a purpose, not saying that Ethereum don't serve a purpose. It's just certain things that, for how I appreciate the technical underpinnings now, I feel like I understand more now, and how it helps or works towards like how I'm looking at economic and digital agency, especially considering how things are going with the legislative side of how that's impacting the space, and the things that are going to come down the pike. And what I'm going to steal this from this guy named Ken Sturgeon. He calls it the hashtag the trustless decade. And there are a number of things that I see that it's one of those things where you look at like how bureaucrats operate, and that could be at the city level, the county level, and the state level, as well as the federal level, where you have some people who will tell you and give you all types of gaslighting and virtual signaling stuff and talk out, one side of their mouth. But then when you look at the actions for how they vote and the things that they're pushing and what they're signing their names to, it brings into doubt a lot of this thing of like the line of we're for the people, or we're about democracy. Even looking at like just what recently happened with Arizona and who's the other place? It was Arizona and it was Arkansas. What is it? Arkansas goes, okay, we have this bill, governor signs it, it's in law, they put it in the data setter kind of category, right? But they figured out X amount of how to where you can get the government levels to agree to this, because they figured out how to tax the people who will get involved in crypto mining, versus Arizona, where they really wanted to try to not have the government just come in and be able to like do willy-nilly kind of like, well, in order for you to do crypto mining in your house, you need it to get inspected by a city or state certified electrician. That's something that can really come down the pike. And like, it sounds far-fetched right now, but when I was comparing what was going on between the two states, like to me, it looked like the Arizona side of it couldn't figure out, because they didn't want to limit the lower municipalities, again, county, city, township, things along that line, to where they couldn't make legislation. But they said, the way she said it was really funny, but the point being is, this space, whether you're in the metaverse stuff, whether you're in the trading, whether you're into just the NFT things and you just want to collect stuff, whatever, it is changing, and it is arguably changing at a faster rate now because of the regulatory impact that's happening at different levels. I've been saying this for like months. When Biden gave his executive order, it was the dog whistle for all governing agencies at all the different levels. Start trying to make your claims on things now, because once you start throwing the legislation spaghetti, the goal is to just see what sticks to the wall. And it's going to take months depending on what level you're at. Are we talking about city? Are we talking about county? Is it something where the city's thing counters the county thing? Well, that's another step in the legal system. Now we got to figure out, well, how long is that going to take? And then they could play that game out. In relation to this whole thing of like the legislative side and then coming over to this digital sovereignty, economic sovereignty thing, right? One of the things that I have running around in the back of my head is, for as much as we see these various blockchains and the companies or the foundations that represent them, there's a lot of integration going on, right? Everything is about interoperability. But I don't think, and I actually kind of feel a way about this because I don't think enough of the people who've been around and understand the tech side of it are calling out the business PR side people. Case in point, Treasure made their announcement about partnering with CoinJoin. And so what you see on the front end is, hey, here's a way to use your Treasure hard wallet and then do things that will have a certain level of privacy to it. We don't tell you what the level of privacy is, and it's not being mentioned that on the back end, what's going on is, what is it? ZK Snark has the ability to filter out transactions that might be on a blacklist. So if you know how BTC works as far as the UTXO stuff, when you can trace back those inputs, if you were on a blacklist somewhere or one of the inputs into your thing was on a blacklist somewhere, guess what? You just got flagged on this system now. You just got filtered out. You just got censored. Like, I remember I used to be a bigger proponent of mass adoption. And one of the things that I feel like the last 2 years, and especially in the last couple of months, has gotten me to see is mass adoption is not the altruistic thing it is marketed as. It's like, oh, this is going to be great for everyone because the majority of people are using it. No, not at all. If anything, when you have the majority of people using it, especially as it being a tech thing, what you tend to find is you either get the most stripped down basic version, or you get the thing that like doesn't really do anything for you, but it works as a good revenue model for a business. That's at least how I'm seeing a number of things in the space right now. So like with me and 3D, one of the things that we really try to promote as far as the metaverse is the other side spaces and like the show and idea behind that is like we look at open source tech stuff first. We look at you know, things that are no code to a degree, like low code, no code level stuff, and try to like put those things together to be like, hey, here's a way that, you know, you could build your own metaverse, or you could do things like add in your own smart contracts or build your own NFTs. Case in point, you can run mind tests on your phone, right? You can make your own little metaverse thing. You can like tell your friends, here's my my link to it, you know, with the IP number and all that, password protected. And you could do that. Now, granted, is it going to be the best metaverse in the world? No. But the idea that there is technology out there that you can access, and you don't even got to be a super coder to do it. That's the great part about how Mind Test works. Don't need to be a super coder, and there's enough information out there. The point of where I was going is that for as much as we talk about mass adoption of the blockchain technology, the NFT stuff, the metaverses stuff, like it sounds cool, but when you really start having to like logically look at it and go, well, what do I prioritize? Is it that I see convenience more important than I see economic sovereignty or digital agency or digital sovereignty? I can't tell people what to value more or less, but what I note is the way that mass adoption works, it sells you convenience. It doesn't sell you digital agency. It doesn't sell you digital sovereignty. It doesn't sell you the ability to be self-sustainable. It sounds cool though, and it is convenient as hell in certain categories. 100% agree that convenience can be a really addictive kind of situation. I'm gonna say situation. I'm sorry, bro. Ask me a question because I'll be running all over the place.
No. You pulled that thread all the way out to its extent. And that's really important. I think this is good information that people probably won't get anywhere else. So, really key information. I really appreciate your time in sharing with us.
Ooh.
And I don't think I gave you a good enough intro. Now that I think about it, we need to
Okay.
we need
Wait,
more. But before we go too far, we do have some other guests I think coming in that are fairly lined up. I'm just kind of confirming that. But really top level information here. And I think what I'd like to bring out to the crowd is, that you are doing these spaces. You're committed. You're out there. You're doing great work. I hate to put you on the spot, but do you know what your next spaces is going to look like? Do you have a topic picked?
Oh man.
Not yet.
No, I actually gotta hit him up about that today.
Okay.
Yeah, like we've been kind of just the last couple episodes have been winging it, but like we get into like I said, we're two dudes just geeking out about the techie side stuff. So like it's either we're just going back and forth about ideas that we have. Like we've been talking about we started talking about this like maybe 2 episodes ago. Pop-up NFT markets. If you understand what a pop-up shop is, if you understand what the like art festivals and music festivals and stuff like that, and they have those little booths and everything, and it's there for the day or the weekend, like imagine how that would work when you could scale it as a virtual space. Literally pop it up, you have your whole aesthetic build out, you have your items in, and then it automatically closes out. Like, funny enough, and I'm going to segue this into the whole AI metaverse stuff. So literally started talking about that a couple weeks ago in the spaces, and then now you have what is it, auto chat GTP, which arguably, and whoever does this idea, if y'all get it out before we do, cool. Just be like, hey, one day I heard this guy talking and this is what gave me the idea to do X, Y, and Z. Because I'm not the best coder, so I'm still struggling to try to figure out how to execute. But one of the things I was messing around with doing was using Bing and AutoChat GTP to try to figure out, is it feasible? How would you do it based on IPFS, decentralized technologies, as far as cryptocurrencies, and like privacy is a high priority condition, and you can't use a third-party wallet, right? It has to be self-custody. And so it spit out some stuff. But what I found interesting was when I did it on the Bing side, in the first like 3 prompts, the outputs were biased in that it kept bringing me back to using no, that's what it was. I was asking about how to make a auto GTP without using GTP4. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about fintech stuff on the back end, right? OpenSea makes the LLM chat GTP, right? Microsoft is a major holder of that company. The guy who came up with auto GTP, it's built on GTP4. So it sounds cool that like any and everyone can use chat GTP, but what you're not seeing on the back end is that you're still all in the same walled garden. And so what I think I see on the horizon for how AI is going to play into search engines is it will do these passive aggressive ways of pushing you into products, into services, based on all of the data it is able to filter out and cross analyze about you It's about customizing it to you. Marketing is going to take a whole different direction with the integration of the AI. And just because of how I saw it answering the questions for me in GTP compared to how it answers the questions when you go directly to OpenAI, because it kept pushing it back to the base code, let's say the base LLM. But the thing to note of what I'm trying to get at is the AI integration sounds cool, but if you don't necessarily understand what's going on the back end, case in point, one of the questions I had asked was, can you build a auto GTP without GTP4? Like I said, the first couple of prompts, it wouldn't admit that you could do it. I finally got it to admit it, but then when I asked, well, how do you do it? It wouldn't explain it to me. So I had to keep pushing as far as how I was giving my input prompts. And then finally it broke it down. But it would, so the point is, there are ways with open source tech, with open source, software stuff, to be able to make some of this closed, privatized stuff. But if you're going through the mainstream avenues and searches and stuff like that, they're going to dissuade you. Keep that in mind. And that's it, bro, because I know I could definitely go like down a rabbit hole on this.
And it's definitely worthy of going down that rabbit hole, but we are running up against the time here. We have Musashi's with Metagame coming up with the next speaker, but this kind of information, again, is stuff that you're typically not going to hear in other places, which is definitely why I wanted to promote your amazing Twitter spaces. Absolutely, we need to get people in there. And I think you've been rebroadcasting on Gentlemen of Crypto. That's a YouTube channel. Is that right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. So, before I let you go, as is tradition, I definitely would like for you to let people know how they can find you one more time.
It is simply as just putting in what you see as my name here. TREKK, the W with the number 2KS, Trek with 2Ks, say it like a pimp named Slipback, Boondocks. So it literally pulls to everything, the LinkedIn, the Twitter, the YouTube side of it. It doesn't matter what search engine you put it in, it all goes to my stuff. What I have noticed over the last 6 months though, on LinkedIn and IG and on Twitter, there's been some folks running around and they're doing little things in how it visually looks, but I've seen some folks jumping on my handle over the last 6 months. So do be leery and definitely cross-reference the stuff. As far as look at the IG, does it match the Twitter? Does it match the LinkedIn? Does it match when you see me on Gentlemen of Crypto or on the Crypto Blood channel? If it don't match none of those, it's not me, and I'm definitely not going to talk to you first about anything crypto or trading.
Oh, wait a minute. So all that crypto I just sent you, you said you needed. That wasn't you.
Bro, I'm telling
I sent you three. I sent you 3 Bitcoin. I expect 6 Bitcoin back. What is happening here? No, so I'm glad you clarified that. I had someone an imposter on Instagram, and I barely ever use Instagram, but I'm on there, and somebody put an underscore at the end of the name, made it look like me.
Mm-hmm.
Had a whole conversation with a friend of mine for over a course of a couple days, and thankfully I contacted that friend, and they're like, "Hey, weren't we talking on Instagram?" I was like, "No, that wasn't me," but the guy was friendly, whatever it was, and thankfully they didn't fall for it. But you know what that means, that you're doing something right. You're over the target is the way I look at it, and so happy.
Just gonna say that. Yeah,
exactly.
I know I got picked up somewhere in the algos. Something had happened, and it was just and I mean, it was just like a boop 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 across the board.
Huh.
Yeah.
These guys.
There's
I
clones
wonder.
start popping up, man. That's
Yeah, I
mad.
wonder why people work so hard to scam when you could do that same hard work and do good work and help people. I mean, I don't know what the difference is. So stop
Perspective,
scamming.
man.
Stop
I know,
scamming.
that's yeah. But I had a question for you, Trek, my bro. Are you on Lens Protocol, or because you meant you were talking about socials just now, and that's why I chimed in. I was like, oh, got a question to ask you. So yeah. Are you on Lens?
No,
can I follow
I'm not
you?
on Lens yet.
Not yet. Okay, I like it.
So that's
it's one of those like you know, that for the amount of things that are out here, you can't be omnipresent of everything. And then like there's the other issue of when you get kind of, oh, I'm in my comfy zone, you know, and I don't want to leave this, and then you got to sometimes break that habit of staying stuck and rigid, because this space moves way too fast.
Yeah, you got to be flexible. You got to be
Definitely.
ready to adjust and adapt and kind of be where the people are. Thankfully, Twitter seems to be awesome. There's a lot of great people. I haven't had a terrible experience with
Well,
it.
it's not Twitter anymore though.
It's nice X.
Oh, they
Yeah,
changed it
yeah.
already.
I think I seen the post or the email the other
Yeah, I
day. I
saw
was
it
like,
like
oh,
last week or
Oh
something.
man,
I was like, oh my
man,
gosh, you
okay,
serious?
you were serious.
Here we go. R.I.P.
yeah.
to the Bluebird, man.
Kids nowadays won't know how good we had it. So all right. Well, thank you so much, Trek, for joining us, man. I really appreciate it. I know it's a little bit of a short notice, but I really appreciate you making time to come out. And you were part of our previous summit, and you did a great presentation with 3D. And so, if anybody's interested in seeing that, you can go to Rice TVX on Rumble and check it on YouTube. And we're out there, so you can catch the replay. And it's definitely worth watching. And I'm sorry that Trek wasn't able to make it, but send my love to him and my best wishes to him and the team that you guys are working with. Definitely look up Trek with 2Ks. You got it on the screen. Make sure that you're talking to the right guy. And thank you again for your time. And any final thoughts?
Hey man, like just because it is something that is technology based, it doesn't mean you actually have to be a techie person. Like, trust me,
Amen.
I'm not the most techiest, but if you got the inquisitive nature, or like eventually you're going to somehow have this stuff, this Web3 stuff, this blockchain stuff, it will be a part of your life. The question is, are you going to have the awareness to be like, let me filter out some of the stuff, or I'll take all of it, like, because it's pushed on you. So, you know, get out there, ask questions. It's just way too much free information out there for people to just be like, oh, I never heard that, or I have no idea how it works. It's just way too much free information. I like, and you know, you've been around for a minute, so like, you remember what it was like in the early days. Like, you couldn't just search YouTube and then get like 1.2 million videos explaining the white paper or explaining FTX. Like, now yeah. But
All right. Well, you know,
Like I think in a couple years, I don't think anyone's going to be doing failed transactions. Do you know what I mean? To add on to what you just said.
So my people die for lack of knowledge. Like, for crying out loud, we're here. We're trying to represent. You know, we're teaching people. Go out and educate yourself. Take initiative. And yeah, there's way too much free information out there. So take advantage of it while we still have the chance before the AI takes over everything, including the summit. So no, we're doing good work. We're keeping an eye on it, but take advantage of the new technologies that are coming out, and that's a big reason why we're doing the Crypto Mindset Reset. Is we want people to benefit from these new technologies and make their lives better. And you're definitely doing that and helping out. And so thank you again, Trek with 2Ks. Do not forget. Trek with 2Ks, go check it out. If you're in the Rumble, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. Leave us a comment. If you have any questions for Trek, hit him up on Twitter or wherever he is, and I'm sure he's happy to talk to you, and we'll go from there. So thank you for joining us again. I really appreciate it.
No problem, man. Thank y'all.
All right, have a great day.
All right, you too.
Take care, bro.
So coming up next is Musashi, and he should be joining us on the screen at any moment. He is with Metagame and is a double OG. So Musashi absolutely knows a ton. I had the good fortune of meeting Musashi at ETH Denver. It was absolutely incredible. We had a great time. Came back to Vegas and had a chance to spend a few weeks with him here at the house while we got over the conference cough and all the different things that we picked up at ETH Denver, but it was fine. And it's great to get to know the guy. Definitely one of the good dudes in crypto and in the metaverse, and a builder and a creator, and all around good dude. I don't want to play him up too much, because Trek was saying I got these grandiose introductions, but I think it speaks for Musashi will speak for himself when it comes to that. I know that I'd love to hear from you, Musashi. I don't have you on the screen. We've got a blank screen, but I think the people can hear you.
Can you
If
hear me?
that's the case, yep, I
Check,
can
check.
hear you. So if you would, we would absolutely love if you give yourself a brief introduction, let people know who you are, and then I'll hand the mic over to you from there.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for having me. I am Musashi. My tag handle is usually Musashi13 with a little octopus in the front if you ever see me online. I I work with Metagame, Moloch Digital, MSG, MetaBuilders, quite a few different DAOs. I'm heavily involved with metaverse building, with DAO creation, and overall tooling. So yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Well, Musashi, we were fortunate to have you on our previous summit, and it was an absolute highlight. It was an absolute highlight. Some of the things you said were damn near mind blowing. And again, I'm not trying to play you up too much here, but the way you explain the metaverse and how it kind of combines the digital world and the physical world and Facebook and all the different things, and it kind of integrates into the metaverse. I love that analogy, and so really looking forward to your presentation today. Still getting a blank screen. I'm hoping the audience can see you or at least hear you. Definitely make an effort to speak up or get a little closer to the mic if you can. And if you'd like, we can go ahead and pass the mic over to you where you can start your presentation.
Yeah. So I'm not sharing my screen today, and I'm stuck on I'm in the middle of the woods. I'm over here at Camp Yee in Tennessee for Rizzlefest. I was hoping to be able to share with you myself, but maybe our tech shaman Bogey might be able to share a little bit, possibly. But yeah, I'd like to just touch on a few things, mostly talking about security in the metaverse and in real life. So just a few things that we didn't think about dealing with until we were actually in the metaverse and building stuff. Just some simple things that we hadn't thought about, like if I'm browsing a website or I'm minting someone's NFT or using my wallet in a metaverse, well, all those other people can see my information. So that was some of the first things we had to figure out, like, oh, hey, we either have to build like physical barriers like we do in real life, or we have to get more techie with this, and this is beauty of the metaverse, make the other person just not see it. So having like local rendering for your instances or global rendering made a huge difference in security. No one can see when I click on my MetaMask and use my wallet. No one can see me when I'm browsing a website. In fact, if I have a website up in like Hyperfi.
No, we lost them. Yes, so we're in Hyperfi. We'll just wait for him to reconnect. And yeah, so we're in Hyperfi. I will get something loaded up in the meanwhile. These are a list of worlds. This is a brand new world IR Bogey have, and I'll just get it loaded up while we wait. Yeah. That's loaded. Okay. Righty. Hey, there he is. Hey.
Hey, seems I got rugged.
Probably when I turned the screen on, bro. My bad. Yeah, like literally when I tried it earlier, that it rugged me too, man. But I think
No worries. Yeah, so are you in a Hyperfi world right now?
I'm in a fresh empty world right now. This is my second world. I thought I'd start with an empty one just in case bandwidth,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like going
great.
to the homepage was like, whoa, yeah, but yeah, we're good.
So we can throw up a website right in the middle of Hyperfi here and
Sure thing.
show people exactly what we're talking about.
I'll pull up the stream actually.
Perfect. That should be
from
pretty
Rumble.
meta.
Yeah. Alrighty, cool. Here we go. Put the URL here in the lovely UI. Bam. Okay.
And that's as easy as it is to pull in a website in Hyperfi.
Well, we say that. Maybe Rumble doesn't work. I'll try my YouTube. I don't think Rumble likes a little different.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah. You know what? I've
while
got a
that's
better idea. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
That's all right. While you're pulling that up, I'll just explain what's happening. This little screen is going to be showing the website that Bogey has chosen. And if I'm in the world with him, now right now we're watching his local instance. So it's rendering everything for us exactly as he sees it. But if I was in this world with him, I'd be able to see this same website, but I would not be able to see if Bogey starts scrolling on that site or starts clicking to other pages. I won't be able to see that. My vision of it is exactly as I see it. We can both be scrolling on the same web page and have separate instances. We're both seeing only what we see locally on our computer. So I don't see him scrolling. He doesn't see me scrolling. And when we interact with this internet page in the metaverse, we're keeping each other secure by not being able to see each other's stuff. So that's just one simple integration in the metaverse that you know, it's so simple, but it's a huge security risk in other metaverses when people don't do this. Local rendering versus global rendering. Global meaning everybody can see it. Local being only me, only I can see it. That's a cool avatar, by the way.
Why, thank you. Why, thank you.
So,
and speaking, okay, did you want to? No, you keep going, bro.
Go right ahead.
I was just gonna, you kind of, I wanted to segue into avatars and quickly show you how seamlessly it is to like bring bring a website in. It's pretty seamless to bring in an avatar, and yeah, so like you just click on the little backpack icon, and oh look, I've got 2 avatars on Ethereum, and I've got a couple on Polygon. All the ones on Polygon I've minted myself, and these 2 on Ethereum I minted the other day, and I'll talk more about that tomorrow. But for right now, I'm gonna load up. This is one of my favorite avatars. It doesn't have a picture because I didn't set one because I'm silly. But it's basically it was V1 of this cat. There's a long story behind this cat, but we'll get into that tomorrow. And yeah, so all I did was go from my backpack, which is basically my wallet, and load the NFT from the IPFS metadata. Like simple as that, And now I'm this avatar, and I've got faces. I can see you from front and behind. But this one's my favorite because of the jiggly ears. Like that's this new skill I learned how to do a couple weeks ago, and yeah, I really like this avatar.
Yeah, that's awesome. And there's been some security items that we've attached to our avatars. So some of us, when we get into the metaverse, people know us by our face. People know us by our avatar, not by my real life face, because my avatar doesn't look like my real life face. But people know me by my face just like in real life. And so being that that's the case, I don't want someone walking around with my avatar on, claiming they're me and getting information from my friends. That's a security risk. And so you can set up these permissions on your actual avatar that says, hey, no one can grab this avatar and just put it on and start walking around and acting like they're me. And that can be a minted NFT avatar, and that can be proven on the blockchain just like any other NFT. So you can actually prove that it's me in the world just by the avatar I'm wearing. So
it's good soup, man.
Huh?
It's good soup. It's good soup.
It is. It is. It's the alphabet. So some of this has started moving into in real life. So I'm involved with a few traveling communities. We're a bunch of travelers who travel all over the world. You know, they have these places that they can stay, and they put their work in on the farm or in the kitchen or whatever, and that's their pay to stay. So they don't have to worry about, you know, having a home wherever they go. They've got these networks. So we have people traveling in and out of these communities all the time, and we're starting to set up some different features for our communities. Some of them have to do with security, some of them have to do with onboarding, some of them have to do with training. So what we're doing at a place called Sage Valley in Indiana is they have certain things like in their maintenance shed. Not everyone is allowed to just go in and take a tool and go use it. They have to first prove that they're skilled with that tool. So if someone wants to go cut a tree down and they haven't proven their skills, they don't have the key to the lock. They can't grab the chainsaw or the axes and go fell a tree or go kill themselves or other people. Instead, they have already proven to the community that they've got these skills. Now, where Web3 has come in for us is we don't have to have all these classes being held all the time. We don't have to be doing onboarding all the time. I don't have to show everybody where everything is. That's another issue in communities, is putting tools back where they go. And so AR has really helped a lot with this, in that we can have someone come in, throw on the AR goggles, and take a walk around the community. They can get a tour of the community from an avatar that's already been pre-recorded for them, that shows them all around, shows them the bunkhouse, shows them the kitchen, tells them what they can and cannot do in the kitchen, and then training courses for like the lumberjack. You want to be able to go in here and use this tool? Okay, well, here's a lumberjack course. First, sharpen a chainsaw. Learn how to sharpen a chainsaw. And this is a part of you know, the security for your own good health. So security risks in getting hurt. You know, our training sessions first start off entirely AR, and you're not touching a saw. You're watching someone else touch a saw, and you can pick up a fake saw and play with it and try to get the right angle on your on your file. But until you have proven that, you don't get access. Furthermore, we've got Halify chips that we are working with, that we haven't rolled out yet, but that's in the future, where those are our keys to our maintenance shed. So the lumberjack who has the NFT that says, I've gone through the course, I know what I'm doing, I'm an experienced lumberjack, and I probably won't kill anyone, has their NFC chip that is their keys to get into the community. It's their keys to get into the maintenance shed, and it's their keys to pick up that saw and use it. And luckily, we get to see who checked it out. And that means if it didn't get back to its rightful place, we know who to go to. So it's helped mitigate a lot of different issues, from onboarding to training to security, and not allowing just anyone to walk off with our tools or hurt themselves with our tools. Should I pause for any questions? Are there any questions in any chats?
Let me have a little scan, my bro. 2 seconds. Oh, there's no timestamps, but I'm gonna guess Vegas Block asked a little while ago, what art skills are necessary for no-code metaverse creation? I don't know if that was a question for Trek, but it kind of applies, so let's roll with it.
Yeah, so say that question again.
Okay, what skills are necessary for no-code metaverse creation?
No code metaverse creation. So that's kind of a loaded question. It's a good question.
Kind of like Hyperfy,
really,
if you like. I'm kind of feeling, but I mean,
Hyperfy is a
bit.
great world to start building in for those who are not very experienced. as you can see, I don't know how well you all can see that menu that he had pulled up, but there are a ton of Web3 integrations already and functionalities already built into these worlds, where it's just kind of like click, drop the link or the file and drop, and it's done. In other metaverses, yeah, you've got to have some coding skills or some scripting skills to really get the cool stuff working, but not in Hyperfi. The developers have done an incredible job of basically building out a no-code metaverse building platform. That's
I want
basically
to
what
demonstrate that real
what
quick.
Hyperfi is. Yeah, please.
Just real quick, I'll just delete these websites, and I'm just gonna fly up, so you can fly. Well, just double jump, and away you go. So the reason why I'm flying, I'm going to add something called a simple terrain, and basically it's why I just click this button, bam. Now there's ground
And
like
that's
that.
not
But
your terrain. That's built
no,
into Hyperfi, right?
yep, and okay, let me just fly up again. So we've got all this green, hilly grass. Looks like Windows XP. It's a vibe. But I want to change it. There's a drop down. I can change it to a desert scene. I want to be in a desert. Cool. And now I'm in a desert. Now I'm on an island. And oh wait, but there's no water. Okay, let's just fix that real quick because there is a water add-on, and I just have to move it into place very simply like so. And now there's an ocean. I mean, it needs a little tweaking. I'm a perfectionist, so, but yeah, you kind of get the gist of what I'm trying to say. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, super easy drag and drop play type of a metaverse right here. Highly recommend Hyperfi.
Now it looks like something. Essentially, it's like Hyperfi has been dubbed a VR chat in the browser. Also works on mobile and in VR on the Quest 2, but that's very experimental features. But yeah, I love Hyperfi. It's a wonderful project. I can't wait to see it flourish in the years to come. Just like when Crypto Voxels, now dubbed Voxels, when that first came out, it was like, it was cool, but a lot of people, I mean, there were people that were, sunk their teeth into it, but yeah, I'm seeing the same thing happen again with I say slightly better graphics, but there's a lot more freedom here compared to voxels in regard to what you can do. Kind of an opposite answer to the question from Vegas Blocks about no coding. This allows you to code. All this is, I don't want to boil it down, reduce it down, but it's 3JS and React. So with a little bit of assistance, I'm using some key code words, assistance, GPT. With a little bit of that, you can solve problems now in this day and age. So yeah, I'd really check out Hyperfi. You don't even need to mint an NFT to play around with it. You can just clone the repository, just download the folder and just run it on your computer. But this is a world that's live. So I could share the link, which I probably won't do because it might crash the stream. Maybe, I don't know. I tried loading the world earlier. All my browsers just crashed. But
yeah, let's not do that.
yeah. But the thing is, I'm kind of like alluding to tomorrow. That's the plan for tomorrow. To spend time, obviously getting wavy with the homies and chilling out with. I've got a lot of friends in Hyperfi. Well, I'm not trying to brag or boast, but what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of people that love this project, and we hang out, and it's really fun when we do. So you're gonna see a bit of that tomorrow. Well, I say a bit. You're gonna see quite a bit of that tomorrow. I'm gonna probably set up for that after this session today. But yeah, I'm done rambling, bro.
Yeah, people are sleeping on Hyperfi. If I had the funds, I'd just mint the rest of the worlds right now.
Yeah, bro. There's not many. I say there's not many, but yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you wanted to talk a little bit about MD, if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Probably. All right. If you give me a hot second, I'll find. The thing I was working on for the Mochi game, Journey. I could just show you that because I don't think you've seen it in action. Maybe. But I'll see if I can find it.
In the
Yeah, so
meantime, I'd like to jump in real quick, guys. Thank you so much for that great conversation. Very interesting in the HyperFi world. And Vegas Blocks was asking, how do I get started? I mean, HyperFi probably has everything that people need to get started in the metaverse. Is that right?
I'd say
I'd say
yeah.
so. Yeah. I mean,
Amazing.
granted, there are some limitations. It being in the browser, like I wouldn't say expect like Unreal Engine 5, AAA graphics and stuff. But
Right.
it's really good. It works on mobile. Like if you know what you're doing in regards to optimization and uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Compromise, I guess. Drawbacks. Accepting that I can't have this because this, blah blah blah, that kind of stuff. You're gonna have a blast. Like there's a world. I'm gonna put a link. It's one of my favorite worlds in HyperFi. I'll actually visit it, and I want because I want to show you something cool. Like you can make portals. So I'm just going first person, and I'll just add a portal. What were you gonna say, Mike? I'm just gonna do this. Sorry.
I'm really enjoying the process here. Now, all portals that you create they have to be created in between two palm trees?
No. I
I'm
just
kidding.
like
I'm
to do that.
kidding. I'm kidding.
If you're in
Grabbing it.
Bogey's world, yes.
Yeah, right. Those don't look like palm trees. Where's Unreal Engine? Oh shoot, look at that. Old school.
Okay, so these portals can go to any URL, but obviously like they made it to go to HyperFi Worlds, and I'm gonna set it to use the current tab so it's seamless. And then I can even make it more seamless. I can say if I enter it instead of clicking, so now I could just walk. Now it's gonna change the scene to one of my favorite worlds, Blockbuster. Get ready for the nostalgia, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking to rent an old video, so maybe they can help us out here.
You want a VHS? We got it.
Come on.
We got you.
Like when you get a chance, Mike, you have to walk around this world, bro. It'll take you back in time. It's crazy.
Totally.
I love it. Old school. Look at that DeLorean.
Alrighty. Oh, look, the creator of the world's actually in the world. That's kind of wild.
Ooh.
What are the odds? Yeah, that's kind of cool. I'm gonna see if I can find them. This is Blockbuster. I don't know if you can hear the audio. If not, I can try and fix that. You can hear the audio? What?
Yeah.
Sick. Oh, there's no movies on. Normally there's a movie you can sit on these bean bags. Oh no, there is on. Oh, it's just not working for me. Yeah, look, there's the creator. Holy mackerel. Let's give him a wave.
What's up?
Normally I just come in here and like dance. I don't want to disturb him, so you rock. Bam. Okay. So we'll just
Fun
get out
world.
here. Yeah. Very, very fun world, so I'm gonna leave. There's the Iron Giant as well. Oh, look at that. But yeah, that's HyperFi. Do you wanna what's the next move? My bro Musashi. Where we going?
Yeah,
Mike, give me some direction.
We can talk about Malagigi, or we can talk about metagame, whatever we want.
Sweet. Okay.
All the
fine.
above.
I love it. I'm just gonna find that thing I wanted to thing. I'm almost found it.
Yeah, so metaverse, there's a metaverse build group that we've put together called Moloch Digital, and our first project, we're building out something called Moloch Cloud Ship, and the Cloud Ship is meant to be a nice collaborative space for DAOs to work together in, and to have DAO to DAO collaboration be more seamless, break down a lot of barriers that we have currently. So we're having a lot of fun building that out and kind of taking this whole journey through the metaverse. First deciding what platforms we really wanted to be on, and then what types of integrations we wanted, and then how do we make all this secure. So it's been a lot of fun. You can check out Moloch Digital on Twitter or on Lens. We'll be posting some pretty exciting things in the coming months. And with what is this?
So this is my Mochi goal. Yeah, bro, I haven't actually touched it in a while because I was helping 3PS optimize their world, and then we're here, and then yeah. So I kind of haven't touched it
Alpha.
since. Yeah, bro. This is something I wanna. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me get into position. So that's not even the right position. Let me just find a spot. It doesn't really matter. I hope this doesn't kill the vibe. Let's have a look. Just load some textures. Literally rolling the dice right here. Oh, speaking of dice, you just reminded me. So I don't know if anyone's been paying attention to today's broadcast, but the dice that were added to the the logo. Actually, I'll pull it up on the screen. It'll be in the top right hand corner of the old screen, right about meow. There's obviously a little delay. Okay, I've got missing textures, but that's all right. It's okay. I'm not fussed. In a bit, it still stands. So essentially, this is going to be the the Armory 3D site I was mentioning. So we're gonna have like a camera stationary, maybe you might be able to walk around. I have no clue yet. Maybe you'd be able to walk around like first person style. And yeah, these particles just go through, and yeah, it just looks vibes, bro. Ignore the missing textures. They're just in another folder. But yeah, that's on a little loop, and then we've got the undefined.vrm, just watching the data flow into the Nexus crystal and into the the supercomputer database kind of vibes. But yeah, that's a little animation I've been working on in my free time, but in my extra time, I've got all the time in the world. And then also here, these light beams I'm gonna have. I've learned a new technique to make like fake light beams, because you gotta like kind of fake it to make it with the 3D in the web kind of vibes, as I was saying earlier, drawbacks and such. So I think maybe like so ideally I would love for us, we could walk around the room, go up here. Maybe there's like kind of like how M3 have their site. Oh, I just phased through the wall. Yeah, kind of like that. So yeah, and then maybe have some information, stuff to click on. Like, I just want lots of things to be clickable on the screen, make it really interactive and immersive. And yeah, that's the
Very
plan.
fun.
And bro, all of this is going to be the Moloch Digital website. So yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, bro, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
The spice must flow.
It really must. But yeah, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen right about now.
So, how much time do I have left?
Ooh, that's a wonderful question.
Take as much time as you need. Take as much time as you need.
Well, I want to make sure I'm good for other guests too. Well, I just want to make sure I put out there a few things that are pretty exciting that we're doing with Metagame right now. Metagame, if you haven't had a chance, go to YouTube and watch the video called Game B. And that'll give you a better understanding of what we're building out. We are building out Game B, meaning we believe that the game of life, we're already playing a game of life in real life already, and that these rules of this game have already been made for us. And so we decided we'd rather be a part of building Game B, where we decide the rules and we decide how we live. We decide the game we're actually playing in our life. So Metagame, we gamify life. We make what we do in life more fun. And we are building out a lot of DAO tooling, some replacements for something like Web3 LinkedIn, only like on steroids, all sorts of fun stuff. And we have a conference coming up in August. And this conference has been online for the past couple of years. It's called MetaFest. And you can find that at metafest.wtf. And we are going to be having probably one of the best Web3 conferences that have ever been out. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be in Pula, Croatia. It's going to be at Fort Krista. I can't remember the name, but it's a very cool old fort in Pula, Croatia. And they actually have had music festivals there and things like that. We're going to have a lot of Web3 experiences, metaverse experiences, fun in real life stuff, as well as regular conference stuff like speakers and things like that. But leading up to it, we're having a lot of fun leading up to it as well. So one thing that we are launching, technically it launches tomorrow, is a Halo-Fi savings pool. So we're all going to save money together leading up to MetaFest. And we're also doing this pool so that we can send 3 of our players of Metagame to MetaFest who may not have the funds to go, but definitely deserve to go because they're awesome contributors. So we're also, I believe probably next week, we'll be launching an Infinity Keys puzzle based on MetaFest. And you'll have a chance to go there, have fun with the riddles and the puzzles, collect NFTs, all for free. And you will also have a chance to, and here's a little bit of alpha, there will be 3 Easter eggs hidden on our website. They're not there yet, but when the Infinity Keys puzzles launch, we'll have 3 Easter eggs on that website that will be free tickets to MetaFest. So that'll be a fun interaction there.
I want to go there.
Wow, let's go.
Come on, Infinity Keys in the house.
Yeah, infinitykeys.io. Definitely check it out if you haven't had a chance. If you like solving riddles and puzzles and cryptography, I know a lot of us in Web3 are into cryptography. Have some fun over there. Great community, and yeah, have a lot of fun collecting NFTs while solving riddles and puzzles together.
You know, I solved my first Infinity Keys recently, and what a fun time! We're gonna collaborate. We're collaborating with Infinity Keys. We'll have our own puzzle here, Crypto Mindset Reset, coming up real pretty soon. So
All right.
keep your eyes peeled for that.
Yeah, exciting.
All right. And so on that note, please give us any final thoughts you might have, and definitely let people know where they can find you.
Well, you can find me inside of Metagame or the Cloud Ship.
Or in the forest.
Or in the forest.
Where you're
That's
at now.
I am nomadic. I have been nomadic for over 15 years, so
Lucky you.
there's no telling where I will be. Sometimes
Amazing,
it's
amazing.
lucky.
Amazing. Well, I know you're out there having a good time, and I really do appreciate you making time to be here today. It's always great to hear from you. You have great knowledge, and these are things that, again, people aren't really going to hear anywhere else. I mean, outside of the groups that you're a part of, and I hope people join those communities. And so, any other final thoughts?
Hey, just anybody who's listening right now, pay attention to some of these speakers and try to keep up with them afterwards, because there are some phenomenal projects on here, including these guys right on the screen right now.
Hey, I
Thanks for
appreciate
having
that.
me.
Well, thank you again for making time. I wish I was out there with you. I know you're going to have a great time. So enjoy it. I hope the weather treats you well, and have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Yo, tell felons I said what's up. If
Oh,
you
yeah,
see
what
if
up
you
to
see
felons? Hey,
felons,
join us tomorrow. Join
yeah,
us
big
tomorrow.
shout out to felons. That's the in the outro and intro. That's his music playing. By the way, just little fun facts for everyone.
Nice. Awesome.
Sweet, man. I'm gonna go to the orange room. See what's up.
Yeah. So thank you again, Musashi. We'll talk to you soon. You're an amazing human. Thanks for being you. Coming up next is SNEX, I believe. This is if he's in the orange room, he should be ready. Looks like someone's grooving. That's good. Yep, there he is. Hey,
what's up?
So, hey, thank you so much for making time to join us today. I really appreciate it. You've got a very interesting presentation. I had the good fortune of meeting you at one of our in-person meetups here in Las Vegas. Again, if you're not familiar, we do have monthly and even a couple times a month meetups. You can look us up on meetup.com, Crypto Mondays. You can find out more information on vegascryptogroup.com. That's where our in-person meetups will be listed, and lots of other things. And so lucky enough to meet SNX tonight or before, and he's here joining us today. And so we're happy to have you. And I know you're going to talk a little bit about private keys and maybe the best way to store your key phrase and passphrase and some neat things that you've done. And so if you want to take a moment to go ahead and introduce yourself, tell people who you are, and then go ahead right into your presentation, and I'll hand you over the mic.
Cool. Yeah. My name is Dave. I'm a software engineer. Been messing with computers since I was 5 years old. I'm not really with any, company or think tank or any stuff like that. I just do my own thing, open source. You can find me on GitHub, which I'll let you guys know at the end. But yeah, so about a year ago, I was thinking about something that one of the presenters yesterday mentioned. I think it was Nemesis. He was talking about, hey, what happens if you have to cross a border with your wealth, and what are you going to do with your seed phrase? Are you going to, swallow it and crap it out later and fish it out of there? Well, you could do that, but I was thinking, what if there's a better way? So another hobby of mine is poker. So I'm around cards a lot, and I thought, well, what if we take a deck of cards and we can store our seed phrase in there? So the first thing I had to do was a bunch of math to see if there's actually enough entropy available in a deck of cards. Turns out there is if you make a couple modifications. The first one is you need two jokers, a red and a black. And the other one is if you take a card and you flip it around, suddenly you have a lot more entropy. Okay. So I built this web app. Let me share my screen real quick. That should be up. So basically all you do is you take a seed phrase, you put it in here, and now you have your sorted deck of cards. So you take a real deck of cards and you put it in the order you see on the screen, and there's your seed phrase. And if you want to take that deck of cards and put it back, then all you would do is just drag the cards in the order that your physical deck is in, and the words will change to give you back the seed phrase. So if you want to represent a card that's flipped over, you just double click, and that's a flipped over card. It currently only supports the 12 words for BIP39, and it supports the 25 words from Monero, and only English. But if you want to help me out and submit some pull requests for additional stuff, more than happy. So here's my GitHub, GitHub/SNEX, and the project is Mnemonic Cards. That's pretty much it, unless there's any questions.
Just wow, bro. Holy mackerel. Like I I didn't expect that, bro. Also, I just want to say that was a very funny comment earlier. Thank you. But this is cool, bro. Like, wait. So you just take your seed phrase, obviously with the the caveat you just mentioned, and then bam, you've encoded your seed phrase an extra layer deep with a deck of cards. That's
Right.
wild, bro. You've blown my
Right.
mind, sir. Holy mackerel.
And
Thank you.
the other thing is, if you don't trust me, which you shouldn't, you don't have to type your seed phrase into my website. You can download the source and just run it yourself.
That's what's up. Yeah, I just followed you on GitHub, bro. That's what's
Cool.
up, man.
Thanks.
No worries, bro. This is awesome. Oh, it's all Ruby. What? Yo, OG in the house.
I'm a Ruby guy.
That's what's up, bro. I remember when I was gonna start learning Ruby. I don't know, man. I like front end stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I actually hate it, so I didn't want to do this in JavaScript, but it's the easiest thing to do for
Yeah,
dragging and dropping playing cards.
that's what's up, bro. Oh man, I love it, bro. Um, I'm just gonna check the chat on Rumble to see if we have any questions. I don't think so. Not quite yet. But is there anything else on your mind? Anything else you want to talk about? Or
Not at the moment. I mean, I didn't do a whole lot of prep for this. Like, I just talked to Mike Monday at the meetup, and I said, hey, I'd like to share this project and get it out there. So he invited me to do a talk on it.
okay. No, I'm loving this, bro. So like, okay. I'm just trying to think of like ideas to like, extrapolate on what you have currently. Like, that's what I like to just like spin up ideas. I don't know. I'm an ideas guy,
Yeah, for
But
sure.
well, like, do you think what do we do with cards? What do we do with cards? We play games with them, obviously, but like, do you think if
Well, so actually, here's an idea. So
Mhm.
let's say you put your seed phrase in a deck of cards, and you're walking down the street or whatever, and you go, oh, what happened? Oh, my money's gone.
Yeah.
So one thing you can do is you get some ultraviolet ink, and you actually just write number 1 on this card, number 2 on
pirate
that card,
style,
number
invisible ink
3 on that
style?
card. Yeah. So then you can put the deck of cards in any order, and you can still reconstruct your seed phrase.
Huh. Dude, I like that. I like that. Man.
I had originally thought that this was just for Monero for some reason, but
No, it works for anything that uses the BIP39, which I think is every other coin except Monero.
That's right. Yeah, so I misinterpreted that, but it is a great way to store your keys in a way that people aren't really going to be looking, and so we do talk a lot about security here, and of course privacy, but there's the one attack that everybody is vulnerable to, which is the wrench attack, right? Someone brings a big wrench and says, "Hey," or whatever metal protector they have, and you maybe you have to defend yourself a different way. My uncle Phil, he used to carry around a fake wallet, and he had a fake wallet in his glove box. And I did that as I drive Uber. If someone were to, hey, give me your wallet, okay, here, take this wallet. This has got like $5 in it, and get out of my hair. So you can kind of do something similar with these playing cards, where people aren't really going to think, oh, geez, that's that's the keys to your crypto. And you can just give them whatever wallets that you have, and keep certain things still private. And I really like that method a lot, and that helps mitigate that potential wrench attack. So I really like that a lot, and what a great thing you did. So was this something that that you just kind of did altruistically, just to kind of help the industry?
Yeah, I mean, it was for my own benefit in that I forced myself to learn how these standards work, and the BIP39 has a really solid documentation, so that one was easy. With Monero, the documentation is their C code, so that was a little tougher, but I learned how it works, and I can do it again if I have to. I can explain it to someone else. So just getting that knowledge in for myself is more than enough for me.
Absolutely. Well, it's definitely working, and we're glad to have that available to people. We are working on one more guest that's going to be coming up, but I think we have a few more minutes. This should be 150 from Bolt, and so we'll be talking to him shortly. So definitely stay tuned for that. In the meantime, I know that you're a big advocate of freedom, and so while I have you on the line here, as far as the freedom movement is concerned, we are having our next summit, which likely be freedom based, and definitely based in those sort of things. We hope that you can join us in July for that summit. I know. I think I might have met. I think I met you at the Libertarian event we do here.
Yep.
That they do. Boy, I think once a week, once every 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's once a week.
They're very active. It's good bunch of people, but we're definitely focused on that. And it's a great crossover because when you're talking about freedom, these are the sort of tools that you're providing today that kind of enable us to be a little more free. We had a nice long discussion about, what it takes to have one foot in, politics and in the law and the way the government is the final arbiter and things like that. So if you wanted to expand on any thoughts, anything to help people be more freedom mindset, have more of a freedom mindset, absolutely happy to cover some of that. Do you think the Libertarian Party is, has a shot at the presidency? Is this something where we're making moves? Yeah, yeah. So that's how I feel. But let me know your thoughts.
As far as the Libertarian Party goes, I think it's more of an outreach thing than a serious contender for at least the bigger offices. We can score wins here and there on school boards or state level or county level legislatures. But the big thing is really outreach. So, go to Mises.org and read the books there, read the articles, get involved with your local party, meet the people, get one thing I'm trying to do here is to do like talks for the public, about this crypto tool or just crypto in general or anything else that can, get the word of freedom out.
People, I think, to some degree, are afraid of freedom. To some degree, right? So
Right.
most people know that's it's an important part of life, but to another degree, people are how do I do it type of thing. Like I've
Right.
never known that. People get conditioned. So I think that is true. The Libertarian Party gives you kind of an outlet where people can come in and say, well, there is some form of freedom here or there, and kind of creating your own freedom is important as well. I often tell people the only rights you have are the rights you can defend. And so when it comes to that, privacy is one of those rights you can defend nonviolently, and that's the type of thing we're looking for. And so that's why I'm a big supporter of Monero. That's why I'm a big supporter of pulling my blinds, closing my blinds, at my house. I mean, just normal stuff. But
Right.
and it's not like we're hiding anything, like we're some kind of heavy threat to anybody. We just like privacy. And there's nothing wrong with that. And you've probably heard me say this before, but I'll say it again. Privacy is an important part of freedom, and freedom is an important part of progress and innovation. And when you limit privacy, you're limiting freedom, you're limiting progress and innovation. And so it's good to see people like yourself taking initiative to build tools that enable freedom in like I said, in a kind of a nonviolent way. You just gotta be aware of these things, and I don't think people are hearing this kind of information anywhere else. So I really appreciate you taking the time to discuss your project and what you're doing, and I think you're doing great work. And I guess we can start to wrap it up here. If you have any final thoughts, and if you'd like to once more tell people where they can find you or your application.
Yeah. So it's currently, the best place to go is to GitHub, github.com/Snex, SNEX. And the name of the repo is Mnemonic Cards, but check out my other stuff too. I got a lot of cool code. And the best way to contact me would probably be email because I don't use social media. So that would just be snex@xens.org.
Okay, excellent. Well, I'm really glad, really glad you're able to make time to hang out with us today. People need to learn about applications like this, and there's a lot more out there. And so that's what this conference is really about. That's what we're trying to do. And so I guess we'll leave you there for now. Absolutely appreciate your time today, and look forward to seeing you at our next meetup.
Absolutely. Thanks for inviting me.
All right, thanks, bud. We'll talk soon.
See ya.
Have a great day. Okay.
Hey Mike, I was just on the line with 150, and yeah, I don't think he's gonna make it in time.
All right. Go ahead and
'cause our
bring me up on the
schedule's
main
kinda-
screen.
All right, my bro. 1 second. There we go.
Hey, good to see everyone's smiling face. The most important thing. So at this point, we've had some incredible speakers, great workshops, good people, good projects, and I just kind of want to do a quick overview of what we heard today from all these amazing speakers and projects. And of course, if you missed any of this, you're just tuning in, that's okay. You didn't really miss anything. We will have the replay available there on Rumble. And speaking of Rumble, if you're watching on Rumble right now, I really appreciate you. Definitely hit that like button and follow Rice TVX. Follow him on Rumble. Absolutely, go to YouTube. Search Rice TVX if you haven't already. Bring him up on YouTube. Rice is doing a lot of good work. He's doing interviews, 2 or 3, 4 a week. It's just incredible the dedication that he's shown in the past few years. Absolutely admire all that hard work and dedication, just as much as Bogey and Co and all our great producers and people in the behind the scenes. You definitely deserve a lot of credit for everything we've been able to do today, and of course our previous summit. And so if you missed the previous summit in December, you can go to cryptomindsetreset.com. You can go find it on Rice TVX on Rumble. You can get the replay. We're going to be announcing a brand new website and a brand new home, a permanent home for the virtual summits that we're doing in the future. So I mentioned we've got one coming up in July. We're doing the planning phases for that right now, and since you've stuck in this long, I guess we're going on, I don't know, 7-8 hours of broadcasting, and it's been an incredible day. So I want to give you a little bonus, a little good news that you can share, that you can write this down, because we are moving to a brand new home, and so I'll make that announcement now. Excited to tell everyone our new home is of course still being built, but you can check it out today. It's called Inform Empower. So INFORM EMPOWER, informempower.com. That's our new site. That's going to be the home of all our virtual summits. And there's a free membership option. So you can join for free, jump on, check out some of the groups that are forming. We've got new groups coming, and we're really going to make this a real active and lively place where we can update you on previous summit guests. You'll be able to watch the replays there. We're bringing some training courses in. We're doing workshops, and the whole goal here is to inform and empower you. And that's what we need more of in the world, because as things continue to go the way they're going, we definitely need to bring this community together and have a place where we can share resources and continue to work together. And I firmly believe that we can use technology to better our lives. We just don't want to lose our humanity in the process. So that's why I'm so involved in bringing art into the mix. That's why we're trying to stay cutting edge as far as some of the AI technology that's coming out, and using that to our advantage, and using it to better our lives, which is the promise of technology. And so, I often question, are we seeing that? Is technology making our lives better? And it's a fair question. And I think it has the potential to do that, and it should be doing that. And that's why we're here to inform and empower, educate, and bring this community together, highlight the best projects in crypto, highlight the best people in crypto, and continue to move forward. So you'll continue to see that we are, as I said, rebranding, going to a new website, informempower.com. Super excited to announce that. Of course, there'll be a more formal announcement coming up likely later this week. And so keep your eyes peeled for that. You can find us at vegascryptogroup.com. We've been hosting meetups in Vegas since 2019. We've been doing things prior to that, but really got active in 2019. And the past year and a half, we've been hosting monthly meetups, and they're very, very well attended here in Vegas. And that's because, Vegas is, we bring in 42 million visitors every year. Vegas is a place that people want to go. There's something for everyone in Vegas. And I often tell people, if you're not having fun in Vegas, it's probably not Vegas's fault. And I really believe that. I really believe that because there is something for everyone. It doesn't need to be the glitz and the glamour and the gambling and all that stuff. You know, whatever attracts you. You know, in a lot of cases, it's good food. And Vegas does not mess around with,
Yo,
with
do you,
good
you ready
food.
to go
We
hop on
got
the
it.
stage?
So,
Or
so I hope that everyone that decides to come
yeah,
out to Vegas will come and see us.
he's on
You
the
can
main
look us up
stage dancing
on.
right now.
You can look us up on
Wrap
meetup.com.
it up.
So you can look up Crypto Mondays. We're doing that, and again we'll have a ton of things for you on
Yeah, it's probably
VegasCryptoGroup.com.
gonna be less than that. I think he wants to wrap up right
And it
now.
looks
Because
like
150 can't make it.
yeah,
Sweet.
looks like we're not going to get 150 bogey. I can hear you.
Oh yeah. I'm
So,
jealous.
I don't think he can hear us.
Wait, so is it
That's all right.
is it oh
Let's
dude,
just
I'm so
see.
jealous. Wait, is that like
Let's just see
like
if Bogey can join the conversation. I'm gonna ask here. Oh, looks like he's muted already. Okay, but hopefully he'll come in and join us. So we're going to go ahead and see if we have any last guests. Oh yeah, of course. Oh, our featured special guest made it in.
Right
Rice DVS, Chris Rice. Thank you so much for popping in. Great to see your smiling face. We've
Good
had an
seeing you.
amazing summit, and it's a lot of that is because of you. So not
No,
you know,
no,
not trying
no.
to
I'm just giving a place to host a live stream, man, and
not
just
trying to
helping a
gas
little
you
bit.
up,
But
not
no.
trying to gas you up, but you've been a huge help.
I said earlier, it's a team effort. There's so many more people behind this thing, making this thing happen, that I'm just, I'm glad to be a part of it.
Well, you definitely helped out by giving us a home on your channel, and that means the absolute world to me. It really does. We met, years and years ago. Before you had a channel, but before you really started, putting the effort in.
When was it? I've been trying to when was it specifically that we met? Because the first time I was in Vegas physically would have been, I believe it was the end of 2018 for the first World CryptoCon.
World CryptoCon. That's where we met. In fact, I remember we were on the balcony at the Cosmopolitan, and it was a little windy.
At one of the after parties.
It was one of the after parties at one of the suites there, and
It was
one
probably
of
a
the
little
penthouses.
toasty.
And yeah, boy, we hit it off right away, and because we started talking about freedom and the law and all the different things about waking people up and getting people involved and engaged in what we're doing. And I really admire all your effort that you've done in the past few years. I mean, just you put in the work, bud, and I appreciate that. So if you want to,
Likewise, dude. Well, I mean, but so to your horn. I mean, when I met you to me, you were just like a community member in crypto.
Yeah.
And it's like, it seems like, I don't know if you were actually doing the meetups then. I don't think you were, but you could have been.
No, we started after that.
Okay. So, I mean, since then, the local meetups, the virtual conferences, I mean, it's like, you've definitely stepped up the game. And I appreciate you just being more than just a viewer of the channel or a community member of the cryptocurrency space, and being proactive and making something like this a reality, because this thing started as an idea. And I believe, I don't know if you're the sole originator of the idea, but that egg-shaped head hatched an idea.
That's right. That's right. It was scary. It's scary. But I don't know
It
if I
was
told
perfect
this story.
timing with the close-up for the egg-shaped head reference.
Yeah, how about it? How about it?
When I say I'm getting good, man. I'm getting good, man. I'm getting good.
Hatching them ideas.
So I don't know if I've told this publicly or not. I might not have mentioned it to you, but I woke up one day. Literally, my first thought that day was virtual summit. It just popped into my head like, what? And I was like, can this be? Can this really be? And speaking to the audience out there, for thank you for watching. Follow your ideas, man. Follow these good ideas when it feels right. And you'll get them, and your intuition will speak to you.
Well,
And you can see where we can go with ideas.
This is a good point of saying this, is like, like when somebody, because I've had a lot of people ask me, like, how did you get an interview with so-and-so? Or what, back when I did music, how did you get gigs with so-and-so? Or how did you start a magazine? Or how did you start a YouTube channel? Or how did you start doing a virtual conference? And the craziest concept is, you actually had to be proactive and do and try to do things and not just think about the things that you want to do. You actually have to put them into action. So you think about it, you come up with a plan, then you put those things into action and you speak it into existence. And you have the power to do these things yourself. You have the power to step up to any level you want. And we all have a role to play in this game called life, no matter how big or small the role is. Just accept the role you have and play it to the best of your ability. The more I think that we do that together collectively, the more that we are going to make that impact to change. Because look at what's come out of this whole conference. I mean, it started out as one event, turned into a second event, and now there's a plethora of things being planned for what is going on with the virtual summit. So it's all just a matter of you doing things, you actually doing it. You know, like I was very much a procrastinator with starting my YouTube channel. I put out my first video, it's like January 6, 2018, somewhere around that time frame. And I think if you go and look at the about section on my channel, it was like October of 2022 that I had initially created the channel. But it took me several months to get the video. It took me several months to start the channel. Then it took me several months to actually make videos. And it was thanks to, you know, me stepping up and wanting to do something more. And then Ken Bozak with his YouTube channel offered to bring me on for not another Bitcoin interview. And that was just going to be a community person. You know, I know he's had people from the community on, but I didn't want to just be a community person on for an interview. I didn't really feel like there was any substance to that. So it really kickstarted me getting videos out. I recorded an intro video and 2 other videos. So by the time I did that first interview with Bozak, I had 3 videos on my channel. That kickstarted it. I was going to school. After school, and I could put more time into it. It was around May of 2019. I decided to be consistent with videos 3 to 4 days a week. And then January of 2020, full time into this thing and never looking back.
Yeah, and it it speaks volumes about your character too, because you know you have that work ethic that it absolutely shows. Three or 4 video, I can't do it. You know, I did a live stream. I'm not sure if you know this, but I did live stream for 3 months straight. I think it was every Tuesday, and for like an hour. And just doing that was just like I spent the whole week preparing for it, you know, and so it's challenging. But I wanted to be involved. I knew I wanted to be involved. I just didn't know how. And you're right. You know, there's lots of people out there that are listening now that are just community members, and we need those. Absolutely, it's not like we're downplaying that. I mean, thank you for being a community member and being supportive. I mean, at the very least, you know, look at what you value, and then you know, support that, right? But if you're able to create value the way you are, the way we are with Crypto Mindset Reset, you know, create that value because people will respond to that. They really will. And we're here to support too. I mean, look at you, you've been a great supporter, and you know, Bogey and the great people that have worked behind the scenes, Co and everyone else, you know, without working together, we really would be in trouble. So I want to just emphasize that. And reach out to us because we're here to work with you. We're here to help good people and good projects. And sometimes, you know, projects slip through the cracks, but most of the time we're going to catch you. If it's a good project, we're going to catch you. If it's a bad project, we're going to catch you there too. And I got no problem calling people out, to be honest with you. I'm actually excited about that. I'm ready to do it, but I'm trying to keep everything positive, right? And we're going to keep the spin.
There's always a time and a place.
And that's true. And that's true. And that's true. And so the time and place actually might be for you watching, might be right now. Say, hey, I'm kind of inspired. Hey, I'd like to host a meetup. Hey, I could do a virtual summit. I could do it better. Yes, do that then. Do that. And we'll support you on that. So really amazing. And again, what we're trying to do is inform and empower.
For those that don't really have the time to be able to commit to doing things like that, I mean, again, I said we all have a role to play, whether it's big or small role. And sometimes that might be watching the videos, commenting on a live stream, commenting after the video, hitting that like button, subscribing, sharing the video with friends and family in your community. So again, we all have a role to play. Just we appreciate everybody taking not only the time, because time is our most valuable asset, taking the time to watch and join us for these past 2 days. And then we do have that 420 session going on tomorrow that I'll get Mike to explain a little bit more about before we wrap up.
Oh, I'm so glad. Let me just tell
tomorrow is a national holiday for marijuana users. Because I was thinking we're not on YouTube. So for all the potheads out there, tomorrow is National Pot Day, National Weed Mary J Day, whatever you want to refer to it. The herbs, medicine, ganja, reefer. What else you got?
It's known by a million names. You can call it medicine for a
Grass.
lot of people. You can call it
Yeah.
medicine.
It's National
Uh,
Grass Day tomorrow.
You know, today, and props to Yamez, who gave a great presentation earlier in the day. The replay will be available if you missed that. He talked about Bicycle Day. That's today. Albert Hoffman created LSD,
Yes.
and he didn't know what he was doing with it because no one had ever taken it. So he didn't just take a drop. I mean, the guy drank like a hero's dose worth, and
He rode his
ended
bike home.
up having to ride his bike home,
And
it
then he
became
started hallucinating on his bike
yes
trip home, and that's when he
1943.
decided his bike ride, and that's when that's when the term trip came about, because he was hallucinating on this trip home on his bicycle.
That's right.
I
That's
like
right.
how you called it National Bicycle Day, though.
Well, you know, International Bicycle Day. The LSD spoke to him, and if you read his in the archives there, he'll tell you as soon as it hit him, he said, you know, I got to share this with people. I really got to share
Nice.
this with people. So, so we're happy to celebrate Bicycle Day, no doubt. Good times for everyone. And so, if you're watching this, and I have like 3 heads, that's normal. just focus on the center one, and we're good.
I prefer the naturals when it comes to that. So when
Sure.
it's National Psilocybin or National Shroomy Day, or Fun Guy Day, I would definitely be down. But
Well, we have
my
one of
days
those
of
as well.
artificial things are over. But that was actually me and Albert Hoffman, I think, share in common that was our first recreational drug that I've ever taken.
How about it? How
Wow.
about it? Well,
Yeah,
definitely
so
is
shout out to
enlightening.
National Bicycle Day.
How about it? It certainly is enlightening, and that was my first foray into the recreational stuff was mushrooms, and
Which is my
and then
preference now.
you know, and then I started drinking. You know, as a teenager, you know what you're doing, so just getting to drink. I don't drink so much anymore, but I definitely do love the 420. I've been a big supporter. I've been going to NORML meetings, the National Organization for Marijuana Reform, Law Reform. So NORML, we've been doing that in the 90C. You know, we got to celebrate 420 a little bit early, and you know what? I'm gonna join you.
Cheers, guys.
It's a perfect drive.
Man, I have been waiting all day.
It's been
All
a
day.
long day.
I don't know why I waited.
I did a live stream earlier too, like while the stream was going on. So people who may have missed it, go check out my live stream from earlier. It's talking about Gary Gensler, Dirty Gary Gensler,
Boy,
and
what's he doing?
a little bit of his history. He got that hearing happened yesterday, and I know you had a lot going on, so you probably haven't had a chance to see it. But I shared some articles, and then I shared some clips because there was yesterday, I believe, or it was the day before, there was a Wells notice served to Bittrex for promoting unregistered securities, and Algorand. Algo was one of the coins. And 4 years ago, while Gary Gensler was an MIT professor, he promoted Algorand and said really good things about the technology. The creator, I believe, is an MIT alumni, and was just praising him, and spoke highly of him at a couple different events in class and at his speech as well. So 4 years later, he's calling it a security, and which is complete hypocrisy. So it's like, are you going to charge yourself with promoting unregistered securities like you did Kim Kardashian? And then the funny thing, or the ironic thing with the Kim Kardashian thing, was they sued her for promoting an unregistered security, which is Ethereum Max was the name of the token. But they didn't actually go after Ethereum Max for putting out an unregistered security. They went after someone who promoted it. So it doesn't make sense. So I explained a little bit about him as a career criminal puppet because he's a Goldman Sachs dude. He was a former CFTC chair. He's a former, I think, assistant secretary or something to that effect of the Treasury. Then he was an MIT professor. Then he moves into the SEC chair. There's also some legislation that's being introduced by Representative Davidson to effectively remove Gary Gensler from the SEC and replace him with not a chair, but like an executive director that would answer to the board, and it can't include former SEC chairs. And then they question him in addition to just what's going on with cryptocurrency regulations, what's not going on, what is XRP a security, is Ethereum a security, and Representative Whip Emmer kind of really broke out the whip. I mean, he's the majority whip, and he really broke out the whip, and he really grilled Gensler, probably the best of all the different politicians that were grilling him, asking him for simple yes/no questions that he already knew the answer to. That I think of all the questions in like a 4.5 minute time period, Gary might have answered one of those questions effectively with a yes or no. But the cool thing that he was doing is, as Gary Gensler was lying, he would just shut him up, say, "I'm reclaiming my time," and then state what the factual information was. And he kept reclaiming his time, which was really cool, because he's like, "You're wasting my time because I have a lot of questions and I want you to answer these questions with a simple yes or no answer so I can get through all these questions." It was the most ridiculous thing. So I kind of do a highlight of that, explaining some former corruption that potentially Gensler was involved in, and just showing how he's basically a career criminal government puppet.
I can't think of a person who calls themselves government that isn't a criminal, to be honest with you, because if I acted like them,
it's all organized crime. But the dude is like, they're asking, most people are curious about the FTX thing. It's like, how could you have met with this company apparently only 2 times publicly, but he's not stating privately, but how could you have met with this company and not found any fault in what was going on with the underlying way they were running their exchange? And then also, it was early November that we started to see the collapse of FTX, and it wasn't until December that the SEC actually did any sort of criminal activity by suing Sam Bankman-Fried and or FTX in regards to what had already come out publicly. So again, an agency that's supposed to protect the people is doing everything they can to not benefit the people and look out for the people that's greasing their pockets, basically. Corruption at its best.
It's just textbook. It's textbook freaking corruption.
And now it's basically too, looking at the way things went down yesterday with the hearing, it looks like crypto is very much, unfortunately, becoming a very like partisan based issue, where if you're Republican, you're pro crypto, and you're Democrat, you're anti crypto. And it seems as if the lines are drawn there. And I really don't want to see crypto become a weaponized by party politics.
Well, we've seen it before, so these are the sort of games they like to play.
It's just not going to be good for the people in the end when they're weaponizing it and fighting it. So you should see people from both sides of the spectrum. Not that I'm a fan of either one, because I do consider it all to be the same damn thing either way. But anyways,
yeah, it's a thing that we kind of expect. When Bitcoin was first created and I first heard about it, I said, "What's this governance piece? Where the humans are involved. What are they going to do? Maybe the code is solid, but that was my biggest concern. And that, thankfully, it hasn't been terribly corrupted. It is our best hope, I think, as far as a fair economic playing field, but there may be more. In the meantime, you have, like you said, the Democrats fighting Republicans, left to right. But what's interesting, and I'm loving seeing this, and we're not hearing about this publicly, right? Because they won't report on this stuff. But what's happening is, and I think the Security Commission wants to call it security, but the IRS wants to call it, commodity, or the commodities market wants to call it commodity, right? And so we have all these government agencies that are like, no, we want the money from that. No, we want the money from that.
Well, it's not
and they're
necessarily
fighting
money,
amongst
it's
themselves.
Control.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, the government can't agree. That's my biggest thing is, how am I supposed? I'm a confused individual living in the United States that doesn't have any clue which way is up or down, because the politicians say things that just confuse me, and I need to be unfucked, basically.
That's part of their program.
No, I get it, and I'm saying that sarcastically.
No, I know you are, but I feel the same way. And you look at any issue, even I guess we're on Rumble, so I could say even the COVID, right? Even the COVID 1984, they confused the fuck out of everybody. oh, it's contagious. Oh, it's not contagious. Oh, you're gonna die. Oh, no, you're not gonna die. Oh, the hospitals are empty. Oh, the hospitals are full. All this, and it just kind of left everyone in confusion until they didn't know what to do except for roll up their sleeves, which is unfortunate because that's a more serious issue. But at the end of the day, we all have to walk our own path. We all have agency in our own lives. Should we choose to accept that or not? And we all kind of need to look at what the way we're going. So I think this kind of conversation is important.
We had a stoner moment because I think we were going to talk about 420. We all smoked, or me and you smoked, and then we completely forgot to come back to it. I'm glad that my stoner brain just happened to come back to that thought process. Tomorrow is 420, everybody. What's going on for the smoke session and tomorrow's activities?
Yeah, man. We're gonna have a really good time. We've got some great presentations. So that's amazing. But and a little aside here, as an organizer, you see me kind of like I'm trying to talk to you on camera now, but then I'm kind of like, oh, let me check, make sure, So there's a lot going on, behind the scenes that we're trying to coordinate and get speakers lined up. Tomorrow is going to be different. So tomorrow, if a speaker backs out or is unable to make it for any reason, that little time slot just kind of becomes a smoke sesh. And so, hopefully we won't have too many speakers back out. We have already pre-planned a few different smoke sessions, of course, at 420, which I don't know what time it is, but I feel like we're getting kind of close to that, 12 minutes away. But here in the West, it's 420 somewhere. Anyways, so that's the idea is hopefully some of these presentations will all show. Hopefully everyone shows up and even more. Hopefully we run out of time. And that does happen sometimes. In the previous summit, we had that. So so we expect a lot of presentations and good times and a lot of smoke sessions and just real casual, right? So we're just going to be kicking it, talking shit, hanging out.
How can people watch it? Because I'm not 100% sure of my availability tomorrow and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked. So Bogey has several different platforms that he's broadcasting on. We will put the link on cryptomindsetreset.com.
Okay, cool.
So you'll just click join the summit and that will go to where you need to go. Again, that's cryptomindsetreset.com. We'll share that out on our socials. I hesitate to say, unfortunately, Twitter banned me. So there goes my
Twitter banned you?
1,200
his old
followers.
account. His life
it's my personal account. And it was
because he was a bad boy.
I started a new account for
speaking out
crypto.
and doing bad things.
I started a new account for Crypto Mindset Reset.
He's the guy that pays for the YouTube ads that run the scam ads. That's him. It's Mike. The one who says like, "I'm Elon Musk. Send me some Ethereum, and I'll send you more Ethereum back."
Yeah.
Battle chestnut.
Because that happens.
That's Mike's side hustle. I just busted.
Oh, wouldn't that be great?
I
shut it down immediately.
I lost the Twitter account. It's like 22,000 followers for similar reasons. Like my account did something naughty because it got compromised. But hey ho, doesn't matter. Twitter's dead, so
doesn't matter. Twitter's dead. Lenster's here, and
exactly.
And so Bogey, tell them where a good place is to find the video.
Okay, for tomorrow. Okay, so there are a couple places. For the replay, that's going to be on mybonfire.xyz. The link will be available tomorrow. And for the live stream, it'll also be on Bonfire. It'll be on YouTube. I'm probably going to put it on an NFT as well, a broadcaster NFT. So it'll be available on OpenSea and Rarible as well. You can just watch it from the NFT itself. So yeah.
And we'll be in the metaverse. We'll be messing around in the metaverse. So you'll see some different metaverse fun. And we're hoping we get some live music. So I haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but hopefully maybe we'll have some live music. I definitely have a little bit of music if we can, and nothing but a good time. Nothing but a good time.
Good time.
It
don't get better than this, people. It doesn't get better than this.
It's themed around Puff Puff Pass, and so this is the era of cooperation. And to
you sound like a commie over there. Cooperation.
What?
Are we gonna have equality too?
Equality? No. We're cooperating, and what we're doing is working together, and we're empowering each other by doing that.
I'm just being silly.
And so yes, so the other thought behind this summit, not only do we definitely want to inform and educate and that end of it, but a lot of times you're celebrating 420 and maybe you don't have a place to go, maybe you don't have a whole lot of friends that smoke with you, or maybe they're out of town. Whatever the case is, if you're by yourself on 420, you don't need to be by yourself. We want you here. Come hang out. You're part of
Don't
the
be a
group.
lonely stoner.
You don't have to, yeah, don't be a lonely stoner. Come hang out with us because we want you here. We want to have a good time. And
Who was that? Who sang a song about a lonely stoner? I'm trying to think of that cat's name.
Is it
he young?
because I got
He was
high?
a hip hop artist. No,
Not that artist.
somebody watching might know. If you do, comment on the Rumble video.
Oh, that would be great.
Kid Cudi. Kid
Oh, Kid
Cudi.
Cudi did a thing, huh?
I think it's that Day and Night song. I think he talks about it.
Really?
I think he talks about a
What?
lonely stoner.
Oh yeah, the lonely stoner, the lonely no, yeah, is that song? Yeah, I had to like sing it in my head. I was like, oh shit, you're right.
Am I right though?
Yeah, man. You
Am I
are right.
100%
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Does he say lonely
The lonely
stoner?
stoner, na 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 na. You know that day and night. Yeah,
you don't
yeah.
want to be a
Lonely
lonely stoner.
Nah, you don't want to be a lonely stoner.
Why am I writing you in Telegram, Bogey?
I don't know.
I don't know. I just wrote you in Telegram. I don't know why I
Oh,
did.
okay,
I
okay.
could just tell you.
The
My bad.
chorus, the hook goes because day and
yeah,
night.
my bad.
The
Oh,
lonely
day and night.
stoner seems to
Yeah.
free his mind at
Day
night.
Oh
and
look,
night.
the lyrics are
He's
on the
all
screen.
alone through the
Someone.
day and night. The lonely loner. It should be lonely stoner. Seems to free his mind at night.
Night. That is a great song. We're going to be having a fun hangout time. Yeah. And so if you decide that you want to broadcast 420, Rice, feel free to do that. You're more than welcome to do that on any of your networks, and we'd love it if you decide to share that out. Like I said, sometimes there's not a lot of places to hang out, and you want someone to smoke with. You want to have a little company. There was times where I was celebrating 420 by myself, and all I had to do, I had to put on some Cypress Hill and some KMK, and I felt like I had friends around.
Well, I mean, you have so many dispensaries around you. How can you be lonely? How
Well,
can
that's
you be
true.
a lonely
That's
stoner in Vegas?
Go hang out at a dispensary, meet some new people.
Unless you're antisocial, then you got an excuse.
Like introverted or something. Yeah.
You go ahead and be introvert.
It's like being
in
a
the
lonely
just-
stoner in Denver.
Yeah, just don't chat
That's the thing.
if you're introverted. So don't chat. You can still come join us.
You
still
can
come join
type.
us.
You can type to us. You know.
So
message us.
speaking of Denver, I was visiting Denver a couple weeks ago, and I found out about the Green Mile. I wasn't aware of something called the Green Mile in Denver. This is a mile-long stretch of road that's in downtown Denver, but just a little bit outside of the actual downtown space. And it's known as the Green Mile, and it's all dispensaries. And they don't play it up too much. So I would expect there would be huge celebrations there. Bands and parties, and maybe they close the
do a
street
lot of
down and
stuff
have a
out in
festival.
Denver.
What's going on with Denver? But they're not doing that. But I was able to link up with a really dope smoke shop down there, right in the center of the Green Mile, and they do bong races. I'm not sure if you've heard of this. It was the first I had heard of it, where they put a full gram in a bong, and then they race. It's fun. Everyone's having a good time.
You can smoke it all first or what?
See how many grams you can get within a certain time limit, and they race through it. And
That
so
seems like such a waste.
Oh my gosh,
it
guys,
does
guess
to
what?
some degree, but when you live in abundance, you can do these things.
What is it,
Guess what,
Bogey?
guys? It's 4:20 for me right now. I just realized.
Oh shoot.
How is that
Yeah,
possible?
bro.
It's-
I'm in the future, bro. I'm in the
you
UK,
have,
man.
You
It's
have to be
midnight for me.
You're like 5
No,
minutes
it's
in the
not.
future.
You're
Midnight.
still 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You're
No,
just
no.
fi-
It's 12:15. It's 12:15 a.m. in
Right.
the morning. It's
15,
4:20.
not 20.
No. The day, the actual day.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, bro. The
Oh,
day.
I thought you
bro.
were looking for the time because it's also going to be
bro.
in 5 minutes. It's also going to be 4:20 Pacific Standard
I
Time.
better roll fucking quick then, homie.
So you could be smoking on 4:20
Very
Pacific
first.
time on 4:20. You could be setting history.
Well,
I think
he's
at
in
this very
London.
moment.
He's in London. Are
That's
you
what
in
I'm
London? He's
saying.
outside London.
Yeah, but he's virtually smoking in Pacific time zone.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
that's
he's
true.
physically.
PST.
It's
Yeah,
4:20.
This is like quantum entanglement at its best. Everybody's witnessing history in the making.
It's true. I better pack a fresh one. Hold on, I got a few minutes.
Yeah, I need to be quick. I need to be quick.
4 minutes away from the 420 for the West Coasters, because it's 4 minutes away for 7:20 p.m. here on the eastern coast of the United States of America.
Yeah,
Americans.
So, what a way to wrap up day 2 of Crypto Mindset Reset. This is
It's the
absolutely incredible.
It's part 2 of part 2.
All right.
It makes it a deuce. Oh,
All
look
right.
at that!
Oh, you got the nice stuff.
That pretty little nugget.
Wow.
Let's do some justice, shall we?
Nice.
Nice
You guys
tight
in the UK can get some nice flowers.
Nice calyx there. Love it, bro. So this I couldn't think
If
of a better
anybody
way.
out there has some herb, you could smoke with us too. We're gonna do 420 a little early.
You really
'Cause
should.
technically, if we're time traveling, I'm virtually in the future right now.
Oh yeah, it's 420. It's
I'm on
officially-
UK. I'm on UK time right now,
That's right.
virtually.
Mhm.
That's right.
Well, the time we're all sharing right now is right now. I like to spell it NAO. Now. I don't know. Now TC. You know, it's like the real time. It's because anytime you're doing something, it's always now. I've been rambling about this for like weeks now. Now.
If
Always
anybody
now.
out there is smoking, and besides from Mr. Co, comment on there, because Co's like just loving the comment section. But I would love to get some stoner love out there from anybody. If you got some flowers, you got some edibles, you got some sort of concentrates, whatever you're doing, if you're going to be smoking it, let us know in the comment section. Throw us up at 420. That'd be good stuff.
The incredible crossover between crypto and cannabis has been fascinating. I've reached out to quite a few different projects that are in crypto and in cannabis. Unfortunately, a lot of the regulation gets in the way.
Yeah, but interestingly, like one of the most, and there's several intelligent people in crypto that I know that use, whether or not they're public about it. So yeah, it's definitely not frowned upon. It's very accepted. I've noticed a lot of people smoking outside of conferences, groups of people. A lot of us smelling of it when we go into the conference, and nobody really saying anything negative except for nice compliments. And
Right.
and definitely when the conferences and the events are over, I would say people in the crypto community definitely like to party in a lot of different ways, whatever that may entail for you personally, whatever gets your rocks off. I'm sure you have a vivid imagination of what might get other people's rocks off. But yeah, I think the Mary Jane is the lesser of all evils.
You know, I couldn't have said it better. The relationship to alcohol, and alcohol is huge, and I think it's just because it's so accepted. But I had my party years, and I had even more than that. So plenty of drinking.
Oh, one
Not
more
so much
thing.
anymore.
Dr. Ben Gertzel. Gertzel.
yeah.
He's with Singularity Net. He's one of the creators of Sophia and a couple of different other AI bots. If I interviewed him, people could check that out. But if you listen to him talk and you look at him, he looks like a stoner. He looks like, I told him in the interview, he looks like somebody that would have followed the Grateful Dead back in the day.
That's incredible.
And that's one of the most intelligent people that I know on this planet. And I'm pretty damn sure, I'm pretty positive without him like coming out and saying it. It's like, he's like very, 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 stereotypical stoner.
I gotta go outside, so I'm gonna be off cam. But cheers. Tomorrow I'll have a cam outside. I don't smoke inside.
Are we gonna wrap things up?
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
wrap things up, but we'll go ahead and smoke first.
Yeah.
Happy
I'm gonna
420,
spark
everyone.
some-
Happy 420, Bogey.
420. Happy 420, everyone.
And if you guys missed day one, you can watch the replay on Rumble and Ice TVX Rumble. If you're watching here on Rumble and you missed day one, it is available. It's over 7 hours from yesterday, so you guys can check that out. Had a little rough
Top-notch
start.
Quality content. Yeah.
Oh, we got
I mean,
it.
I
We
feel,
got it done.
I feel we
That's
had
where the-
way more hiccups today than yesterday. And I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Well, since you're here and we're not done, I saw something about it, interruption in the stream, but I didn't obviously see that the Rumble stream stopped. So what was the interruption and problem because it was still running?
So basically like my computer shut down. I had to restart, like it kind of froze and I had to restart. and luckily we got it back up online, so the Rumble wasn't interrupted. But
But it was
Facebook and LinkedIn went
cloud
down.
based it was a cloud based computer, right? So it
Yeah.
was technically running off of that. So whether or not you got disconnected, it was still going to run.
No,
The
how
reason I
that
asked that was
service
because like
runs? Yeah.
with
How- sorry,
StreamYard,
go on.
StreamYard is
Mm.
the only way I can do this. But if I was to do and I did an interview with Max Kaiser, and I was switching up the layout where when he was talking, he was on the screen, full screen. And I actually got my internet had messed up and I got booted out of my computer, my PC from the live stream. Max didn't know this was happening because I was putting him on full screen anyways. I got on my phone to recover. The stream was going on because it's web based.
Mhm.
So until I go on and end the stream, whether or not I'm on it or not, it won't end. So it was kind of cool to know that happened. So that's kind of what I was thinking happened with you is if something happened with your computer, it was still running the live stream on the cloud virtual computer.
So how the cloud computer works, I didn't know this at the time, but basically when you connect to it, it treats it like your computer. So when you shut down, like if I was to close the window, it would just turn the computer off. It's like to save resources and stuff.
Okay. Well,
like
somehow
it doesn't
didn't do
stay
that,
on
though.
That's a setting. That's
I don't
a
know,
setting.
we just
Because
got
you said
lucky.
your computer froze up and you had to restart it. It should
I
have
had to turn it
ended-
off and on.
it
Yeah.
it should have ended the streams at that point because
Oh no.
yeah. That's
Damn,
interesting. It's
man.
cool.
You-
Cool. I'm
He-
glad.
he-
I'm glad it worked out because I was wondering. I didn't see a message from you saying, "Dude, we need a new stream. We need a new stream queue,"
Yeah,
and
yeah.
all that. But yeah,
I'm pretty grateful that we didn't have to go down that road, man. Like that would have been something else.
When Mike, real quick, aside from tomorrow, when are you guys shooting again for the next virtual event?
Yeah, thanks for asking, and thanks to the viewers for watching. You got a little behind the scenes information there, which is great because hey, if you want more, contact us directly, and we'll tell you how we're doing it. We'll help you set things up. In the meantime, yes, we're doing virtual summits quarterly, so I'm actually seeing if I can match with the equinox and the solstice and try and kind of have them around those days. This particular situation isn't going to work out this time, so we're doing it in July. But I'm happy we're doing it in July because it's going to be more freedom oriented, anyways. And you got July 4th, and you got kind of that energy is going to be there, anyways. So yeah, the next summit planned for July. We don't have an exact date just yet. We're looking to make sure that we don't conflict with any big events that are happening. And there are some big events, Consensus and BTC Miami and Shitcoin
Well,
Conference.
consensus is in about 10 days ish, or it's I think 26th, 27th, and 28th of April. Bitcoin I think is somewhere. Bitcoin 23 is somewhere around the 18th
May 18th
of May, and supposedly shitcoin's happening. I've been trying to
It
find out
is.
if.
No,
Well, I've
it
been
is.
trying
It
to
was
find out
posted
if
today.
right, but I'm trying to find out if Bozak's going to be involved because he's kind of taking a backseat from things.
Yeah, haven't heard a lot from him lately, publicly or privately.
Yeah.
But I make sure to write him maybe once or twice a week, or not once or twice a week, but once every 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I kind of think of it, and I'm in there in my messages. I'm
Well, I
like,
just
"Oh,
think
Ken."
I think the shitcoin being his event, if he's not going to be there, it's going to be kind of hard for me to attend it.
Oh, don't
That's
say
all I'm
that.
saying.
Don't say
Yeah.
that.
Well,
Everyone's
I mean,
gonna
I'm
have a great
planning-
time at Shitcoin
I'm
this
planning
year.
on going out definitely for Bitcoin 23, 100%. If I have time and everything works out, then I may attend shitcoin. But
Yeah, well, I'm looking to attend both. I got one
if
foot.
the universe intends it, it'll happen.
So the tickets are very inexpensive for Shitcoin. It's in Wynwood. I think it's $20 to $40. So it's more like just kind of a donation and just like a quick, thank you for putting it together. And I know they're expecting a decent sized crowd, and they've got some pretty decent speakers and really interesting sponsors and little exhibit areas. So I would definitely look that up. If you're not, it's on Eventbrite. So I'm just letting people know. And of course, the history of Shitcoin Conference is people known as Bitcoin maxis say there is no other crypto other than Bitcoin. Basically, there is no other coin.
Yeah, well, it's because in Miami they were doing the Bitcoin conference, and there was no alternative events for anybody outside of the maxi point of view. So
Right,
it
well,
was trying to offer the community an alternative, an addition, not like a replacement, but a complement to the Bitcoin conferences by offering more of a crypto perspective, altcoin perspective, versus a strictly Bitcoin maximalist perspective.
Exactly. Exactly. I don't know if that's changed. I know they likely have to be Bitcoin centric, and of course, everyone behind that is 100% Bitcoin. Uh, I'm kind of in between, but I definitely more support Bitcoin than anything. If someone asks me, "Hey, I'm thinking about getting into crypto," and hey, if you're thinking about getting into crypto, buy Bitcoin first and keep buying
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
I'm definitely
And
I'm not a maxi by any means, but I'm definitely kind of leaning towards the crypto minimalist side. We have way too many cryptocurrencies that are way too
oh yeah,
speculative. They're not doing anything but just money grabs for the most part, perpetual scams. And, we definitely need to have more than one, in my opinion, to serve for different purposes. But we don't need to have, let me see. If I was to go on to Coin Market Cap right now.
oh boy, don't. It's over 10 grand, isn't it?
No, it's actually worse than that. The total amount of cryptocurrencies right now is 23,473 with 617 exchanges.
I haven't looked at that number in a while.
Bitcoin has a 46.2% dominance with Ethereum 19.2. But again, over 23,000 cryptocurrencies. I could see maybe a need for just if I had to pick a number somewhere between less than 50 or less.
So yeah, I'd like to see that number filtered out. If we could just go ahead and take some variables
Right.
and because a lot of those are probably dead projects. Who knows? Coin doesn't have to go all the way to zero to kind of slinger around, but not be effective. We'll
Right.
see a shakeout. I think we'll see a shakeout at some point, and
Yeah.
it's unfortunate. And this is why we do something like the crypto mindset reset, because I'm anticipating that. We're anticipating there's a shakeout, and if you're in some shit coin, you probably will have trouble, and there will be pain. So
Yeah, I would just definitely, unfortunately, pay attention to what the regulators are going to do and what they're going to deem as securities and commodities. And knowing that Bitcoin is deemed a commodity, pretty much officially. Things like Litecoin, other cryptocurrencies that follow that kind of creation without an ICO, that was a fair launch kind of scenario. I believe is going to fall into the same category as Bitcoin. So I would be looking at more some of these OG cryptocurrency projects. And on a lot of people that want to doubt and hate on Litecoin, there's a reason why like PayPal offers it. There's a reason why Grayscale has investing with Litecoin. There's a reason why all these institutions and major exchanges all offer Litecoin. So Litecoin is good to me. Some people like to call Litecoin the right coin. I like to call Litecoin the safe coin, because it's a safe bet that it's not going to be listed as a security in any capacity. So like things like Digibyte, I don't believe Digibyte had any sort of private sale. Dash was listed in the Bittrex Wells notice as unregistered security, and I don't know if it's because of the staking aspect, or I haven't dug deep enough into it or even dug into it enough to figure out what the deal with Dash was. But as long as these companies weren't offering like a basically an ICO or some sort of like public offering or private offering, they should be deemed as commodities and not securities.
And so technically, if you did it right, if you had a Genesis block, if you were, had a fair launch, you probably stand a little bit of a chance.
Right. And what I mean by this though too is like some of these cryptocurrencies, they pre-mine their coins. So it's not as if they're like the proof of work or proof of stake consensus is actually creating more coins. They like Ripple has already pre-mined their coins. So it's not as if there's new Ripple being created. They've all been minted at one time. It's just what's released publicly.
Yeah, I like to envision it like some guy just created all that and put it in his pocket, and then he's just kind of, put it out wherever he wants to put it out.
It's like over 23,000 money trees that were put on exchanges basically with all these different cryptocurrencies, because it's just too ridiculous, man. And it dilutes the market. It really does. Like the tokenomics of it. It's like it spreads out the money amongst all these other shit coin projects. Like there's a difference with altcoins than shit coins. I know we talk about shit coins as a general term for anything that's not Bitcoin, but there are true shit coins.
Oh yeah.
And there are good altcoins, and then there's Bitcoin.
But that's what I was about to say. We can talk about all the shit coins all we want and regulation, but at the end of the day, Bitcoin's not being going after like that. So if you own Bitcoin, they're not going to say, oh, you own a security, you own a commodity. I mean, I don't know, they'll figure it out, sure. But my point is that they really are focused on a lot of the altcoins, and maybe that's part of the shakeout. Everybody's leaving the United States, so we'll really have to see where it plays out. But you know, there are little traps here and there besides just the obvious scams. And I think educating people on that will be really important going forward. And going forward, will we be able to use the word crypto? Not saying that we can't, but is that something you've thought of as far as, I mean, you know, Rice TVX, that's a great name. If we use the word crypto at some point, is that, you know, I mean, it's kind of been solid. I don't know, is, you know, is the word
I don't know. I
crypto
mean,
done?
if you see, the thing is, like Web3, like the term Web3 to me means like Web 3.0, like these dApps and things that are you have to access using layer 1 protocols like Ethereum and Cardano and things to that effect. But the term Web3 has also been kind of interchangeable for what people want to refer to cryptocurrency. It's almost as if crypto's just kind of become a bad word. Crypto's tainted.
Yeah.
You know, and there are some uneducated people out there who don't want to take a little bit of research and study etymology, like the roots of where words come from. And there's so many people that talk to me about Bitcoin is the money of the dead. It's dead money because it has crypt in it, and they don't understand that it comes from a Greek word, kryptos, which means secret or hidden. And we used a form of cryptography, I believe it was in World War I, using the Navajo language, because the other nations around the world didn't speak Navajo and couldn't break through that communication code. So that was a form of cryptography. So it's just hidden, secret, it's encryption based, and that's why cryptocurrencies are called that, because they use cryptography. But it's not the money of the dead.
It's not the money of the day.
The dead,
Oh,
the dead,
oh, the dead.
dead money,
No,
like
it's not
crypt.
cryptic like that.
Yeah,
It's
like
not cryptic like that.
yeah,
Oh,
like
hilarious.
Tales from the Crypt, like you know, the money of the dead.
Bro, it's true. It's
But
not, and
with that being said, I mean, I think this is like, you know, a great place for us to you know, take time to remind people that they can catch the past events. They can check out day 1, and they can watch all of day 2 if they happen to have missed it. If they go to cryptomindsetreset.com, you guys can tune in for tomorrow's 420 smoke sesh.
Yeah.
And other than that, man, I think it's a good time for you to say some final words, and let's end this thing so everybody can celebrate.
I love it. I love it. I love it. You know, I got to ask people today if they wanted to go ahead and give their final words and let people know where they can find them. And now I got asked that question. It was a great day. I got both sides of the equation. So yeah, I'm happy to wrap things up. This has been an amazing summit as always. We got good-hearted people that are really trying to do good work, and no one's getting paid for this. And I sat in this same chair more than 8 hours a day for the past couple of days, and you know, it's not the most comfortable chair. Doesn't matter. My point is,
You got a
we're all
hole cut
making.
out underneath your ass and a bucket
I
below
should,
you.
right? I should. Yeah, a few bathroom breaks, but it's been tough. You know, even cooking food or trying to get a lunch in. So that's how dedicated we are. I just want everybody to recognize that. Bogey's staying up late. He's in a different time zone entirely. Co's
Dude,
been.
I slept 3 hours and 50 minutes last night.
I'm
But I
glad you
mean,
got
I
some
don't sleep
sleep.
much, right? Like, I've got a video on LensTube. I'll play it tomorrow. You can see how much I slept last year. It's probably like, I don't know, a couple hours.
I've seen that.
But
No, you
literally
sent
on
that to me.
average, like 8 hours. Yeah, you seen that, Mike? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm a machine, bro. Just keep going. Whoop,
It's
whoop, whoop, whoop.
you do incredible work. You have done absolutely incredible work. So everyone sacrificed. Code got to had a chance to walk his dog finally, but so we put in a lot of work, guys, and not for nothing. We enjoy it. So we appreciate you for being here. We appreciate you for listening. We appreciate you when you go check out cryptomindsetreset.com for all our future events. You'll have forward to Inform Empower. Puff Puff Pass is tomorrow. Don't forget that. Check out Rice TVX, not only here on Rumble, but also search them up on YouTube. Lots of great content always. Thank you, sir, for allowing us to be here, holding space for us. Really, really means a lot to me and the whole team. And so, Bogey, any final words for yourself?
Man, I just want to tell everyone that you rock. You know, you watching right now are amazing. Don't give up on yourself. Stay frosty and stay blessed. I'm the Tech Shaman, the Sabo Genie, and we out of this bitch, man. 420, man.
Man.
But no, for real. Like, thank you for being you.
Thank you.
Deeply grateful.
And fuck your
Yeah.
couch.
Should have never gave you money.
All right, Rice.
Oh
if
my gosh.
you want to take us out.
Sweet prayer.
Say a prayer. You may say a prayer. Take us out.
Maybe we
No,
need
Yeah,
it.
we say some final words. Yeah, yeah.
No, I just
Light a
appreciate
candle.
again, time is our most valuable asset. You know, people, that are watching us, taking the time to educate themselves, empower themselves, learn about new projects, find out information they may not knew about. We all appreciate you giving us your time because again, time is your most valuable asset. And the most important thing that you can do is invest in yourself, do research, use critical thinking. Don't just follow the crowd. Make sure you're ahead of the curve because if you want to be a good investor, you need to be early. And that's the only thing I want to tell people. You definitely need to have strategies with what you're doing in crypto and really think about why you got involved in the cryptocurrency space, what brought you to this space. And then at the same time, look at the disruptive power that cryptocurrency and blockchain technology offer to the world. The way that they can disrupt a lot of things that have been control mechanisms that have been holding us down, and wake up to those realities and give yourself a mindset reset, crypto style, Web3 style.
I think that feels good. Guys, thank you again, everyone, the whole team. We'll go ahead and wrap the broadcast up here, and I'll end with something Rice says a lot, right? Practice change, be the change. We love it.
Yeah, I like to say, I encourage everyone to treat people how they want to be treated. Be a blessing to others. These things are important because they come back around. And be the glitch that you want to see in the matrix and be the change that you want to see in the world. And that's where practice change comes in.
Perfect. Bogey, you're the man. Pull the trigger.
Bros.
Pull the ripcord.
All right, guys.
Stick a fork.
See you 420.
Woo!
Yes, tomorrow.
See you
guys.
later, alligators.
4, 2, 2, 2.
Here we go. And 3.